Hey everyone. So it would appear that my camera has fully pooped the bed. I've got I got nothing else to say about it apparently. I tried like uninstalling it and reinstalling it and I checked the drivers and everything's working. It's just not like giving me an image. Yeah, if you could all drop a like, it helps us get seen early in the morning. It's very much appreciated. Sorry you can't see me today. Which is really unfortunate because I got like everything all set up last night with the new green screen and everything, and now the camera doesn't work. So, let's um let's check out where we are today on GameStop. Let me get this. Sorry. I might be a little distracted here for a minute as I just try to like get everything else set up because I was messing with that. Pickles being simulated. Yeah. I'm 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 virtual now. I don't want to hide from you guys. Do you have an old cell phone? I could use my current cell phone, but I'm not sure how to set it up as a camera. Droid cam works. Also, I don't want to like go into trying to do that right now, like during the stream. I ran out of I'm gonna try to figure out what's wrong with the camera after the end of the day. So hopefully it's just today where we have the issue. But until then, you're just gonna have to listen to the sweet sounds of my voice and not be able to see my face. Volume's too low. I I want to disagree, but I don't know. Good morning, Secure. How you doing? No cookies, no me. Apparently my camera doesn't work anymore. Honestly, like it's a Razer product, so I could easily see it just being a piece of crap. Draw a cookie hat. All right. Maybe no one will notice I'm gone. Only GME has low volume. It's me, guys. Turn it off and on again. Yeah, dude, like I definitely tried turning it off and on again. Yeah, I guess if I have lower viewership today due to the lack of my face, um, that will definitely infer that most of my viewers, which I presume, are just here to look at me. Should I prepare up with the power as well in case it's USB issues? Yeah, that's what I am gonna do that also, Jason. I reset it already, but yeah, I understand that I have to like let the RAM reset. And I was just like running out of time to mess with it. No, I'll just presume that's because of my ever increasing like levels of popularity. I'm so upset though. I got all the lighting set up and I had the green screen. I was gonna stop glitching in and out of the video. You held off a full minute before dropping a like. Well, thank you for dropping it, at least. How's everyone's morning going? Good? Jimmy's doing nothing right now. We gapped down, gapped up. The volume's atrocious. We'll see what happens. It could be just like another day of zero liquidity. I have to pin the new post to my profile on Reddit for the live charting for today. All right, cool. That's all set up. 69 likes. That's going to stay there all day, isn't it? Sorry guys. Yeah, my camera's like it's crap apparently. I'm going to have to order another camera on Amazon probably. Cuz I plugged it into my laptop and it's not working on there either. Yeah, we lost. So yesterday we lost 1 million volume, which was super fun. So I guess we just didn't watch those shares get traded. What ordered from Amazon? Did they have webcams on GameStop? The last time I looked, they didn't have like very many options, and they were sold out of most of them. I'll check GameStop right now. This is what I get for buying a Razer product instead of just buying Logitech. It's my own damn fault. Yeah, they have some. They're sold out. They're sold out of like the ones I would buy. Yes, they have a C922, but I don't know how big of a fan of that one I am. Also, like, I don't think GameStop's going to deliver it quickly where I am. Because I have not seen GameStop on DoorDash here. I'm still waiting for the full turnaround. See my comment above, Ray, Logitech webcams. They don't have the webcams in stock for DoorDash near me. I just looked. Not to mention the one I want, they're sold out of both in store and online. We got a 550k share borrow. Let me check. I borrowed this. Or are we just down and we don't know where they went? Alright, yeah. I wonder how much of our volume was sold short yesterday. Who has that? Even Fintel's so just so you guys know, like I don't really look at Fintel data. But according to Fintel data, our short volume ratio is now up to 37%. So even they're raising like their numbers. I've noticed that like on Ortex and check Yahoo Finance. Yeah, I know. I already know all about it, man. Bezos sold 2.4 billion in Amazon stock. I did not know that. Tinfoil hat that Citadel got margin called yesterday. We'll find out, Renzer. Yeah, I have. So on my other computer, I have a C922, but I'm not a huge fan of it. Like, it's fine, I guess. It's not my favorite webcam. No, you're not muted, Cool Daddy. I can see what you're writing. Yeah, I know. 61.7% of the volume was sold short yesterday. Shoshana, doubling down today. Do you think I should buy on open, or do you think there could be a dip? I don't think it's unreasonable to think there could be a dip. We just may not we might not see it right at open. Any price below $480 is a pretty good deal, though. If only Bezos had maybe he took out $2.4 billion to buy GME. There's the real conspiracy theory. He's like ready to go long. Will we break the wedge on Friday? So we can take a look at the wedge right now, actually, if you guys want. Here's where we are right now. This is us. We could get a breakout. Like, if we can stay on track, we can get a breakout today around like 1:30. They borrowed 650k shares, so probably a dip. Yeah, I mean, they did borrow 650k shares, so expect them to put up a fight today at least. Can't beat them, join them. I read Warden's new DD. I don't think he's saying like anything drastically different than what I said like 2 weeks ago when I was talking about how like the short interest was having like an inflationary effect, and it was like no longer succeeding, and that's what's leading to this like chop, is that they can't push the price down anymore. I don't really use OBV as like an indicator. I've used it in the past as a way to like track institutional money, but I don't think it's reliable. It's like really prone to false signals. And also, whenever there's like a large price fluctuation in the underlying, like the signals from OBV can be thrown for like a really, really long time. So like you used Palantir as an example of like how OBV should act on a like normally moving stock, but when there's like short volume applied, but Palantir hasn't had the same kind of like price movement that GME has had this year. So that's the point. Like once we pass that wedge, and I do agree with Warden on this, that's the kind of the point at which like we may not break out, right? But like that's the point at which the pressure really kicks in, as far as like the short side having to cover. Flop hard all around and takes time to correct. Yeah, you're correct, Secure. OBV, I don't think OBV is like the most accurate indicator. I wish he'd found another way to prove his theory. But I mean, no one's gonna question him because he has like a cult following on Reddit. But I mean, I don't think his conclusions are incorrect. I just don't like the way he got to them. But that's like personal preference, partially. Also wrote about like a very my post from like 2 weeks ago is like very similar. But it was cool. He explained like why wedges form and how they work, which is fun. And late today, early tomorrow. Yeah, that's correct, Zach Smith. VWAP is better than OBV. OBV is LeBron. Oh yeah, if you guys haven't and you're in here, if you could drop a like, I think it matters, especially like in the early morning for getting our like viewership up. And if you want and you haven't, subscribe. And if you want to help support the channel or buy me a new camera, you can donate down below on our coffee. How's it going, Teddy? What's OBVWAP? It's not called that. Like starting at the 69 outfits. Well, they're gone, I think. I waited to like until 3:59. Because, like, for every one of you that wants to look at 69, there's someone who wants to destroy it. Something different today, something missing on the stream. Cannot understand what's missing. Possibly I don't have I was looking at some charting things last night, so I might have like I don't have RSI turned on. Is that maybe what you're looking for? I can turn RSI back on. Does that feel better? Does that make you feel like everything's in place now? We're also like on the 4-hour chart. Volume from yesterday. No, it disappeared. I'm pretty sure we all. Here's the thing about the 1 million volume that really gets me. It's not like it's not like Daniel Lauer or whatever on his AMA was like, oh, it looks like a misprint, right? But we watched that volume get traded. Like, we sat here all day and we watched and counted that volume get traded. So it's not like, it's just, I don't know what happened to it. Here's my theory. If you want to know my theory on, my camera is broken. I have to replace it. As far as I can tell, it doesn't work on my other computer either. So I'm definitely think it's an issue with the camera. So for today, you're going to have to do without my beautiful face. So here's my theory on what happened to our volume yesterday. Essentially, I think what happened is orders were placed and they went unfilled. So I think there was 1 million in volume in orders that never got filled because there's no stock available. That's my theory. And I think at the end of the day, they retracted that volume. So volume has to do with your camera. No Gherk face. That's the catalyst. Apparently. Yeah, you guys can't see me freak out when the NYSE crashes. That was weird too yesterday. Good morning, Mr. Diggs. Needs to draw his face. See, the problem with me drawing my face is that, like, you guys, like, when I there. All right. This is that good? And the hat. Don't forget. I drew the hat. I can't use black. That's the problem. I can't use black on here because, like, it's not gonna show up. There we go. Cookie's hat. Animate. Oh crap. Yeah, And that's the thing is like I set up my green screen this morning and I was all excited and now my camera's dead. Smoother. Thank you for the donation. Win thick pickles. Oh no, soon I'm thinking. It's looking like we're gonna have some thick pickles popping up on the chart any day now, guys. Not gonna lie. There's a lot of sketchiness going on. There's blood in the water. Anytime the market has like a lot of weird stuff happening, usually something big's about to go down. Like there's actually like I can't remember the name of it. God, I need to find it. There was like this technical analysis that this guy like went back and did of the 2008 market crash, and there were all these like weird glitches and technical indicators that were popping up like days in advance of the actual crash, and then it just like happened, right? But like he went back and he found all these like indicators that people should have noticed, and so maybe we're seeing some of that occur. Some thickles. I assume everyone took tinfoil hat ride on Reddit last night. Dear Lord, the apes are running wild. Yeah, they are. The apes are really freaking out. And then like wardens coming in and confirming people's biases. Same day door dashing. Yeah, so I tried, but they're sold out of all like at my local stores. They don't have any cameras available. And then the camera that I would buy from them, they don't even have for sale on their website. My bet is also on a green morph suit. You think this is just all a ruse so I can like show off my green screen? He's sitting behind the green screen. Yeah, my camera just died this morning. No image display whatsoever. Actually don't I'm not entirely sure what to do with it. Device manager. Let me see if I can find something on my device manager. Driver. Update driver. No. Nothing there. Yeah, I'm not really getting anything off of it. I'll try to add it. Maybe if I try to add it now, it'll work. Go capture device, create new. Looks like the light on it's working, but so yeah, that's what I'm getting. Is I'm just getting this like black image. Like there's no image. Let's all tweet at GameStop for Pickle. This is Jimmy. Think about. It's a great stock. Big Daddy pieces. Oh my god. That's too funny. Love the show. Thank you, Mr. Diggs. Appreciate the donation. Thank you guys for donating. It really helps support the channel and help me replace cameras. It doesn't have a lens cap. Yeah, there's no lens cap on this camera. I wish there was like a reasonable cause for this that I could ascertain, but as it stands, it appears that there's no good reason my camera's not working. It worked last night when I set up the green screen, and now it doesn't work. Turn off the light in the room. There's no light turned on in my room right now. Looks like you're in the pickle cave. Sir, that's not a camera. Good morning, everybody who's coming in. How you guys doing today? So we're trading at like 160 right now, like even. Just sideways chop. Alexa, turn on camera. That didn't work. What do you think of Hank's Home Depot post? Asking who's dropped a new DD 20 minutes ago. I'm too ape to read it all. I have no idea. I could check it out after the stream, but his posts are like really kind of out there. He cut his hair and doesn't want us to see. If that was the no, if I cut my hair, I would want everyone to see. Remove the green screen. The green screen is not directly in front of the camera. I think this is the actual confirmation that this is all a ploy by Citadel. I thought there was like a bug with OBS because like an image, when I first turned OBS on this morning, there was an image and then it just disappeared. I didn't paint the lens green. Default. Wow. Set color. Copy filters. Yeah, I'm getting nothing out of this. Camera got shorted by Cat. I didn't paint my face green. I swear, this isn't a ruse. My camera really just shit the bed. Painted everything green to manipulate the market. All right, we got like less than a minute before the market opens, guys. We're sitting at 16.19K volume, although that number is just fake, right? So it doesn't even matter. I'm sure Daniel can come in here and like sell me on a camera. Cough twice if Ken kidnapped you. How is pre-market looking? Garbage. Flat. Yeah, twice that on TD. God, this is gonna drive me nuts. Figure video. Default. Default. Ah! Holy crap. Okay, but this is awful, right? Hold on. Now I have to figure out everything else that's wrong with this. Yeah, market's open. We got a green bar. Let's see. Okay, I got the camera working, guys. I don't know what I did, but it's working. Ah! Alright. Focus. There we go. Okay. All right, cool. This is very exciting. All right. Oh, we're gonna get this fixed. Yay, my camera's not broken. Although that's kind of stinky. I can turn my light on myself. Hey, look, we're going up, guys. All the theories are true. No, we're only up $1. Everyone calm down. We're trading at 61.31 on like less than 100,000 volume. This is what I need to do. I just need to mess with the camera all day, and obviously that will fix the markets. Oh, this is terrible. Hold on. Where is chroma key? There we go. Hey, look at that. Oh my god, it's so crisp. Look how crisp this is. Alright, Doji, we're dropping. So they're probably using the short shares now to kind of reverse the price trend. It's more light on my face. You know what? I probably need to change like the. Hold on. I'm gonna get this. I know I suck at this stuff, but I'm gonna figure it out. Is it gain? No, it's not gain. Brightness. Contrast, maybe? No. That didn't work. Saturation. Nope. Backlight. That didn't work. Maybe exposure. Oh, you know what? It's probably... Yeah, it's probably exposure. That's annoying, though. I don't like that. I mean, now I turn the gain down. Nope, that just makes it dark again. Oh, that's weird. 159.10. Morning, guys. Sorry, we're just trying to like... I'm just trying to figure out how my video camera works. So auto exposure sucks. How much light do I need? I guess that's like the best I can do. All right. I'll have to like mess with like lighting and stuff later. Yeah, I'm gonna go grab my hat because I just don't want to wear these like headphones like rub my head. That's why I wear the hat. I'll be right back. 1 second, guys. All right. Cool. We did it, guys. Yay. He's back. Shh. I know what you're up to. All right. Sorry. I also like changed my shirt to like a darker colored shirt so that maybe I would appear brighter, but it didn't work. Although I gotta say, I look way better now. I have one. That's the thing. That's why I bought this camera because it has a built-in ring light. Bathtub stream? Not yet. That's for the OnlyFans. Wear a green shirt just so we see her floating. I don't own any green clothing, so you're gonna have to deal with my shoulders. I can, you know what? I can do this. Tilt. Woo. Boom. All right, cool. Hot tub stream post Moass. Yeah, if I own a hot tub. I don't like hot tubs though. They're hot. I'm gonna go back to that. That looks better. All right. This will have to do for now, but this is definitely a vast improvement over what's this? Toys under my chair? Shit. All right. I'm gonna do Ape noises right now, but I'm too thick. Check your Twitter. What's going on my Twitter? Hold on. Where is my Twitter? I have to use the link in the YouTube video to get to it. Give me a second here, guys. I'm gonna find my own Twitter. Wait, I think I know where it is. Here it is. I found it. What's on my Twitter? Some like auto notification from YouTube that I have things. Tweets and replies. Media. Likes. I got nothing. What am I? Oh, I have notifications. Look at this. Live look at Gherkinit's house. All right, secure. Well, I haven't painted my whole house green. Although now I really want to. All right, back to the stock market. You guys stop distracting me. Let's see here. Okay, cool. Everything's in order. There's the chat. There we go. All right. Oh. 2 Amway meetings. Does that count? I mean, it's partially your job to distract me. Does this cult have free love? Well, based on my viewership, this cult is going to be like 92% male. So as long as you're okay with the free love happening in the confines of that community, then yes. Press the like button if you like. Yeah, please, if you guys get a chance, hit the like button. It helps us, get seen by more people every day. Yesterday, we managed to get more likes than viewers. That was super cool. Thank you all so much. YouTube liked that a lot. They sent me a bunch of emails about how to be a better content creator. And subscribe if you haven't and you want to see more of this channel. Watching me configure a camera for 15 minutes live. And if you want to help support the channel, you can donate down below. And that's always appreciated as well. Thanks from Brooklyn for the donation. Appreciated. Thank you guys so much. I may or not be streaming this. You're streaming at work. Nice. Thank you for the donation. Any good pickle recipes? I honestly, I've never personally pickled anything. Like, I want to. It's like a dream or goal of mine. If 002 comes in, how does that back up 801? I got to do more reading. It essentially allows the NSCC's members to liquidate other members in the event that their position is deemed too risky. I mean, that's the gist of it. You can read more into the like actual wording of the law, but that's basically what it does. And now they have to report their positions like every hour. So, instead of every month. And so not only are they like the other members aware of the positions, they're able to, after 002 passes, they're able to take like actionable measures on those positions. Severe lack of pickles in this stream. False advertising. Yeah, you're right. I don't have a lot of pickles on camera. I mean, there's some on the chart, but not many. My pickles rock. Yeah. I'm a big fan of like fresh pickles. They're delicious. But my name has very little to do with my love of pickles and more to do with I was like 16 and I wanted a gamer tag that sounded moderately sexual but wasn't. And I've just carried it around with me. I can't think of like if you asked me to think up a new gamer tag, I'd have nothing for you. Any ideas of interactive brokers retiring their clearinghouse? No, I haven't heard about that. Descending channel. Yeah, it is, technically. It's really short, but it is. Also, I don't like to look for patterns in the early, like I mean, I guess we're past the 15-minute mark now, but like the first 15 minutes of the market, like, outside of like super like candlestick patterns, like trying to read reversals and stuff, I wouldn't look to any like longer term patterns because like they're just like there's so many like possible false signals because of the volatility at market open. Let me see if I can get rid of this weird gray thing going on behind my head, because that's annoying even me. Color key, custom. Pick a screen color? No. Ah, you bastard. That didn't really do anything, did it? Let's just remove that. 15 minutes and we're already getting sub 10k candles. Yeah, I know you can layer the chroma. I just want to get rid of this like patch of gray next to my head. Oh, can you? But yeah, I mean that's what I'd just be doing anyway. Filters, chroma key, custom, gray, light gray. Okay. That just deletes me. That's that's no good at all. It's not the light being too close to the green screen. It's the sun, and I can't move it. I'm not gone. I'm here. Everyone call down. I did talk about the 1.7 million volume and how it just disappeared. My theory or prediction on that is that because so like we sat here all day yesterday and we watched that volume trade, right? Could like everyone confirm that? Like we watched that quantity of volume trade. So, blackout curtains. I mean, actually have like a curtain. I just don't know how. I think it just amplifies the issue. See? It's like it's no good. The curtain sucks. I can't move this on. That's fine if you want to unsubscribe based on that new information. So yeah, we sat here and we watched the volume trade, like candle to candle all day. Like we watched the volume go up. And so my thing is I think that they placed like 2.7 million in volume and orders were placed. But I think like 1 million of that went unfilled. So at the end of the day, it corrected to the actual amount of volume bought and sold. Level 2 stream died, and there was a 5-minute tickering up. Yeah, I do remember when the NYSE kind of crashed for a minute there. Maybe if I just turn this off. Maybe this is the problem. Boom. Nope. Nope, that's doing good things. Maybe if I just move that closer. Yeah. I mean, that's the corrected amount. That's like our official amount for yesterday is 1.7 million volume traded. Hey. Okay. The 30-day share return policy? No. 100K left for borrow. Yeah, they borrowed like 500,000 shares this morning, right? Guts occurring today will be a catalyst. It could be. It depends what gets said. Maybe we'll pull it up and watch it, even though it's super boring. Did I have the camera perfect? Hold on. Was it that? No. That. That. Okay. People seem to be happy with this. There we go. Look at that. We did it. Success. Watching a stock trade zones. Yeah, congressional hearings are super boring. But it may be worth watching. I'll let you guys decide when the time comes. Is it starting right now? Is it the House Finance Committee? Financial Services Committee. Virtual hearing scheduled for noon. So it's scheduled for noon right now. We'll talk about it. I mean, we might watch like the initial parts of it because that's where most of the important things get said, and then it's just like a lot of congressmen harping on their platform to make themselves sound better. So we did actually, yeah. So I was actually, if you look, I was looking at the moving average, and we did get a golden cross this morning on the, what was it, on the 1 hour? Right here. But the 50-day has to come back up, right? Maybe on the 4? No. Yeah, the 50-day has to come back up. Almost on the 30-minute chart. If they call on VWAP to give testimony, I'll testify. I want this over with. Congress would expect to revolve around VWAP. 0. I think we're gonna revolve around VWAP or kind of orbit it, but Congressman, what is VWAP? Voluptuous, wet, abnormal pickles. Today, moon, maybe. We'll see. We're still below VWAP right now, though, so it's like I don't have a lot of faith in our current price movement, but that could change really quick. All right, let me update Reddit and let them know like the information for opening now that I have like the camera fixed and everything. Ah, screenshot. All right, cool. Reddit's all updated. If you guys can and you haven't gotten a chance, drop a like. It helps out the channel. And if you haven't already, feel free to subscribe. And if you want to help support the channel, you drop a donation below on our coffee link. And that helps me with monies. I'm so confused about how demand can be so high. The 1 million shares can't get filled. Yet the price, it's really fun, isn't it, K-Mare? So the demand is high, but the price stays the same. And it's very interesting. Like yesterday we saw the buy-sell ratio exceeded, like the buy ratio exceeded the sell ratio by like a pretty significant amount. It was like 3-2. And yet our price just stayed absolutely level pretty much all day. And I think what happened midday is that an order actually got filled. Actually raise the price. No, I don't think you could have an inverse effect on short shares. I think it's just like infinitely, like they would infinitely inflate. You juice cucumbers and apples. That's worth the squeeze right there. Absolutely, Mike, for real. What's my opinion on SLGG? I don't think GameStop's gonna acquire them anytime soon. That's my current assessment of that. Come on, Warden's DD from last night. So it did earlier. I mean, me and him are of similar mindsets. The way we approached the situation was a bit different. I don't like on balance volume. I don't think that's a good indicator, and he seemed to really want to stick with that as the indicator of choice to like prove his theory. On balance volume is super prone to false signals. It has issues with correcting itself after like large price and volume spikes, of which GME has had several in the past. So I don't think it's like the best indicator, but also like we arrived at similar conclusions. Like if you look at my DD from 2 weeks ago on Reddit, like my weekly DD or my video DD from 2 weeks ago, like I kind of go over how I think that the short shares have an inflationary effect and their ability to short the stock is diminishing like on a daily basis. And that's kind of also the same thing he's referring to, and that like the end of this wedge may in fact be just like the point at which their shorts are no longer effective. And that may be what we're seeing now with the super low volume, unfilled orders, issues with NYSE, issues with disappearing volume. These all kind of tie together. So yeah, I mean it's not much different on kind of my predictions a couple weeks ago. But I know he's been busy, so maybe he hasn't had time to like catch up or he hasn't seen them. But I know he's like aware of my existence, so I'm sure he's read some of my DD. Yeah, the macro OBV. But the macro OBV is like the one that would be most affected by the large price spikes we've experienced this year. I mean, I can't tell you when to buy, Jorge. You got to decide that on your own. Is this the dip? I can tell you that. And I mean, not really. It's weak. Like we failed the test of VWAP here. Oh, God, why is my crayon black? I can't draw with a black crayon. What color should I use today, guys? I'm gonna use white. So we failed the test of VWAP here, and we're trending down. So this could break downwards, right? So, I mean, like, it could turn around, but it can also break downwards. So you're going to want to wait for, like a doji star to appear, which will be, like a little thing like this. And if it's green, which it currently is, and it stays green, that signifies that we're turning back around. And then you may just want to, like, wait longer for a dip. But this isn't like, I mean, we're only down, we're not even down 1% from closing yesterday, so. Disappearing volume was due to a system restart. I mean, that's what they said, right? But why did it, like, seem to only affect, stocks that are, like, considered heavily shorted? I'm getting darker by the minute. Yeah, I'm like disappearing as the sun comes out. And I really, hold on. I'll try to like fix this. I'm having a lot of like weird camera issues today, but. Is that better? God damn it. So now I'm gonna get that like ugliness. General ugliness. New camera, who did? Alright, so there's my face back, but I'm gonna have to like figure out some sort of filter for this white crap next to me. White makes me disappear. Hello. Oh, it's ridiculous. I look like a creepy Santa Claus. NASDAQ, just different markets. Yeah, too many issues with that. Let me try a color key. Oh, wait. Okay. I'm just gonna leave it like that. That's looking fine. No reason to change anything there. Yeah, see, so I told you, like, if we experience weakness, we can drop more. And then, like, this is advantageous for those, like, 500,000 shares for them to short here, right? Because there's no buy pressure, and there's really no buy walls. So, like, if I were them, I would short even further. What are your qualifications regarding trading? What do you mean random? Like, how am I qualified to trade? That's a confusing question. Like, what's my educational background, or like my experience trading? What are my qualifications regarding trading? Oh, okay. I'm a finance major, and I've day traded for about 5 years. Breakout, no worries. Have a web camera. Yeah, I have a web camera and ideas. No, I do have experience trading. Yeah, I have Investopedia and a webcam. Yeah, I do. I full-time day trade both. What is YouTube and a Reddit? Congress. Certificate from Wall Street University. No lace. Yeah, I hold the secrets of VWAPs. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not giving random any of the secrets of VWAP. His qualifications are not being Andrew Mo money. Yeah, this is what can qualify you to trade as an American citizen. A brokerage account and cash. Or margin. You don't even need cash. They'll loan you money to gamble. I mean, I haven't made millions day trading, but I started with very little. And I've done okay. I mean, I've like been able to pay my bills and increase my capital, which I've then dumped all into GME, so maybe I'm just an idiot. Only time will tell. Only history will know the true answer. Just you in the hearing. Do you think there's serious possibility? There could be. I'm pretty interested in the hearing, actually. Bullish on the end of week. Anything change? No. No, I'm still pretty bullish. If I wasn't bullish, I wouldn't be doing this. Thank you, Sarah. Why did you hashtag Apes? Because I just like it when people come in here and talk about it, and then I can tell them why it's a shitty stock. More idiotic is me, who sold real estate to buy GME shares. How big? I'm not going to declare like my position publicly because that's a no-go. Large. I have a lot of GME. I don't know how large it is in relation to some other people, but I would say above average. I have above average position. Yes, I know that's what she said. Hashtag AMC Tough Love. Yeah, AMC Tough Love is 42% of the stream. Any weekly prints how to route to IEX? I'm not sure. I haven't used interactive brokers a long time. I don't like their fees. They are like a great brokerage though. I mean, that'll probably be like their last ditch effort, will just to be to like try to slam the price to the absolutely as low as they can get it. Price have I bought GME? I've bought GME at a lot of price points. I bought it last year at like $5 and $12. I bought a lot at 40. But I've also bought it at like, I bought some yesterday at like 156. I've bought it at 200. Not a lot at 200, but I've bought it at like 140, 111, 120. I think my overall cost basis for all my shares is like $89 a share. Or $87 a share, I think. $50K in GME and all in profit. Qualifying to stream because Ape love banana. Thank you very much. I don't know why emojis don't show up on like the notifications for coffee, but I don't know how to fix that either. It just like shows up as like code, like Unicode or something. I don't know. Why am I stock down? I do like the stock. What's my favorite number? I don't know if I have one. 6. Dang, you're gonna become a billionaire. Close. I mean, with options leverage, definitely. Mid triples. Yeah, so everyone stop trying to figure out my position in GME. It's big. I have 32 shares on the screen that you guys know about. Well, I guess 132 if you count the option that's like way out of the money now. Suddenly he's a big deal. Can you explain the wedge for my mom? She's a first time viewer today. Yeah, absolutely. I don't mind doing that at all. And maybe anybody else in here that doesn't fully understand this. So this is a bull pennant drawn from January 28th, which was the peak of the initial like gamma squeeze, until now. Well, it's actually drawn at a descending angle until it meets the support line here at $157, which I believe is the base price of the stock, because we just sold 3.5 million shares at market, at a cost basis of 157. So that means institutions are buying the stock at $157, which it's currently cheaper than. But essentially, we have a downward descending wedge. So as the price has consolidated and descended downwards over the period of this pennant until we reach this breakout point here. And like from a technical analysis standpoint, this has a 70.1% chance of breaking to the upside. And what that means is like an increase in volume and volatility towards upper price levels. And we're approaching it right now. Today or tomorrow morning, we should see action befitting that breakout. Now, it is a shorted stock, like very heavily. So, like, I said this in my due diligence previously, but there is a possibility that we can break out and short pressure will be applied, right? But I think that based on the weakness of the short pressure currently, I think that we won't see like too much like it'll have too much resistance, right? And so I think we'll see move to the upside pretty quick, surpassing that original level. So like they'll try to short it, like, or they should, right? They should try to short any price action that happens at the end of this. But I think the pressure, the buying pressure, is going to be too great. But if we break out of the top of it, I think we're just going to go straight up. So that's essentially the breakdown of the wedge on the 4-hour chart. So I hope that helps you and your mom understand that. Puns and dad jokes. We make a thing where we start getting large green candles. The chat starts spamming "Oh Long Johnson." I feel like that would all bring us so much joy. I absolutely agree with you, Peter Bowman. Tall Sam can't be shorted, Mom. Keep in mind it will fluctuate around 157, so there could be a bit of lower bouncing. Yeah, you're correct, Secure. Nice typewriting with a mouse. That's a pen. I have like a little tablet with a pen that I used to write with. Should I short because it's a bad idea? Kenny's in trouble for shorting. No problem, Tall Sam. Look at the size of that pickle. Just thick pickles. Well, you guys can decide in chat on whether you prefer thick pickles or Long Johnsons. But I do want you to know that the channel will be branding and selling its own version of Long Johnson pickles at some point. And so in that instance, both use cases would prove true. Because by saying, oh, there's a Long Johnson, you're also referring to the pickle. But we've yet to achieve that level of notoriety in the world of YouTube. They buy and sell the same stock multiple times. I mean, that's kind of what they've been doing all along with the dark pools. So like what they do. Let me also try to explain that for you guys. I need a smaller pen nib. Hold on. All right. So currently, this is what happens. Here's their crash. Hold on. God damn it. I have to like close things because when chat gets crazy, my Epic Pen likes to crash my OBS. All right, that's not happening right now. I'll explain it later. Essentially what happens is they buy the shares in the dark pool and then sell them in the open market. So hence, like, the buy order never affects the price, but the sell order does. So I hope that makes sense without a diagram. So do we see drinkers all day and then slowly back to where we started again? I mean, possibly. Although we haven't had much of a decrease today. Like, our low today is 155.60. We're looking like we're coming back up to test VWAP. If we pass that, I would expect like a continuing test of 162.52. Automatic default. Okay. Is it like too hot or something? No. Why is it doing that? What price? Volume weighted average right now is 158.66. We went under 157 yesterday. I mean, we just bounced back. So it's not like, so even though 157 is the floor, right? It's not like we can't pass through that, right? Like we've already been to the downside of it today. It doesn't matter though, as long as we revert off of, like, we're bouncing off 157 right now. Like if we go way under 157, like 150, 149, That would mean we broke to the downside of the wedge, which would imply that the shorts have a little more strength than we thought, depending on how far below 157 we go. But I don't think they do. I don't think that's going to happen. How it's legal, that would be cool. So the dark pools are there to ensure like that they reduce volatility in the market. They're used for like large block orders so that they don't affect the price too much. And they're mostly used for like institutional buying and selling between institutions. But they do use them to manipulate the market. And it's legal. They're set up. They're there for a good purpose, but they're used for a bad one. Yeah, they were also designed for like retail. Some of them depends on which dark pool, but some of them were designed for retail trading also because retail trades in share lots of less than 100. So they use the dark pool to accumulate buy orders until they have a lot of 100, and then they're supposed to pass it through to the open market. Volume looking better today. I mean, yeah, it's looking better than yesterday, but we don't know how much of it's real, right? I agree with Warden that the wedge breakout is soon. The timing, I don't know. We could break out today. We could break out tomorrow. If they're used for a bad purpose, then they were made exactly for that now. Possibly. I mean, your brokerage has access to dark pools. Like, you don't. Like, you're not going to go trade in them, like, as a retail investor. Like, your trades can go through them. What is going to influence a breakout? Institutions or something else? There's a lot of possible catalysts that could create a breakout. The list is really long. Some of the ones I see in the short term are like a share recall, announcement of CEO candidates, institutional buy-in, regulations forcing shorts to cover. I don't know anything about Bezos's stock sell-off. I heard he sold 2.5 billion. Maybe he's ready to buy some GME. I really don't know though. FD. FedEx do something crazy. FedEx is doing good this year. Looks like it could bounce today. So we failed the test at VWAP. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick, guys. In case anybody doesn't know, I have like a text feed that I keep updated throughout the day for those of us that unfortunately can't join us here in the chat and have the same level of fun we do. It's all updated. If you guys have a chance, please drop a like. It helps the channel out if you're enjoying the content. If not, don't, or dislike it. I don't care. If you want to see more of our stuff or get notified whenever I go live or whatever it does, subscribe. And if you want to help support the channel, there's a coffee link down below, and that goes towards buying stream goodies and GME and software for financial markets. Yeah, tickle that like button. Actually, if we get any upwards price movement, I'm moving out of those 2 option contracts I have for GME today. And then if we like run on Friday, I'll just buy back into them. But speaking of which, how's the market doing today? I haven't even looked at the market. Looks like crap. I think UVX going up. Oh, it's starting to. Maybe I'll hold those. I have like VIX calls for this week because I think the market needs to tank. Market down, yeah. Market's not looking great. That's part of like our downward pressure, right? Like, although market's turning around right now, so. I mean, I don't think we're going to see any T plus 0 taking effect. Although apparently we are moving to T plus 1 on the overall market. How sure is it all prices? I actually originally bought Jimmy because the console releases. I was like, oh yeah, they'll probably have like a good quarter because of that. And I was like, it seems cheap and like undervalued, and that's why I initially bought it. So, you're welcome, Mike. Is it AMC green? I mean, I don't call it green. It's doing stuff, but like, we'll see. It just looks like it bounced off $9. Volume's at 11 million. It's like lower volume. It's gonna like just fail this trend and drop. Mark my words. How do you bet on VIX? UVXY is one. VXX is another. They're just weighted differently, but those are 2 of the ways. Some brokerages you can actually buy calls on the VIX. Depends on the brokerage. The VIX itself has an option chain. No aneurysm after the 1 million volume disappearance. Excellent. Good to know everyone's still here and that you guys weren't deleted along with yesterday's volume. I think it's just a bounce on their like resistance at $9. For those of you going on about AMC, they're only up 1.5%, and they're failing on their uptrend right now. It looks like if this reverts and like continues to push, like it could hit $10, I guess, today. I dumped a bunch more money into my account last night just to get ready for anything fun that might happen this week. AMC is poopy. We were transparency about glitches. Educated folks like yourself can so easily say something looks like a glitch, and you know that means there's manipulation that just looks like glitches. I mean, there's just manipulation in the markets. It's like as you guys like become more and more experienced with the market, you will realize that like this is not a fair playing field, right? Like the more money you have, the more fair it is, but it's I don't know if you can get Hankanashi candles. Ban? Who am I banning? This guy spamming F. Well, he said it 4 times. If he says it again, I'll ban him. How's that? I know F's running. Is that what he's just going on about? Is because F is running? Ah, that's not F. There we go. I mean, F is down from its like all-time high, but yeah, it's F is killing it this week. There is no market. Hey, Sean, spell market. That's not bad. Do you go over the 1 million volume loss? Yeah. It's bullshit. I mean, that's my take on it is because I mean everybody who was in here yesterday, we watched 2.7 million volume get traded. We counted candle by candle painstakingly through the day. And my theory is that those 1 million in volume went unfilled. And so when the computer corrected the volume at the end of the day, they removed those unfilled like ghost orders from the system, and we were left with like the true volume traded yesterday, which is 1.7 million. And I think what happened, the price spike that we had midday, I think was an order actually got filled. The liquidity is crazy low right now. I haven't showered or brushed my teeth since January 28th. That's disgusting, but keep it up. Morning common crypto trade players counted every share. Yeah, seriously, like, I mean, just paint the candles green. Don't tell people that we did that. Is unfilled equal FTD? Maybe. No. Unfilled wouldn't equal an FTD. It would equal a failed order, like order the clearinghouse kicked back. Which could mean that market makers are unwilling to produce synthetic longs of GME at this point, which is super telling, right? I think you can trade F on Coinbase. I will shower when moon. Man, but it's gonna be like such a stinky rocket ship. Can you shower just like on the way to the moon? Because like no one wants to be locked in a airtight vessel with that, right? They're shorting the volume now. I need a haircut so bad. Like I'm like a short hair kind of guy. I know my current long hair makes me seem like more in touch, but I hate having long hair. It's just like a thing I have to manage. I don't want to spend time. I just want to wake up and like rub water in my hair and then go about my day. I don't want to have to do my hair. I'm not Matt Kors. I'm not gonna perfectly coif my hair every morning for stream. I am gonna go short on my hair. I'm gonna put puts on it. Get some dry shampoo. None of these sound like things I want to do. I want to cut it all off because I hate it. Year into the pandemic, it just shaved my head. I feel like a lot of people did that. Hair clippers do go Barrett. Up to in the shape of a rocket. Andrew Zimmer. Short hair, no hair. I'm not going camping. You're not going to convince me of the benefits. I'll go on a hike. How's that? That's the furthest I'll go into nature, and like not a long one. Like 1 hour out, 1 hour back. I don't need to get lost in the woods. I know what it's called, Daniel Taylor. Recent VWAP is showing different on other charts, minusing 157.27. Brokerage based discrepancies. Are you looking at it at a different time scale than I am? Like, I think it can change based on time scale. Or does it? No, it doesn't. It stays the same. What else do we need to have you to shave your head on camera? I would need 150,000 subscribers. Minimum. Why would I shave my hair on channel? This isn't like, I'm never gonna be that guy. If that's your dream, is that if that's your dream that like someday that we can like reach subscriber or comment goals or donation goals that'll get me to do things, it's not gonna happen. I'm not 17. Mark Haley is correct. Thank you, Mark Haley, for spreading the word of VWAP. Your hair done like Ruby Rod and Fifth Element. That would be amazing. Okay, so I would actually rock that. Also, I'm down to fight Jake Paul, but I need to get paid. Like, I need to know what the purse is. I'm not scared. Remind me when you're Pickle Financial YouTube sellout. I'm gonna be on here and be like, hey guys, check out this new offer from Tiblio. If you use my link down below, you can save 50% on a 1-year subscription. What is Tiblio? It's an option service that tells you about what's going on with options because you didn't want to look yourself. Yeah. Also, check out my new line of pickle shirts. Made in forced labor sweatshops in Malaysia for the low price of $25. You can wear the same shirt I wear on stream. This stream is brought to you by General Mills, maker of the Lara bar. Yeah, but I mean, Tiblio is just a scanner, right? So you're paying like $100 a year for someone just to like tell you information you can just look up yourself. I don't know what's going on with Daniel Taylor. He's not shilling at his usual level today. Maybe his boss is watching him. I'm not sitting in the dark. It's just, I don't know what the hell's going on. Like, I've got to do like new camera things because everything, like my camera wasn't even working when I started the stream this morning, and we all got it working, and now it's just messed up. So I'm not gonna mess with it anymore because it's just like too distracting. Whoever just put a pickle in my jar, thank you for the donation. It's very much appreciated. I'm gonna update Reddit real quick, guys. I need to play Market Maker again. All right. let's update Reddit with our upwards trend. Picture of this. Also, yeah, if you guys are enjoying me not talking on stream, drop a like. If you want to see more of that, subscribe. And if you want to help support that, there's a coffee link down below. Cool, I'm back. And Reddit is updated. What's going on back here? God, it's annoying. So anybody who read my Reddit post this morning, I didn't get a lot of sleep or have coffee yet when I wrote it, but I apparently forgot how to count. TTM squeeze is in fact firing. So TTM squeeze is showing 5 fire signals, which implies a reverse in downtrend and increase in volume and volatility. So TTM squeeze is primed. For anybody that thought it wasn't, I said there were 4 dots. It's in fact 5. So let me stop by. You come in here and shill Lara Bar, Daniel Daler, and I swear to God, we'll have problems. It's not a double bottom. Technically. We also reversed the breakdown on the retest. So we could actually break through here. Win thick pickles. Sometime, someday. Who knows? It's like the spaceship that Scientologists are waiting for. We know it's coming. We just don't know when. Yeah, last Monday, TTM was primed and it fired, and when we went up to like 180, and then it just like went back down again. But yeah, usually TTM, if it's firing, is a pretty good indicator. But it does sometimes misfire. It's not 100% by any means. It's doing good for Pickle Financial. Dude, I still don't have Thinkorswim. All right, secure. I don't need you encouraging his shilling. Negative volume was stolen by Ken. How's the 10 million floor work? That would be likely be several times all the money in the world. It would be like basically all the money in the world. But here's the thing about the 10 million floor is most people are gonna sell long before then. Like, I know everyone's like, I'm diamond handed, I'm holding this forever, but that changes really fast when your 5 shares are suddenly more money than you've ever seen in your entire life. As much faith as I want to have in like the community and all you apes and like your ability to hodl, like that like there's nothing that you could ever do that could prepare you for that moment. Like the moment the stock crosses 1 million, even there'll be people with 100 million shares who's like, that's it, I'm set for life, I'm selling now. Or like with like 100 shares, you know, like you just there's no way to know. But some will sell at the peak. Some will sell slightly after the peak if they're smarter, because there could be even higher peaks. Yeah, behave rationally during this once in a 100-year event. There is no preparation you can do. I've had stocks run like 2,000, 3,000%, and like the adrenaline and serotonin, like it's nuts. And like based on the information we have on this stock, it's going to be 1,000 times crazier than that. Why would we call something a Larabar if it tasted good? I would love for somebody to like go back after the squeeze and interview like every holder and find out at what point they sold. But I guarantee you that price is way below. It's I can't even describe to you the difficulty in holding at that point psychologically. The like excuse making that your mind does with itself, where you're like, I mean, that's all the money I'll ever need for life, why wouldn't I sell now? Like, what if it goes down? Or like a red bar flickers and you panic, like people panic sell. I suggest that everybody, before you sell, take a step back, breathe, think. Yeah, and you should never sell all of your position at once. But yeah, that is one of the reasons you do it that way, is because it stabilizes you. Because you're like, okay, I've got some money, but I still have a lot of shares. Like, not a big problem. Are you gonna be streaming Moass? Probably not, Rob Cobb. I don't know. I haven't decided. It depends on how suddenly it, like if it happens right now and I'm already live, what do I do? I'm not sure. Do I just turn the stream off? I'm like, hey guys, it was nice knowing you. Yeah, pretend it's a video game and the money's not real. That's my intention. That's what I do anyway, is I just pretend it's all a video game. And I'm just trying to win the video game by making the most money. That's like actually my strategy in real life, like everyday day trading. I just pretend like I'm grinding gold and wow. Yeah, that's the point of the 10 million floor, is it's a psychological game propagated by people with a lot of shares that want people with not a lot of shares to hold for a really long time. You have to remember, it's advantageous to have everybody following the same trading plan, right? But here's the problem with that, is not everybody's in the same financial situation. Some people have YOLO'd their homes and their cars and second mortgages into this stock. Like, and some people put like $100 a week. And honestly, like the people that don't have a lot of like investment in it will probably hold longer, because like psychologically they're not as attached. I feel like the actual paper-handed people are going to be the ones that like have put all that capital in, where like it's do or die and their life is riding on this stock. I mean, and realistically, I think everyone's is, even the smaller investors. But I think that like psychological attachment and emotional attachment to the security itself puts the people with a higher rate of investment at a bigger disadvantage. I'm old enough to have seen people lose money. I think when it happens, don't be afraid to walk away. Don't be afraid to just like walk away from your screen and breathe and calm yourself. Then return to your computer and come to terms with being a millionaire. I had some Black Lotuses Bidinator a long time ago. Best guess on length, a week. I could see it being like 3 days to 14, like trading days. Like nothing's gonna happen over the weekend. My man, Pickle. What's up, Fear Value? I mean, that's how I've kind of prepared myself. Is that I have 10 shares that I don't really have access to the brokerage. I can't sell because I have a restriction on the account. For like 6 more months. So as long as the squeeze happens in 6 months, I have 10 shares that I will actually keep through the whole thing. And so I think that gives me like a little bit of comfort knowing that. Theoretically, Ruben, yes, you were correct. But I think what'll happen is if the stock is trading at like 400,000 and you put in a sell order at 420 million, that the clearinghouse is going to kick that order out before it ever gets filled. You will still have to be within like 50% of whatever price it's trading at. But if it's selling at 400,000 and you put in an order at 600, that could get filled. Yeah, if I really want to sell them, I can call the broker and do it. I have a restriction on the account, so I'm not allowed to like trade it live. There's like a mistake I made with like a good faith violation. Can you check SQQQ? I mean, how far down's the market? The market's not even that far down. It's above its like weighted price. Is like SQQQ's down. It's coming back. Is QQQ down? I mean, I guess so. QQQ is trending. QQQ is still up like above VWAP too. Like, and it's not even like it's already bounced on VWAP, so it doesn't look like it's tanking right now. Like it just looks fine. So this is bullish, guys. See, we had resistance here at VWAP, and then we crossed, and then we had some resistance here at 160, but it looks like we're still trending up. So I'm gonna update Reddit, let them know what's going on. If you guys haven't, please feel free to drop a like. It just helps us like get more viewers and more people in here, getting all this good infotainment that you guys love so much. You wouldn't want other people missing out on that, I'm sure. And if you want more of it, and you also want to be notified of when that happens or it's released, drop a subscribe so I can notify you about my doings. And then if you want to help support the channel, there's a coffee link down below where you can donate money, and that's always appreciated as well. All right, cool. Reddit's all updated. Awesome. And I'm back, essentially. Even though I didn't really leave. All right. VWAP. Yeah, we got a little bit of cushion on that VWAP, which is nice. I'd like us to pass 162.50 today. That would be, I think, a big event. Yes, antimatter particle. It depends on the risk level of your position. Margin call can also just be like a forced liquidation. Hayes, price movement at this volume is irrelevant. I mean, we're almost at 1 million, an hour and a half in. It's better than yesterday. Well, maybe. We don't actually know what yesterday's volume was. What can volume go before action? I mean, to zero? Volume can just sit at zero. Like, the stock doesn't have to be bought or sold. There are stocks that have, like, 0 volume days. Sure, sold them market at current market price. Short hedge. I buy at whatever price. Prices are relevant. Yeah, I wouldn't own GME on margin. It's risky because of different brokerage agreements. I don't have any margin accounts because I think, like, I'm very suspicious of banks being like, hey, do you want some extra money to gamble with? But I know some people are holding GME on margin, but it is risky. Yeah, they could technically, like, liquidate your margin positions in the event of a squeeze. Straight for October and on are pretty cheap. Leaps are okay. I have some leaps. None as far out as October. But is mic volume too low for some of you guys? I can up it a little bit. I haven't gotten any other complaints today, but is that better? I can move it closer also. We're trading at 159.52 for those of you guys listening in, slightly above the volume weighted average price. Moving house soon. Portfolio. Yeah, I'm like, I was, before I started streaming, I was super afraid like the squeeze was gonna happen when I was like out or something, or start happening when I was out, and then like I hate trading on mobile apps, so I don't even know how. Actually, I don't really trade on any of the apps on my phone. I turned it up, the mic. Yeah, make sure you guys let me know if it sounds okay now. Barely green, and most of my watch list is blood red. I didn't give away any secrets. What are you talking about? I mean, we're on an uptrend right now. It's looking good. I don't know if we'll hold it with the market testing VWAP again. Like, if the market drops below, then, I mean, I can see us sinking back down as well. Like, we're above, but, like, this doesn't look strong. Like, not only is there absolutely no volume, but, like, this is weak. Unless we could get, like, some candles above this previous, like if this one goes up. But other than that, I don't think we're not looking too great. This So I didn't say what view up was. Prove it. Prove it. Prove that I said what it was. I turn up the volume on GME. They're very low on this channel. If it beats like 1%. I have the gain turned up because I have like just a lot of background noise in my house. So in order to reduce that, the volumes. Also, my voice is really loud, and it makes like a weird sound in the mic when I have the mic at full volume. And it's like an XLR microphone, so like they already don't pick up like a lot of sound anyway. They're better for like audio quality. It's just like the loudness isn't there. Use my manipulation magic and push up. That was a one-time deal. Last time I did that, I almost crashed the New York Stock Exchange. People with bad levels. Yeah, I mean, like, I've listened to my videos and stuff, and I know the audio quality is good. It's just quieter. I do have 48-volt phantom power. I have an audio mixer. Yeah, I'd like to see us end the day like above the 162.5 resistance. What about a compressor? I don't have a compressor turned on. Shills get angry when Jamie hits 160. I mean, we hit 160 like a second ago. Right here. And we're just like not doing anything. Today's so far it's very unexciting. Read some DD on MBox today. Very odd. Called Freedom Day Dividend. Did you check this out yet? On Super Stocks? No. Freedom Day? The hell does GME have to do with freedom? Is May 6th some sort of... What is MBox? I'm curious, at least. Austin. You're not a moderator. Don't tell people what they can and can't say. We won't see Moass until all the regulations are in place at the earliest end of month. Possibly. See what happened on the stock market is gold breaking 1800 resistance. Yeah. Nothing. It is more speculative garbage. Okay. Thanks for letting me know, AJ. I mean, I'll probably end up reading it anyway, but Pornhub DD is a way to communicate during blackouts. Stupid. I don't think anybody needs. You know what everyone needs to do during a Reddit blackout due to a Moass? Don't talk to each other. That's what you need to do. That's like when the Moass happens, that's the end of the ape community. I know, and all the good times and the love end there. They end at the first margin call. There are no comms. It's radio blackout. It's a stealth mission. We're all gonna meet up in Pornhub. It's so silly. I'd rather watch the stock than try to find like some absurd comment thread on a porn video. Yeah, I mean, like Twitter's gonna be up. It is funny. I feel like I've talked about this briefly in the past. Stop trying to militarize owning a stock. It's ridiculous. There's no psyops. They just don't want to fucking pay for their position. It's war, but it's a different kind. Yeah, I'm gonna create a video on Pornhub called "I'm Stuck in This Dryer, Help Me Step VWAP." Why are we still going up? There's no volume. I think there's like actually, hold on. I think there's actually like dead volume spots on this. Let me see. It's like, what is happening here? So this is a like a bull flag. Technically, you have a post on the flag. Any more coffee? I have plenty of coffee. Look at all this. Look, a ton of coffee. And that's espresso. Pronounced S-presso. Not X. There's no X in the word. As we found out yesterday, anytime you say espresso, a puppy in Italy dies. Bull flag on 50k volume. Yeah, right? Triskelion. Chad, the intern at Citadel that is in charge of pedaling the shorting machine bike, went to the bathroom. We'll be back soon. I would prefer espresso to espresso. Oh no, we're going back to the Henkanashi candles. Just so you guys know. They show the same thing. So when people are like, oh, like, the other candles give me a better view of what's happening, it's the exact same thing. You're seeing the exact same thing. They both show volume. They show an upper range and a lower range. These just look better. They're more filled. Weird. Your chart shows a spike to 160.21 there, but mine doesn't. Maybe yours has to update. WeBull's actually pretty fast. It's not as fast as Fidelity Active Trader, but it's pretty quick. Hollow candles show more data. Fight me. No. I'm not even going to acknowledge that statement. Chad's back on the bike. These red Lar bars. I don't know who these people are. Some dude. They're anonymous YouTube chat people. Active Trader Pro. Yeah, Active Trader Pro is really fast. Interactive Brokers probably equally fast, or maybe a little faster. But you like you can't even tell the time difference between the two. Okay, just so everyone knows, like, here's the reality of this. Kenneth Griffin, no matter how this turns out, is A, not going to jail, and B, will continue to be filthy rich after this is over. The guy's worth like $30 billion in personal assets, I'm sure, which he has spread all over the world. Even if he did go to prison, he would only be there for like a year at most before he was let out on parole. And then he would still be rich because he still has money. So don't think that like someone's going to jail for life or some like the right people are going to be punished. None of that's happening. Look at 2008. I'm sure at this point, like if Kenny knows he's failing, personally, he's already long GME. He's gonna like buy in when the Moass starts on the long side and just make as much money off of it as he can to replenish his own losses. Like this is how the stock market actually works. No, hedge funds don't lose money. It's not what they do. Yeah, there's no consequences to their risky plays. There's usually no consequences to illegal plays. Yeah, he won't be in debt. He won't have any liability for Melvin Capital or for Citadel or for any of it. Those are corporations, are separate entities in the US. They're treated as their own individuals. And when they file bankruptcy, that debt will die with them and be shifted onto the taxpayer. Okay. Bet on over under 2.7 million volume for the day. All right. First of all, Zach Whitten, don't come in here trying to steal my ideas about creating a gambling ring centered around GameStop. Yeah, it's all laundered. It's all hidden. There's like the win that like Adabit and all of them want. Like it's not happening. That's not the way the U.S. financial system works. Yeah, they might scapegoat some dude and be like, yeah, this guy, like, he was managing these funds and he was obviously just doing naked shorts. We didn't even know about it. At best, they'll scapegoat like some no name. That's the best case scenario for like legal repercussions to this. They might like Citadel might go bankrupt. They might go out of business. But that doesn't mean like Kenny Griffin won't go just start another security company or like another like market maker like a week later. And then, keep himself out of the spotlight for like 5 years. Our long wheels manipulating the peaks and lows are almost perfectly timed. I don't know about that. Come at me, bro. I think we're just drifting up. Um, Probably just an algo trading up because we're above view up. Robinhood's not in a good position. Dude, I'd be surprised if Robinhood didn't have like a moderately successful IPO. You got to remember that like just because we feel this way about them, that like I still have tons of friends who are like, I love Robinhood. It just automatically buys me $25 worth of Apple every week, and I can retire slightly richer than I am now. And they're perfectly happy with that. And they think Robinhood's great. It's easy to use and understandable. Like like we know that inherently everything Facebook does is evil and bad for society, and yet people use it. Billions of people use it every day. I mean, I'm sure like whoever the hedge fund scapegoat, right? Like if they scapegoat some dude, Chad Chadinson, as you put it, um, they're just gonna like he's just gonna like ensure that he has a trust fund set up in his name, and then like or his family's name, and then he's gonna plead guilty on all counts and just do the jail time. Japan's not going crypto. They're just talking about moving their stock market to blockchain to track order flow. The problem with blockchain, like doing that, one of the big issues is like cost and electricity. So unless you're like countries that like on 100% renewable energy, the cost on the electricity side is really high. So it'd be more of like an environmental cost. Simpsons burns and reasons to keep him alive. Yeah. Sarah. I plead view up. Yeah, Kenny's not gonna be the fall guy. He won't even get in trouble probably. Dogecoin's ledger is like 40 gigabytes. It's the mining for the transactions that uses up the electricity. It's not like the size of the ledger. It's like like as far as I mean, I'm not a blockchain expert, but as far as I understand, it's the constant um like unraveling of the blockchain in order to like confirm transactions that uses the power. Yeah, the mining validates the transactions, and so that's where all the like the energy goes, and like energy like there's a cost to using that much energy, especially if like the entire market was on it, right? I mean, governments aren't for blockchain because the rich aren't for blockchain. Like the powers that be do not want a blockchain market. It's harder to manipulate. Like it doesn't present them any like inherent benefits, and so there's no reason for them to support it. And as long as like the politicians are pretty much owned by the wealthy, like you're not going to see any inherent change in that regard. Like I mean, just because Japan does it doesn't mean other markets will. It will encourage other markets to start thinking about it or moving towards it, but it may not. Yeah, I'm gonna hydrate. Hydrate time. Thank you, Grizzled Primate, for making sure that I get some water every day. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. Like that's just like an assumption. Like, oh, he taught stuff about blockchain at MIT, so that means he's going to add blockchain to the U.S. market. Those two ideas are pretty like disparate. Yeah, there's definitely no crypto lobbyists. Is that pickle juice? Damn straight. Bet you $1. Done. Absolutely done. Yeah, when you talk about things that are like too big to fail, the DTCC is definitely one of them. So when you start hearing that come up soon again, like, oh, they were too big to fail, like just remember that. Just remember that, like, this conversation occurred on this date. I'm sure someone will. Thank you for the donation. Very much appreciated. As always, if you guys can, drop a like. And if you haven't and you want to see more of my content, subscribe. And if you want to help support the channel with various technological gadgets or maybe a better green screen, I don't know. You can donate down below on our coffee link. It helps us keep doing this every day. Helps me keep doing this every day. It's time to color it all green. Nah. Tyler Durden, 2021. What is this? Volume for desserts? Deserts? 60. There's a Pickle OnlyFans here. There could be. If there's enough interest to drive me to stream on OnlyFans, I will. When are you getting the cute dog? Never. Ian Liticate. Never. I'm also not going to read other people's DD. Unless it's just to rip it apart. I am thinking about doing that. But just do the absolute opposite of Andrew My Money. Instead of being like, hey guys, so this morning I was looking and hold on, I got a donation. Let me feed my dog. And I found this DD and I really wanted to discuss it with everybody here in chat. I'll just like rip their DD apart as the baseless, meandering speculation that it is. I'm not going camping. I'm definitely not going camping if I'm rich. You know how I go camping? I get evicted from my home and have to live in the woods. That's how I end up camping. Just destroy people's DDs. How big should I start? Should I start small and then work my way up? I don't want to do that though, because like I do understand that people put like time and effort into like validating their thesis that's completely false. And I don't want to be the guy that just make them feel bad. No, just rip on them. I love how cruel and unfeeling the internet is. Just destroy them. Big green guy at the bottom. Sense of scale. Tiny. Here. Let's zoom out for the day. That's how big the green bars are. Can you move the chart up a little? Wait, were you serious? Yeah, I just did. There. Please, one more time. Andrew Mo. 4-hour wedge. We're in it. Zoom in where it looked better. I'll never make anyone happy. Like people here want the action. That's what it is. They just want to see this obscene price. Like they want this to look huge. They want to be like, oh my god, we're up, we're climbing, guys, we're climbing. But we're not. Need another purple line at 160, 150? I don't. There. Now the purple line's on the screen. They won't. It's the internet. No one ever defends their position. Or they do, and they use like false logic and just keep defending their position. That's what I want to do. I want to spend my day starting arguments on Reddit. Such a like purposeful life. Give the pickle a tickle and hit the like, yo. There's like a pretty big sell wall at 162. 1500 and another at 165 that's going up. Or they dropped it? No, they didn't drop it. It's still there. It's just not showing up in the level 2. There's some sell walls. So we're not breaking through those without like some volume. There's also like 500, 100, 100, 100, 200. Like the stock, without volume, it's not moving up quick. Okay, purple line, here we go. It could be pushing for it. Hold on, let me just get like a picture of what's going on for Reddit and update them real quick before any moves to the upside are made so they know what's going on. All right. Nice update for Reddit so they know what is happening. And back to the stock. And it's going red. 200k shares available. So they returned some. They probably just didn't use them. Am I too old to not understand the tiny head Kenny G meme posts? Time to depickle the fame hunters. I mean, it's not even the fame hunters. Like, a lot of, like, the top, like, god tier DDs are, like, weak in their thesis. So it's not just the people, like, reaching for the stars. Market looks good. I wish that would translate. Not looking good for my VIX calls, however. Oh well. I didn't spend that much money on them, so I don't care. Everyone loves Robinhood. People do love Robinhood. Unfortunately. I'm gonna sell these. Unfilled. Okay. Oh, okay. TTM indicators. TTM's showing a squeeze fire. TTM squeeze is showing 5 fire signals. So we've had lots of consolidation. Is Citadel margin call stuff. I mean, it doesn't look like anyone's been margin called yet. Especially not like someone as big as Citadel. You'd be seeing like more action in the overall markets if that were the case, as they sold out of positions to cover. Or to like stave off the margin call. I don't think they've gotten margin called. TTM accurate. It's usually a pretty good indicator. that like something is gonna happen. Import email, please let me know you got it. I'll check. Yeah, so I know it shows that. It has to. Unless I set up a corporation. But yeah, Grizzled, thanks for letting me know. As always, everyone's support super appreciated, guys. Thank you so much. For everybody listening, we're trading at 160.36. Current price. Still above VWAP, in an ascending upward channel or ascending channel. Yeah, that's just like PayPal does that. It's annoying, but there's no way to avoid it. Swipe, I think, or whatever the Visa one is. They actually give like all your personal information out. It's like 50 cents buy to close, that way they don't get executed. I just don't like. That's what I thought Warden was doing, and that's why I started doing this. Was just because like I was genuinely like afraid of like where things would go without like some technical stabilizing like fact-based approach. Because like after like the few days before I started, after Warden like left, or like before I like had any notoriety, like my first days, I started the day after he stopped doing the updates, but like already like things were getting like that whole week before I started streaming, it was getting really crazy. And now I see like even though we don't have like a lot of viewers in here, I do see a lot of like the sentiments I echo being like talked about in like the superstock community at large. And I think that's an overall like net benefit, that there's like some cynicism and some support for that. I would love to do a stream with Warden. I could talk to him about why I don't like OBV, and he could tell me why he thinks it's good. I think I have. I mean, like, I don't want to say anything bad about him, because I think he's done a great job for the community, and he's really helped a lot of people understand things they otherwise wouldn't. But I think I have more experience in TA than he does. Like, he seems kind of fresh, but he has the right mindset for like continuing forward using it and to play the market. Like he definitely has the right mental approach. And like I understand, like obviously like I went to school for this kind of stuff, and like I've been doing it a lot longer, but um because of like his like newness to it though, he does have some ideas that like some like more out of the box thinking that I probably wouldn't stumble upon. Total views for the day are several K. I didn't know that. You are JD. That happens. That happens on stocks. If no one's buying or selling it, there's zero trades. I wish I'd started sooner too, but like I was like, I don't want to stop making money so I can do this. Although I will say that like streaming like with donations, like you never have a down day, but like the up days are definitely not as good. Like I definitely made more money on days I was up day trading, but I've had no down days really. So I guess there's a net positive like in that regard. But I'm okay right now. Like I'm not too worried about my financial situation as far as doing this goes. And so that's kind of what kept me from doing it initially. Like I thought about doing it like back when we were still like over on like our GME, even on Wall Street bets. I thought about like kind of doing like DD and stuff. I actually published some DD back then, but like it got like banned because they were like super ban happy at the time. Called the Pickle Ward. I mean, I'm sure he knows of my existence, and I know of his, and we each do our own thing. But I wish there were more like technical analysis people on GameStop and fewer like Elliott Wave nonsense. Price action, FOMO, etc. I mean, yeah, the statements were released last night, but I don't know. Sometimes stuff in those like House Financial Committee meetings slips and causes catalysts. I know Elliott waves are TA, but they're like they can be very loose and non-applicable depending on how the stock moves. I don't use E-waves at all. I don't like it. Elliott waves have a lot to do with like market psychology and like a little less to do with the technicals. I'm not saying they're bad. I don't like them. They are teach. I mean, but so's candlestick reading, and I use that. I mean, a lot of technical analysis indicators just get moved when they don't. How many times has Warden moved the Pokeball? Like, let's be real here. I think Warden's moved the Pokeball like 8 or 9 times now. But that's just like because it's still consolidating. Like, he's not wrong. Like, the indicator moves down the road. That can happen. So just because it's like moving doesn't mean it's fake. But Elliott waves, just like you just redraw them. Like whenever you approach the stock, you draw the Elliott waves, and then like if they're false, you redraw them, and you hope they're true the next time. And they do have like a positivity rate. Like Elliott waves are correct X amount of the time. I'm not sure what that rate is, but I know it's not super high. The market for GME is 100% astrology. Yeah, not terrible. It's looking strong. Will we push through? I don't know. We're breaking down that 162 resistance right now, though. Well, Elliott waves are only accurate when you draw them. I spent like 6 months trying to use Elliott waves for paper trading, and I hated them. I hated them so much. They ended up being like so speculative. I mean, I feel like we're doing okay. We'll draw us a little rocket ship if you guys want that. Woo! Rocket. I honestly, like, based on like some of the comments I read on my own posts and the messages I get, I think a lot of people just read TA and they're like, this looks pretty and I like the crayons and that's really cool to know. Bullish, let's go. But I don't think they actually understand a lot of what I'm talking about. I do try to keep it in as simple terms as I can so more people understand it. Which I think like sometimes like Warden gets like a little too caught up in a lot of the technicals. And I mean I used to be more like that when I first started getting into TA because it was like I was very excited by like the math and the probability and like oh my god, like if all of these are true then I'm like 97.6% accurate. And then like, you know, I'd be wrong because you're still attempting to use like mathematics on an illogical system. And so it doesn't, it just like there's just a chance, there's always like a chance for failure in the market no matter how good at TA you are. And like I've met like day traders who are amazing, like way better than me, better than anybody I've ever met, and like they don't know anything about technical analysis. They're just like, oh, it looks like it's gonna go up, and they're right, and it's like not fair. Sleep consistent has been support resistance. Support resistance is consistent, but that's because it's psychological, right? Not only is it technical, it's also psychological. So it plays to both sides of that coin. I'm just in here reading my moon charts, guys. Ignore me. RSI looks good. RSI looks very good. We're above. We're approaching overbought. I know I never talk about RSI, but it's looking tasty right now. That's because it never moves off the middle since I've started doing this. TA is self-fulfilling. It can be. Although, this does look kind of promising. Where are we on this? Huh. I think we might actually be trading almost at the breakout point. This could actually mean something. I think we're gonna get rejected, maybe, but if we can continue the pressure, like this looks very, very, very positive for us. You'll get better at it. The more you stare at charts, the better at TA you'll get. I will not be rejected again. Hashtag buy the resistance. It's actually just like, I don't know. It's not printing the orders right now, so I don't know how much volume's trading. How do I turn on the wedge and WeBull? It's not an option. You have to draw it. Is there a chance of short attacks this morning or clearinghouse testing? The guy called Eyebrow and said it was not being borrowed and it was reserved for the clearinghouse. That's interesting, Eamon. Can you shoot me a link for that on Reddit? Just like DM me. Rips back from pooping. If there was like, I mean, I don't know. I am really tired of like the people being like, oh, I called and they told me this. Bullshit. Absolute bullshit. That's like one of the first things where I'm like, this is just nonsense and people are making this up. You got it, Hafra. Just remember when everyone's reaping their attendees, there's a donate link down below. The buy pressure in this chat alone. I don't know how much buy pressure my 470 concurrent viewers are providing, but I'll buy one. Boom. Oh no, why is that limit so low? Yeah, change that. Modify. Was it 162? Why is my buy order not getting filled? Buy the stock. This should already be filled. My buy order was above ask. What the hell is this? Yeah, I was above the ask. Sell me my stock. There we go. Yeah, that's some shenanigans right there, right? We're trading at like 161.90 for like 5 minutes. So you want to mine for 10? I don't want yours. I want theirs. Should route to IEX. I know Fidelity lets you route to IEX. Someone else does too, but I can't remember who. Buy 2 more. If you're gonna make me. I do like round numbers. 162.50. Buy. Hey. Oh, more. You need more. I'm just sitting here buying resistance, guys. Just buying the actual resistance. Based on the amount of volume we've traded today, I just bought like 0.003% of the shares traded. I'm going to get a new tat when we go to the moon. I don't have any tats now. I doubt I'll get another one. You know what it is? I've never liked anything long enough to keep it on my body forever. I just want my options to print. Good morning, Blake. Tear down this sell wall. I saw it. It was pretty good. Very dad joke, but awesome all the same. I don't just eat babies, I also eat resistance. This is bullish. Like, we're really pushing this resistance. There's the next sell walls at 164 and then 168, but they're small. It looks like somebody just straight up bought the 162.40 sell wall. Like, literally, they bought it for 1,400. All 1,427 shares got bought in one order. So, if the bulls are pushing, this is it. 163.73. No, there's no resist. Like, there's 900 shares at 163, but I don't think that's relevant. 164 has 1,100. I mean, these aren't like real sell walls. Like, go over to AMC if you want to see what a real sell wall looks like. Like, here we go. Here's 10,000 shares at 950. That's a sell wall. This is a joke. Check the line because they're cooling and buying it at every sell wall. I'm the only sell wall. Did you change your name to sell wall? Yeah, what is this? Resistance for ants? Oh, a little bit of rejection. But we're staying within. So if you look, we're staying within. So the price is staying within that candle, but now we're getting rejected. This is, but nope, not a lot of price fluctuation. Like we're still in the 160, 250 range. So the rejection's very weak. I think we'll push through. I think the buy pressure is just stronger. Will we just get to like 164 and then retreat back to 160, 250? Probably. Negative million volume after hours. Nonsense, Blake. It's just like we watched those shares get traded. I theorize that those orders went unfilled. Like a million shares of orders didn't get filled, and that's why the volume got subtracted. But you know, they'll tell you it was they had to reset a computer. 10K shares at 950, like 95K and 11K at 164. 176K isn't a sell wall relevant. 176K isn't a sell wall relevant to the total price. I mean, yeah, but it's also relevant to the number of shares available. Believe me, they have the money to put up a 10,000 sell wall on GME. They just don't have 10,000 shares to sell. Let's get back to that 180 wall. Yeah. That post got deleted. I'll still DM you with the link. All right, cool, Amon. Or Amon. I mean, we've broken above the bull flag. So, like, if the bull flag started here, right? So, like, this is where it started. This was the post, right? And that's the flag. Then, like, we broke out of it on this bounce off that resistance line there to the upside. So we'd be out of it because this would be traveling through. Oh, we're through. We made it through, guys. Woo! My 3 shares did it. Yeah, someone just bought 3,860. See, like they have the money. It's just that there aren't any shares to sell. Believe me, if they had the shares, these sell walls would be huge. I mean, if you look back in like February, the sell walls were like 15,000. Who's buying? People? I don't know. Who cares? Barely any walls. Today should be the day, really, because it's my birthday. Happy birthday, Euro Gorilla. Tendy Man cometh. I'm gonna go listen to the song to get hyped. I can feel gravity decreasing already. Actually, it'd be increasing. The G-forces during liftoff are significantly higher than the relative gravity of Earth. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go to the bathroom while this takes off real quick. That way I'm prepped. I'm prepped for the upcoming stuff that's gonna happen. Pickle size is amplifying. We have thick pickles. They're just not very long. Actually, how dare you? Okay, I'm going to the bathroom. I'm not plopping any pickles. I'm just ensuring that I don't wet myself during the Moass. It's getting very complicated to move around in here. All right. Oh, we're still going? Look at this. Now there's a 2000 sell wall at 165. We're at 164.10 right now, trading above resistance. I think we've actually broken out of the wedge, but I will check that momentarily. Let me update Reddit and let them know what's going on. If you guys haven't dropped a like or subscribed, please do. It helps the channel out. And if you want to help the channel out a little extra, we have a coffee link down below where you can drop a donation if you see fit. Cool. Reddit is updated. Let's see how we're looking on our little chart here. Oh, look at that, guys. Look at that. Look at us trading above, slightly broken out. Can you watch the start of the hearings? Possibly. I don't know, man. I kind of want to, like, you guys decide, but, like, I kind of want to pay attention to the price action. But if you guys want to watch the hearings, we can do that instead. That's the House Financial Services Committee YouTube channel. We'll have a live stream starting at 12 Eastern. Look at Burke A. What's going on with Burke A? Burke A. Oh. Wait, didn't it, like, wasn't that like the peak price, right? Like it can't go higher. It's locked. They've locked it. It's supposed to be fixed this week, like by Friday. Even if, like, we started taking off now, I don't think we'd hit 400,000 by Friday. Maybe like Monday. So Maxine's bit's usually pretty good. You got to remember that all of those Congress people and senators, and they're all just, like, trying to make themselves sound good to, like, whoever their constituents are. Bid ask still shows higher. Honestly, the first 15 minutes. Yeah, like, it's still trading higher than that number. It's just like, is it a NASDAQ issue? There are a few that seem to care or are interested in mine, but most of them just lining their pockets. Yeah, like, no like regulation or anything is beneficial to those guys, right? Like, they're all essentially, like, legally inside trading, so they don't, like, neither side is incentivized to, like, help the little guy. If anything, they just want to, like, restrict retail's power in the markets. these red toys? I mean, yeah, Jimmy does track SPY. SPY's down, Jimmy's down. Negative beta? Just, yeah. Where's my negative beta? I thought GME didn't move with the market. Don't paint them green. The last time I did that, it all tanked. I mean, it didn't all. We went up. We went up a lot. Then it tanked. Then the NYSE crashed. And then a million volume disappeared. Yeah, I can. All right, I'll do that for you guys here. We can. Let me see.
Stopped. Who wins and loses when short sellers, social media, and retail investors collide? Part 3. I now recognize myself for 4 minutes to give an opening statement. Today, this committee convenes for part 3 of our series of hearings focused on market volatility related to GameStop and other stocks. In our first hearing on those events, we received testimony from the CEOs of trading app Robinhood,
there we go.
Wall
Can you
Street
guys hear
firm
that okay?
Citadel, and Melvin Capital, and social media company Reddit.
Let me know how the sound is. I can turn her up.
A trader involved in the Wall Street
Perfect. Okay, cool.
subreddit.
As long as you guys can hear her and me,
we heard directly from those involved in the short squeeze
then
and
we can watch this.
And we got the facts. In our second hearing, we received testimony from a number of capital markets experts and investor advocates to hear their views and began to assess possible legislative and regulatory steps that may be necessary.
A little more volume on her or me.
Interest in the market. We have
Can't hear no money.
Payment for order flow.
Yeah, I just nailed that, didn't I? I'm starting to get good at this, guys.
System. The gamification of trading.
Okay, I'll turn her up a little bit. Her full screen.
Trades,
yeah.
And the evolution of trading.
Oh,
with the
that didn't work.
Use of social media and new technologies.
Okay.
Today, we will focus on the regulatory response to the market volatility. Specifically, we will hear testimony from the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, and the Deposit Trust and Clearing Corporation about their responses to events we are examining. It is critical for our cops on the block at the SEC to protect investors and ensure that our markets are transparent and fair. Unfortunately, the previous administration's appointees to financial regulatory agencies were often more interested in helping out Wall Street than protecting Main Street. I'm very pleased that, thanks to President Biden's strong leadership, we now have Gary Gensler at the helm of the SEC. Chair Hensler, I look forward to hearing your testimony and discussing your views on the short squeeze and surrounding events, as well as practices like payment for order flow. I'm also interested in hearing from Mr. Cook and Mr. Botson, the CEOs private sector corporations, FINRA, which oversees broker dealers, and FTCC, which provides clearing and settlement services.
Nothing I love watching more than congressional circle jerks.
Under my leadership, this committee is focused on ensuring accountability for Wall Street.
You could look at 1 or 5 minute, Eric.
This series of 3 hearings on this topic to ensure that Congress is well informed on developments in and functioning of our capital markets, and to put Wall Street on notice that we are watching closely. I yield back the balance of my time, and I now recognize the ranking member of the committee, chairman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, for 4 minutes.
This can have an effect on the price of the stock.
at what I believe is our last hearing on GameStop, I'd like to talk about what we've learned. We've
I
learned
can't
that
stand this
everyday
guy.
Americans
His
have a
voice just
newfound
irritates
interest in
me.
the markets, and that's positive. We've learned that financial technology is here to stay, and it's providing more opportunities for retail investors to participate in our
Congressional
markets.
Circle
That's
Jerk is a
positive.
great name for a
We've
punk
learned
band.
that Reddit is powerful. We've learned that Roaring Kitty is indeed not a cat. And we know just as
Look at
much as
that,
we
buying
did
into the
at the first
memes.
hearing. And I continue to hear
Trying
the
to get the
same policy
youngsters to
solutions
vote for
from my
you.
Democrat colleagues. The repackaged, old, outdated policy failures wrapped in whatever's in the news this week to sell the American people on the idea.
Yeah,
this
I like
time
that the House
is
committee is
different. Well,
advertising
it's
my
not.
coffee.
Like so many other bad progressive ideas sold under the guise of investor protection, which I
Unfunny
think is
Patton
important,
Oswald.
Democrat
Sounds
proposals
like an
will
unfunny
ultimately
Patton
reduce
Oswald.
access to investment opportunities and charge DC bureaucrats and give them control.
I'd like to
of
thank the
investment
House
decisions
Committee of
everyday
Financial
Americans.
Services for any incoming
If this
donations
committee
I might
is
receive.
interested in responding to late January's events, we need to expand the accredited investor regime, not restrict it. It's ridiculous that our securities laws force most everyday Americans to the sidelines of early growth.
This guy probably read like a
investment
Market Watch
We need to find
article
innovative
about Roaring
solutions that
Kitty,
allow more
and he
people
thinks
to
he's
invest in
informed.
businesses they support while retaining the flexibility our changing workforce needs and requires. This week, I reintroduced my
We're gonna
bill to
trade
give
sideways
workers
until
equity
this meeting's
compensation,
over, just so you
to
guys
expand the
know.
category of workers that can benefit from equity compensation to include non-traditional workers. If you want to see the juxtaposition of Democrats and Republican priorities right now, just yesterday, the Biden administration moved to dismantle past efforts to provide gig workers with the flexibility they demand, that they need, that they require. If a state as liberal as California can recognize that a one-size-fits-all
This guy
mandate
is definitely not a cat.
would be destructive, it should be obvious that the Biden administration
Odds on someone doing a
should not
dap.
take those
Is
same
that still
actions
popular
that,
among
went down
the
at the ballot box
youngins?
in California. These actions that hurt non-traditional workers, not help them. I initially called for this hearing on GameStop to begin the process of fact-finding to inform our policy discussions. And the bottom line is we're still gathering a number of facts. That's why we have representatives from FINRA and DTCC testifying before us today. I think that's a good thing. Additionally, the SEC's review of the events is ongoing, and as is the committee's work behind the scenes in terms of document review and interviews.
I'm just gonna let
Despite the ongoing
Reddit know what's going on while you guys are watching this.
and the testimony we'll receive today, many Democrats have their so-called solutions. A lot of these things have been kicked around for a long time. At our first GameStop hearing, I asked Democrats to side with the everyday American investors. I'll make that same ask today. We should not punish everyday American investors with a Democrat agenda, progressive agenda that results in fewer investment options or forces folks to start paying to make trades again.
Yeah.
So
this guy works for Citadel, right? He's like, no, don't stop payment for order flow. Stop it. What are you guys doing? Why would you want to pay 4 cents a trade?
Instead of throwing
his
up
mic is
warrants
AirPods. Yeah.
in the
Quality audio.
Let's stand up
live
for
to you from the
true
U.S.
equity.
government.
And that's ownership. Ownership of the American economy, ownership in our capital markets, so we can remain the center of the free world's economic
He doesn't
policy.
even know the U.S.
So
economic
with that,
role.
Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. McHenry. I'm pleased that you see something good about our hearing today. I now recognize the chair of the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, the gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman, for 1 minute.
I thank Chairman Gessler for being here, and I hope he joins us often. The ranking members concerned about whether gig workers in my state have the protection that we accord employees. It's a little far.
This guy's pushing a different agenda.
Mandate of our committee, but within our committee's jurisdiction is to make sure that when investors trade stocks, they get the best possible deal and are not told that there's zero transactions cost when the big transactions cost is the spread, and you are paying for the transaction unless you're getting the best possible price improvement. Price improvement may not be fully available if your broker's getting paid for order
Alright,
flow,
Reddit's all
flow,
updated.
or if your broker is acting as the market maker.
So you can
We
tell the
also
ones
need to
that are
look at
like on the
sale
short
disclosures.
side because they're
Right
gonna
now,
want to
disclosures
continue payment for
filed with
order
the SEC
flow.
portal.
They're gonna want
That is
more
July
regulation
27th.
on how
We
retail
expect reports
buyers
to be filed
can
far
approach
more
the
often.
market.
And we
And
have to
then
discuss
the
what
like quote unquote
reports
progressive
should be
side
made
is gonna want
public.
no payment for
And
order
then we're
flow,
also to look
but they're gonna
at
want to like
margin
lock
calling.
investors out of the market.
Thank you. I now recognize the ranking member of the subcommittee, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Hazinga, for 1 minute.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Advancements in technology have improved access
Senator,
to capital markets.
how much AMC have you
creating
purchased
new
this week?
opportunities for countless Americans to participate in our markets who were previously excluded. App-based interfaces combined with zero commission trades, fractional share trading, and lowered account minimums have ushered in a new generation of investors. However, instead of celebrating this new era of investment, how have my colleagues across the aisle responded for the most part? By falsely claiming that this increase in market participation has caused gamification of the trading experience. Markets are rigged, and some have even gone so far as to say
I don't disagree with you, Triskelion, but there are some that do.
Well, as Rahm Emanuel famously said,
There's like a lot
you
of
never wanna-
Democrats that are
you never want a
fiscal
serious crisis to
conservatives.
go to waste. I mean, it's an opportunity to do things that you think you could not do before, close quote. Well, that's exactly what my friends on the other side of the aisle are doing. They're exploiting a high-profile situation to push a radical progressive agenda where these proposed small d Democratic solutions
Yeah,
that will only further
Bill
prevent
Huizenga,
everyday
he's
American
kind of
investors from accessing
kind of
our
a
capital
douche.
markets and denying them the opportunity to further save and invest for a more prosperous future. I yield back.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I want now to welcome
Fidelity
today's
Fidelity
distinguished
doesn't
witnesses to the committee.
take payment for order
First,
flow.
we have the Honorable Gary Gensler, who is the
Oh, here we
recently
go.
confirmed chair of the U.S. Securities and Exchange
Doesn't
Commission.
everyone have money?
This is Chair
I'm not going to
Gensler's
answer that
first
question.
time appearing before the committee.
Everyone with a
in
lot
his
of money.
current capacity. He has previously served as chair of the Commodities Futures Trading Commission and in
Some
several
things came in on
senior
coffee. Let
roles
me check
at the
those.
Department of the Treasury. Next,
Saw your
we
co-fi
have
link on the
Mr. Michael
congressional hearing. You must be a
Botson,
big
who
pickle.
is President
Thanks,
and
Besley.
Chief Executive Officer of
And
the
apparently, thank you,
Depository
Patrick
Trust
McHenry.
and Clearing Corporation. And finally, we have Mr. Robert Cook, who is the President and Chief Executive
Falling
Officer
back, yeah.
of the Financial Industry
I think we'll just chop.
Regulatory Authority.
We're not falling back
Without
into the
objection,
wedge. I think
your
we're
written
still
statements will be
slightly
made
out of
part
it.
of the record. Each of you will have 5 minutes to summarize
Yeah,
your
so, like,
testimony. You should be able to see a timer
The top
on
of the
your
wedge is
screen
160,
that will
150 right
indicate
now.
how much time
But
you
we can
have
expect to
left,
like
and a
move
timer
around this
will go
area for a
off
little bit.
at the end of your
I think there's
time.
going to be a lot
I
of
would
eyes on
ask
this
you
meeting
to be
as
mindful of the
like
timer
not because of
and
their
quickly
opening statements,
wrap up your
but because
testimony
of questions
if you hear the
moving
chime.
forward.
Chair
Like we
Gensler,
could see like
you are
major
now
action on the
recognized for
stock
5
based
minutes
on like
to present your oral
the
testimony.
undocumented questions, right?
Good afternoon.
Like everybody already knows what
Chairwoman
they're going to say in
Waters,
their opening
Ranking
statements.
Member McHenry, and members of the committee. I'm honored to appear before you today for the first time as chair of the Securities and Exchange Commission. I've been in front of this committee multiple times.
I'm okay with the capital gains tax hike.
administrations, And I will say this, I look forward to the day where we can meet in person.
I wish
in
it'd
your
been more
beautiful hearing
aggressive.
room again. Thank you for inviting me to testify on January's market volatility, and I'm pleased to be here with Mike Botson and Robert Cook, who I've known for a number of years as well. I'd like to note that my views are my own, and I'm not speaking on behalf of my fellow commissioners or of the SEC staff. These events are part of a larger story about the intersection of finance and technology, which have lived in a symbiotic relationship
This guy
since
looks like a
antiquity.
pickle.
And one thing that I've come to believe is that technology can bring greater access to our capital markets. Our central question is this, though. When new technologies come along and change the face of finance, as they have done for decades, how do we continue to achieve our core public policy goals? In my role, I will always be animated by thinking about working families in the SEC's three-part mission: protecting investors, promoting fair, orderly, and efficient markets, facilitating capital formation. I'm pleased to submit written testimony that goes into detail on several factors at play during January's events. I'll just highlight a few of those key issues in this opening statement. First is gamification and user experience. I agree with the members who have already said
Symmetry
these
is
new user
intimidating.
experiences have facilitated a lot for investors. They've expanded access to capital, making it easier for investors to sign up, start trading, learn about investing. These apps also use a host of features that have come to be familiar in our increasingly online world, such as gamification, behavioral prompts, and predictive data analytics. Many of these features, in essence, encourage investors to trade more frequently. This could have a substantial effect on a saver's financial position. Some academic studies suggest that the more actively you trade, the lower your return.
It's like not trading.
So while they're encouraging investing, they may also be encouraging active trading. I've asked the staff to prepare a request for public comment on these issues. The SEC must remain attuned to rapidly changing technologies with an eye to freshening up our rule set where appropriate to continue to achieve our mission. If we don't address this now, the investing
What's up, guys? Welcome everybody's new to the channel. If you can, drop a like. It helps get more viewers in here.
The second topic I'd like
subscribe
to
if you want to
discuss
see
is
more
this
of our content.
area around payment for order flow.
And donate
This
if you like
practice
Gary
brings to mind
Gensler.
a number of questions, including whether it creates inherent conflicts of interest between
I don't know what's going on. Brokerage is like in the middle of a glitch.
and their customers on the other who want
Ignore
to
it for
achieve
now.
under our rules best execution. Now, it's important to consider this, I think,
Possibly,
in the overall
they might have
context
halted
of
trading
market
on it
structure.
until they have the issue
Currently, a
resolved.
significant amount of retail
Not that
orders
Brokerage trades
are
a
routed
lot.
to a small number of wholesalers. I detail this more in the written testimony, but I think it raises questions about whether the market structure best promotes fair, orderly, and efficient markets. Evolving market technologies, along with this payment for order flow, has also led to increasing market concentration, which we've found, history and economics show, concentration can lead to fragility in markets, deter healthy competition.
I think it already hit it, David.
The next issue is short selling and market transparency. And again, as outlined in the testimony, under Dodd-Frank reforms, the SEC received mandates and authorities to increase transparency in the market. So I've asked SEC staff to prepare recommendations on transparency in short selling, stock loan markets, and something called total return swaps, which was at the center of this Archegos events in March for commission consideration. And the 5 of us commissioners can take a look to see what to do next. Next, today's social media tools have far greater reach, scale, and anonymity than previous technology. This raises the possibility that wrongdoers will attempt to use their powerful forums to hype certain stocks or manipulate markets.
Pickles
I'm not
versus
concerned
Pickle
about
Man
regular
is
investors
talking.
exercising
Thank you,
free
Michael.
speech rights online. I'm more concerned whether bad actors potentially take advantage of influential platforms. Further, is the decisions by some broker-dealers to redirect customer trading raised several issues around clearance and settlement. In essence, they stopped investors from investing. And this raises questions of the market, what I'll call plumbing. Sorry to Mike Bobson if I call the infrastructure plumbing. But investors were shut out. I do believe we can lower costs and risk in our market by shortening the settlement cycle. For instance, I've asked
his head looks like it's been
SEC
lubed.
staff to put together a draft
Like he looks like he's been
proposal
lubed recently and
on
then
the
cleaned
possibility
off.
of shortening the
Like they just
settlement
birthed
cycle.
him from a pod.
Thank you. I look forward to your questions. It's good to be back with you. And again, I look forward to doing this in person.
Sending
Thank
Pickle
you,
Wedge.
Chair Gensler. Next,
This
we
will be
go to
officially
Mr.
known as
Bobson. You are
the
now
Gary Gensler.
recognized, for 5 minutes to present your oral testimony.
Chairwoman Waters, Ranking Member McHenry, and members
Gary
of
Edward.
Michael
Who are you
Bobson.
telling
I
to
am the
shut up,
CEO of
Gary?
Depository Trust and Clearing
Are
Corporation.
you in fact telling me to
It
shut up in my
operates
own
an
stream?
SEC-regulated clearing
If you don't want
agency.
to watch the
National
SEC
Securities
meeting in
Clearing
here, just go
Corporation,
watch it
which I will speak
over
to.
there, and then you don't have to
I
listen to
appreciate
me.
this opportunity to speak to the committee. In my line of work, the best days
Yeah,
are
turn up
those
your
when nothing
AirPods,
too
bro.
exciting happens. That's because DTCC is, at its heart, a risk management organization, enhancing efficiencies and reliability in the markets.
This just in, Gary Edward, actually Gary Gensler.
Buys and sells for a value of nearly $2 trillion. Through netting, that is reduced to about 1 million securities movement and 35 billion.
Don't be sensitive. You just told me to shut up in my own stream.
In the the market. When you buy or sell,
Don't be
stock, it takes
sensitive.
2 days for
What
the
kind of
trade
idiot
to
would even
complete.
say that?
This is called T+2 settlement, trade date plus 2 days.
Go away.
A lot could happen during those 2 days that could create a
Annoying.
risk that the buyer or seller fails to deliver money or shares. Because of clearing, investors don't have to worry about that. Clearing protects both firms and their customers against default risk. Default risk can destabilize markets, particularly in volatile times. People are reluctant to trade if they aren't sure they will get what they agreed to. And imagine how inefficient it would be for every market participant
Thank you,
to assess
Tarish.
the creditworthiness of everyone else in the market. That's where DTCC comes
I'm going
in.
to turn this guy up.
We are infrastructure. You can call us plumbing. We're not insulted. We operate behind the scenes to guarantee completion of virtually all equity trades. We do not trade or take positions or bet on the direction of the market. We do not
Sure.
give investment advice. We do not know who the customers are behind the trades or their reasons for trading. We simply process and risk manage trades. DTCC protects against default risk by collecting margin, which is money that clearing members post as collateral. If a clearing member defaults between trade date and settlement date, DTCC uses that collateral to complete the defaulting member's trades.
What
No matter how
intern's
much
office
price
did
may
they find to stick this guy in?
Margin requirements are calculated using statistical models and model-based calculations that are set forth in our rules, which must be approved by the SEC. Margin requirements increase as the risk in the member's portfolio
I
increases.
can turn him on.
In other words, the greater the potential loss a default could produce, the greater the need for collateral.
Yeah, those aren't helping
Volatility has a
anybody.
very large impact on margin requirements. We saw this play out during the week of January 25th. Both volumes and volatility that week were extraordinary. On January 27th, NSCC processed about
Look at him with his, like, is he wearing, like,
474 million
friendship
transactions,
bracelets?
exceeding
Like
the
charity bracelets?
pandemic-related
Like, oh
record
yeah,
volume
I'm
from
so
March
poor.
2020 by more than
I just
100
handle
million
this
trades.
regulatory
The
company.
concentration of trading in a small number of meme stocks that week was
This
also
guy's a
extraordinary.
multi-billionaire.
Applying those statistical models and formulas, margin requirements increase substantially for firms with large volumes in these stocks. I appreciate that the committee is exploring ways to continue to improve our markets.
Guy
I'd
that
like to
told you
describe
Chev is
one
probably
effort
used
that
to Mo
DTCC
money.
has undertaken to date, shortening the settlement cycle from
I don't
for
care.
equities
Just
from
don't,
2 days
don't tell someone to
one
shut
day.
up in their own stream. It's rude.
That may sound
Have
like
some
a small thing,
manners.
it's just 1 day.
Be like, hey, could you be
But cutting the
quiet? I'm
settlement,
trying to hear this
period
guy.
in half can make a difference. We believe that shortening the settlement cycle to T+1 would enhance market resilience, reduce margin requirements, and lower costs for investors. Following a multi-year industry-wide effort, settlement was shortened in 2017 from T3 to T2.
The
achieving
opening
margin
statements
savings
won't affect
estimated at
GME, but the
25%.
actual interviews can.
DTCC estimates that the
These are all
volatility component of
pre-recorded.
margin requirements could potentially be reduced by 40% would it move to T1. This could save our clearing members upwards of $6 billion per day during periods of extreme volatility. While DTCC's technology can support T+1 today, changing the industry convention is a major undertaking that will require coordinated efforts across
Exactly,
the whole
Zach
industry.
Smith.
Over the past year, DTCC has engaged with a cross-section of the industry to assess readiness to further shorten the settlement.
They're
cycle.
pre-written. So he's
February,
reading it off a piece of
DTCC published
paper,
a white paper
and they're
outlining
available on the
benefits
House
associated
Financial
with multiple
Services
approaches
Committee's
to the settlement
website.
cycle.
You can read their
including a
opening
move to T1.
statements, especially if you can't
We are
hear them
working
right
with
now.
SIFMA and
You can read them
ICI to
later.
accelerate this effort. Thank you
Yeah.
again for the opportunity to testify
They're not
today. I look forward
pre-recorded, but
to
they're
your questions.
pre-written. Their opening statements are written and submitted in advance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Boughton. Now we will go to Mr. Cook. You are
What
now
matters,
recognized
like
for
everybody
5
already
minutes
knows
to
what they're going to
present
say
your
in the
oral
intro
testimony.
because the information's available, but
Thank
like
you,
what matters is the
Chairman
actual
Waters. Thank
interview
you, Ranking Member
process.
McHenry and members of the committee for this
At least as
opportunity
far
to
as
testify today
the stock is
together with
concerned.
Chair Gensler and Mr. Bodson regarding the January market events.
This guy's the
related
head
to
of
trading in
FINRA.
GameStop and certain other stocks. We commend the committee's review of these events and related investor protection concerns. FINRA's mission is to protect investors and promote market integrity. We are a not-for-profit SRO, and we support the SEC in overseeing one critical part of the securities industry, certain
This guy
broker-dealers
Lauer
and
is
the
a mean
individuals
boss.
they
I don't
employ.
know.
To that
Does
end,
Lauer
we
work
administer
at FINRA?
comprehensive regulatory programs, including surveillance, risk monitoring, examination, and enforcement. And we, in turn, are subject to comprehensive examination and oversight by the SEC. This committee has heard already about the events in January, including the significant price swings and trading volume in GameStop and a limited number of other stocks. In this context,
I have the
some
volume turned all the
broker-dealers
way up
restricted trading in these
for
securities
this.
on a short-term basis.
Oh.
among some investors and concerns about the fairness of the markets. The events also focused attention on the growth of popular new retail trading platforms and services, changes in investor behavior, and the influence of social media on the markets. Our markets are
This guy
dynamic
knows nothing
and
about
continually
VWAP.
evolving. Market participants constantly innovate new technologies, methods of communication, and investment products and services. These innovations often benefit investors, such as by providing easier access to the market,
I haven't, Mr.
lower
Diggs.
costs, and a wider
Berkshire's
range
like
of investment
Berkshire's like
products and
glitched right
services
now.
to
Just
choose
ignore
from.
it.
But they can also
Berkshire doesn't
present
trade much
new and
anyway.
sometimes unanticipated risks.
Not type A.
So regulators must constantly review whether the rules governing the road need to be updated in light of new developments to better protect investors while still facilitating vibrant and innovative markets and the
I'm
opportunities.
sure all the
these
tinfoil
create.
hats on Reddit are going ape shit
At
for
FINRA, we are
Berkshire
committed to
being
doing just
locked
that.
up, but I don't think it's
One
relevant.
important resource we rely on in this process is the research of the FINRA
Unless
Investor
this number
Education
suddenly
Foundation,
says 400,000,
including
I'm not.
recent research
I
on
don't
new,
care.
inexperienced investors and how they approach investing. Since the events of January, FINRA has established an internal working group that's devoting significant resources to investigating whether its broker-dealer
You can watch
members
Andrew about
comply
money.
with
I doubt
SEC
it.
and FINRA rules. We have also issued regulatory notices reminding firms
They are
of relevant
worthless.
duties and
That's why we said it's a
responsibilities
congressional
for
circle jerk.
Although I cannot comment on specific firms or ongoing
Yeah,
investigations
quick.
or enforcement
Find me
measures,
the fattest
generally
books and a
speaking, we are
flag and some
reviewing
brochures.
order routing practices, the circumstances under which
Someone go to the
trading
lobby. Where are the
restrictions were
brochures?
imposed, any potential manipulative conduct, and compliance with short sale requirements,
Reddit
among
TD
other
echo
matters.
chamber. I'm
I
sure.
can assure the committee that we will take all appropriate disciplinary or other remedial action as warranted if the facts indicate a violation of SEC
This will
or
last
FINRA
till
rules.
3 or 4 p.m.
The upcoming SEC report on these market events will be critical in analyzing whether existing rules and standards should be updated. Many of the policy questions raised in your hearings to date involve areas in which the
Exactly,
SEC has
Francis.
primary policy-making responsibility, such as market structure, payment for order flow,
Except ours is
short
artificially
sale
suppressed,
regulation,
and theirs is
and disclosure,
at the peak
the
of
settlement
what the
cycle,
system is able to
enhanced
display.
broker-dealer financial responsibility requirements, and whether certain communications with retail investors constitute recommendations that should be covered by the SEC's regulation best interest. We will support the SEC in its review of these areas and then align FINRA's rules and oversight activities where necessary or appropriate. My written testimony offers some further perspectives on key topics under the SEC's jurisdiction and also describes some areas where we are considering whether updates or guidance regarding our own rules would be appropriate. For example, we intend to review short sale position reporting by broker-dealers, as well as continue our review of the effects of gamification on retail investors. FINRA looks forward to working with this committee, the SEC, and our fellow regulators to review and learn from these recent market events so that we can strengthen investor protections and enhance confidence in our nation's capital markets. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer your questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. And this chair.
So this is the part that
Question is
matters.
for Chair Gensler. This committee has examined numerous issues that have arisen out of the GameStop short squeeze that took place earlier
That's
this
right,
year,
Hoffer.
including systemic risk arising from firms such as Citadel.
See, make
who
no
are
mistake,
executing
this
close to
can be a
50%
catalyst.
of all U.S.
This
listed
meeting.
retail volume.
This is
During
important.
the first hearing, I questioned whether Citadel poses a systemic risk to our financial markets. I'm also
sorry,
concerned
Maxine Waters
about
is
what
actually
Citadel's
deafening me.
outsized market impact means for pricing and best execution, another market structure issue that this committee has examined as part of these hearings. As the newly confirmed chair of the
Short
SEC,
squeeze.
what will your approach be with respect to mitigating the risk associated with outsized market impact and understanding threats to our financial stability?
I thank you for that question. I thank you for that question. I think that at the heart of well-functioning
I don't think there
markets
was
and
an
the mission of
earlier
the
run-up.
SEC,
We only went
fair,
up
orderly, and
$2.
efficient markets is promoting competition in markets. It can be done.
I think
through
maybe the log
transparency,
bulls
but
pushed
it's
it up to
also
resistance in
by
anticipation
looking at
of
our
the
rule
meeting.
set to make sure that our rule set inspires more competition rather than concentration. And we have seen, as you noted in your hearing, an increasing concentration in market making and also separately in brokerage, and particularly around retail order flow. And so I've asked the staff, both from the Division of Economic Research and Analysis and Trading and Markets, to sort of give us a view, give internally the commission a view. What should we be thinking about in our market structure to address this? We've seen such concentration
Just so
come
you
in
guys
other
know,
markets. We know it's in search. When we all go online and search, there's really one dominant search engine. We know it's true in retail, buying
It's called a
retail products
monopoly.
online. There's some dominance to that. And so our modern 2020s economy does tend towards certain, what's called in economics, network effects. So I've asked the staff just to think through that and to help provide us with guidance as commissioners. How do we promote competition in the face of these network economic effects that are leading to concentration?
Well, I want to thank you for that response. And I think what I'm hearing from you is that there is real concern about concentration. And while you have instructed staff to do some additional research to determine the extent of it, it is something that we should be concerned about. Is that correct?
Yeah, yes, I think that capital formation for issuers and for investors on the other side benefit from some broad competition amongst market actors. And as we get more concentration in the middle of the market, whether it's market making or brokerage,
Kevin P, thank you for the donation. You're welcome so much.
Concentration could lead to more fragile markets, meaning less orderly, and also more costly or less efficient markets.
Awesome.
And
I'm
that's
down.
what history and economics tell us when we get concentration.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate the concern that you are identifying as you talk about this concentration and what.
So just real quick, I just want to go over this real fast while she's babbling political nonsense. If you guys need any more confirmation bias, just know this: short squeezes happen all the time in the market. Okay, and the fact that they're still talking about the one that happened in January today, 3 financial services committees later, shows like that should be all the bullish sentiment that you need. Back to Pat and Oswald.
At the time of the GameStop, this GameStop trade emphasized that the core market infrastructure is quite resilient. Does the commission intend to release any additional findings?
Thank you. Thank you for our meeting earlier this week. I look forward to doing those on some regular basis with the chair and you and the subcommittee and other members.
Couldn't they have found him a suit that fits?
We are looking at putting together a report. I'm only in my 3rd week in the job, but our economists, our trading and markets folks have come together.
It looks like if he like squeezes his body together, his head's gonna pop inside the suit like a turtle.
Detail the range of activities out of the January events.
Well, thank you for that. Small businesses right now are emerging from the pandemic, just like everyone is.
It's his grandfather's suit.
These small businesses need access to capital. And as you know, I've been focused on some of the burdensome requirements of the original regulation crowdfunding, which I helped legislate. And President Obama signed into law. There have been some helpful changes made to Reg CF to make it more efficient. And to boost trading in Reg A and Reg CF securities, such as preemption under certain state regulations. Do you support these?
Yeah, small businesses need access to capital, but when you define a small business as having a market cap of like 500 million or less, then they're not so small anymore.
Your initiatives and suggestions, but at the core, and maybe it's just a bit because my dad had a small business, never more than 30 employees, and didn't access the broad capital markets, but I think that small business entrepreneur efforts are really kind of,
if you guys are enjoying the content, drop a like, subscribe. There'll always be more fun to be found here.
Access to the capital markets is a critical piece, whether it's accessing loans that might be securitized in the markets or accessing through equities. But I look forward to hearing more from you and your staff on ideas.
Okay, but no comment on Reg CF.
I again, just 3 weeks into the job, but I haven't looked closely at Reg CF yet, or frankly gotten a detailed enough briefing to see how we can, as you say, and I really do believe this, facilitate capital formation up and down the issuer spectrum.
Well, let's pivot. Let's pivot to something that you spent some time out of government understanding. You know, I think what we've all tried to seek is greater collaboration across agencies on the regulatory framework for digital assets, cryptocurrencies, notably. This includes more engagement from industry and appropriate regulators. In 2019, the Commission staff produced the framework for investment contract analysis of digital assets. Since then, the staff has sought feedback on a number of issues, most recently on the evolving standards and the best practices for custody. This is progress, but I believe more concrete steps are necessary to further the crypto market. As you look at this issue, what steps can you outline to bring regulatory clarity so that we can have a vibrant digital asset marketplace with legitimate money and the rule of law?
Well, I thank you for asking that. And I think that this market, which is close to $2 trillion crypto asset market, is one that could benefit from greater investor protection within the SEC's current
Ready for BTC to drop?
Our authorities around securities.
Who's got shorts on Bitcoin right now?
Products, asset managers.
Because the head of the SEC just said he wants to regulate crypto.
So I think that, as you mentioned, we put out a comment, I think it was in October or November.
I told you, this is just a platform for them to talk about like the issues that they want to talk about.
Greater clarity around custody. I do think that working
This is
with
probably
Congress,
the most people that have ever watched one of these meetings live.
It'd be good to consider if it was if you would ask my thoughts, to consider whether to bring greater investor protection to the crypto exchanges. And I think if that were to be the case, because right now the exchange,
yeah, Patrick's like, hey, this Dogecoin I bought, is it going to be worth more?
Regulatory framework, either at the SEC or our sister agency, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, that could instill greater confidence. Right now, there's not a market regulator around these crypto exchanges, and thus there's really not protection against fraud or manipulation or a cop on the beat.
Well, I've time for one final question, Chairman Gensler. I'm encouraged by your comments on crypto. Last year, the commission proposed to allow certain gig workers to have access to equity compensation under the SEC's rules. Will you commit to finishing this important rulemaking?
Again, in my third week, I need to get a briefing on it. I commit to work with the staff, understand what the comments were, because I don't know what comments came in, and trying to understand the economics around that rule set.
Well, thank you. And I wish you great luck in your tenure, and thank you for your testimony. Thank you for your outreach.
Thank you.
I now recognize the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maloney, for 5 minutes.
Also remember,
go on to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms.
So something to remember, especially when referencing like New York Democrats, they all generally have like a super vested interest in the stock market, as that's like where a lot of their campaign contributions come from, and they're almost all fiscal conservatives.
Entrepreneurship and capital markets is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Responding to the ranking member, who wants to instill
Brad Sherman's still looking
confidence
like he
in
needs to
buying
take a
and
shit.
selling cryptocurrencies. The only confidence I have is that the U.S. dollar is an outstandingly good currency, but cryptocurrencies, if they succeed, will have unique appeal to only two groups: narco-terrorists and tax evaders. And for us to channel the animal spirits that should be investing in the American economy into creating tools for those who want to evade U.S. taxes is a step toward a much weaker America. Mr. Gensler, you talked about Archegos and the total return swap. The image I have of 1929,
Bitcoin funds
Yes.
narco-terrorism.
investors
I thought it just
jumping
funded
out of
nerds on the
buildings Wall
internet.
Street because they bought stock at 7, 8, 9 times margin. And in the 1930s, we decided to protect the markets and say that if you want to buy stock, the most margin you could get was 1-time margin, sometimes a little more. But we then see that using a total return swap, the big guys like Archegos can get 7 times margin, can invest only 1/7 the cash to
They're
control
talking about Archegos.
$100 million worth of this block of shares or that block of shares. So this raises the question, is 7-to-1 margin fine for everybody, and is that good for the markets? Should 1-time margin be the rule for everybody, and we should plug the loopholes? Or should we continue to have a system?
I think it's
where if you're a
Archegos.
family office, you can have
I don't think it's
7 times margin
Archegos.
by calling it a total return swap.
But that's just how I want to pronounce
If you're
it.
the regular Robinhood investor, you can only get 1 time. What do we do with what should the margin rule be?
So I think you raised some very important questions that came out of the market events late in March, not the January ones, but the March events around a family office, Archegos. And they're currently, our family offices are outside of much of the SEC's remit, not all of it.
If I can clarify, this is not a question about family office.
Okay.
Just have one investment company.
I'm not calling it
has $1
that.
billion
I'm going to continue to call it
decides they want
Archegos.
7-to-1 margin. The fact this was a family office, put that aside. Whether you disclose it or you don't, whether you're a family office or a hedge fund or a billionaire, should you be able to get 7-to-1 margin?
No.
And if so, how come the Robinhood guy can't?
So I think that
he could.
I've asked staff to better understand, and again, it's just the 3rd week, the rules that were adopted by the SEC that are yet to go into final implementation around the margin for these securities-based swaps and how they would have affected the circumstance. But you're right, sir, that they are different than the retail investor. And this is true across our markets. And I've asked staff to better inform me as to
one other question for Mr. Cook. When it comes to disclosing short selling, there's arguments on both sides as to whether to disclose what an individual investor is doing.
I remember him.
Some say it's helpful, but there seems
Zanbax, but the Congress people have forgotten him
is helpful
for today.
Know in aggregate how many people are, how many shares of GameStop are short. You generate that information, but you don't put it on your website. I'm told that you.
I'd imagine because like Time Warner Cable's their internet provider.
If they want to, and often behind a paywall. Why doesn't FINRA disclose all this information to everybody for free as quickly as you can?
Thank you, Mr. Sherman. That's a great question. I think we are, as we look at disclosure around short selling, I think there are some good arguments that we can do more here. I've asked our staff to prepare
just so you guys know, if anything turns like political and not financial, I will time you out.
To make it more frequent and more granular.
I don't care about your political beliefs.
We can look at
this is about money.
That disclosure
is there any justification for what is a regulatory agency generating this information and giving it to private companies for them to sell rather than disclose it to the public?
I'm inclined to I appreciate the
question,
sir.
Yeah,
I'm
get to
inclined to be biased towards making it publicly available. I don't understand all the history behind how this developed. I think that's something we need to look into, but I commit to that we can certainly do that.
He looks like a punished child. Like, I won't do it again. I promise.
But how we get the best price improvement for every
This is about pickles.
Whether it be an internalized transaction.
Voting for General Mills? Dude, that's bannable right there.
I'll just say,
Sherman eats people's lunch.
Pay Robinhood.
He looks like the most underpaid congressman.
That's just for the record. I do that.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Chairman Gensler, welcome as the new SEC chair. And I'm going to take this opportunity to veer off course a bit.
Where's your manager?
After years,
I want to speak to your manager right now.
And proactive input and feedback from stakeholders, including Main Street.
She's at the same hotel she was at the first meeting.
Finalized its Regulation Best or Reg BI.
My green screen looks better than hers.
This rule raises the standard of care for broker dealers while preserving access.
How many Walmart managers do you think this woman's tried to get fired?
Leadership, does the SEC plan to make any amendments to Reg BI?
Thank you. Good to see you here today. As
I don't need the receipt. I'm a customer, God damn it.
Came up. I think that it's important that investors actually have brokers take their best interest at heart. And that's what we're going to do through examination and enforcement, guidance, ensure that that rule is fully complied with as written.
Great. Applied as written. Glad to hear it. Thank you. Chairman Gensler, as you begin your work here at the SEC, I want to really urge you to ensure that the commission and its staff under your leadership follow its very core mission, which is one, to protect investors, which I care deeply about here in Missouri's 2nd District.
She campaigned out of Walmart.
Orderly and efficient markets and to facilitate capital formation. I want to thank you for appearing before us today, and I hope that we can work together to provide investment choice.
Oh, I'm not. I just can't stand her. On the first meeting, she was like talking about how like we need to restrict retail trading because of like gamification.
Is it possible that a financial transaction?
My dislike for her just stems from her political views on this particular stock and on retail investors in general.
FTTs are not an area of my expertise. Obviously, there's been.
I don't agree with calling all middle-aged women Karen.
Results mostly focused on whether or not they're an effective tool for raising taxes. In some markets,
this guy
like Hong Kong,
again. This guy just his microphone's in like another intern's room.
In other markets, they've shown to limit trading or subdue, so they don't have the effect that is expected. I've not seen anything discussing FTTs and volatility per se. I would not.
Look at his coffee mug.
They would be somewhat separated, but again,
what the hell is that? That is purely decorative. You can't drink coffee out of that thing.
Effective ways to improve our financial market operations than the bills being proposed today. Could you describe any of those, Mr. Botson?
Well, I think the step. Thank you, Congressman. The step from T2 to T1 will create a lot of efficiencies in the marketplace, both on the operational side as well.
We're just chopping at 162. I honestly think the market's watching this.
So I think those would be.
I don't think we're going to see a lot of action until something happens in this meeting.
Not just for our direct members, but for the end beneficiaries, be it the mutual fund, pension funds, or the small retail investor. We look to decrease costs whichever way we can.
Mr. Botson, in your
through
view,
predatory trading.
How would shortening the settlement cycle help prevent future trading restrictions similar to the ones imposed by Robinhood and other brokerages?
No, Vody.
Earlier this year.
It disappeared.
I'm not aware of the reasons for other firms, so I'm not going to speculate about that. Robinhood did say that their decision was based on their ability to meet our margin charges. If we do lessen the time to settlement from T2 to T1, time is risk. I think that's been well explained that by lowering the period, the amount of open transactions that we have to charge margin against would get smaller. And our estimation is the volatility charge, which is a main component, will go down by 40%. So in that sense, the capital charge against
it's not even an office; it's like a hotel dining room.
It's a little bit of apples and oranges because to say it would automatically happen without knowing the market circumstances, obviously, it's hard to say. But there would be benefit to firms in having lower capital charges.
+1 and moving to real-time trade settlement. What sort of impact do you think this would have on the market liquidity?
We are not proponents for real-time gross settlement, as you articulate. you would lose all the benefits that a clearinghouse.
Yeah, he's just reading from
provides.
cue
All
cards.
getting
This dude's the
as Bill
CEO of
described
the
in terms of,
DTC.
trillions of trades being netted down to millions
DTCC.
of movements and,
This is not
hundreds
his
of trades
office,
going down to millions of
regardless of
movements.
how humble it may look.
Trillions of dollars being netted down to billions of dollars. You would lose all that benefit. All transactions would either have to be pre-funded and the securities would have to be on hand. So it would have a very large.
Yeah, a little
impact
wedge
on
right now. We could break
trading.
up.
It would cause liquidity issues across
Time
the
out.
marketplace. So a
Shut
bridge
up.
too far in my eyes.
Thank you, Mr. Botson. My time's expired, and Madam Chairwoman, I yield.
Thank you. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, who is also the chair of the House Agricultural Committee, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Waters, for this
That guy's just super
interesting and
quiet.
much-needed hearing.
Like, I had the
question
volume
before us
maxed for him, and
today
you still couldn't hear him.
is this: how can we, on the Financial Services Committee,
Yeah, this guy's
ensure
also
that
interested
our
in restricting
investors
retail
can both
trading
have access to our markets
and
but
protection.
also are able to
Yeah.
participate in our markets, investing safely? You see, when
Yeah, so he wants to put
erroneous
restrictions on
and
retail trading.
accurate information posted on social media sites has the ability to broadly influence investors and move the market sometimes
This guy's like
drastically.
anti-Reddit, anti
This
everything that
poses a serious
this
question
community's about.
for you, our regulators. There is now such a huge hole in our regulatory process because of GameStop, with inexperienced investors relying on unverified
Yeah, I know. There's not a lot of
information
trading going on, Triskelion.
from unqualified
I don't need regular candles to see that the
social
volume's not moving.
media. Mr. Cook, let me start with you. How can we effectively regulate the impact of new technology, social media sites,
This technology isn't
as
new.
they pertain to
We've had it for
inexperienced
years.
investors? And also, how do we treat that investment
It's like this guy
advice
just found out about
that we're
social
getting
media
from
yesterday.
unqualified people?
He's like, what? People are
on
talking to each
social
other on the
media?
internet? How
And
did this
then
happen?
the real question: who is held accountable
Yeah, whose fault is it that I lost money?
when that investment advice leads to market volatility, like we've seen, and massive losses for our investors?
You mean your constituents? Your
I'd like for
constituents
the
lost
three
money?
of you,
Or you
Chair
did?
Greensmith,
He's like, I placed an
Mr.
inside trade
Mr.
on an
Boston,
excellent tip, and I
answer
lost money
this
because these
important
retail
question
bastards.
in the three parts that I outlined it for. This is what the American people need answers to from you.
Well, Citadel doesn't want him
Executive.
asking questions.
Mr. Cook, why don't you start?
Well, thank you, Congressman, for that question. I think you raised some really profound questions about
He bought
where
silver.
technology and other aspects of investor behavior may be going, and how does that fit within the current regulatory regime. When we talk about statements by people on social media and other places, just to be clear, FINRA doesn't regulate that environment, and we would look to the SEC in sort of understanding whether existing authorities around concepts like manipulation or providing investment advice might apply. I do think that what we are also seeing, though, and your point about retail investors making decisions without an intermediary or a financial advisor is an important one. As we see more of that happen, we are seeing a lot of that happen. I think we need to ask whether the existing regime is adequate in that regard.
Let me quickly get to Chair Gensler. I've worked with him when he was chair of the CFTC. Chair, how do we hold somebody accountable?
I don't care what
That's a
party he's with.
As
He's
Mr. Cook just said, the SEC, he said, is the one responsible. How do we hold somebody? What do we do about this, Chair Gainsler?
I think you raise a good point. I know, like, probably like me, it's not about somebody's free speech rights on social media, but if somebody is trying to manipulate a market, to defraud the market through social media, and in our rapidly changing technology, it could be computers and not even humans, by the way. It could be computers communicating in. So the SEC is a cop on the beat. We're going to vigorously lean in against individuals and companies to try to assess, but we'll have to update our resources too to be able to see that relationships.
My time is coming down.
You're not the only one that can't
going
hear
to
this.
solve it?
Like,
Do you feel that we can? So we don't have
time's
any
up.
more
Shut
of
up.
this
Next.
GameStop.
Get out of here. Yeah. I didn't get to
I don't
finish
know
the
if the
thing
beeping,
Citadel
what
told me to
Madam Chair
say.
I'm supposed to do because the beeping is going.
I wonder if he loses
Thank
money.
you. I would
Does he
expect
get
that
paid
you
per
would
word?
respond in writing to that question as we move on. And I'm now going to call on the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, who is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And first, congratulations, Chairman Gensler, on your confirmation. I have confidence that you'll bring the same gusto and tenacity to your role as you did as chairman of the CFTC. And I look forward to working with you. And for the benefit of our colleagues, perhaps who are not on the Ag Committee, of course, Chairman Scott, you and I spent a lot of time in a previous position, both of us, working on a variety of issues over there. So that said, this past February, Acting Chair Lee announced that the SEC will enhance its focus on climate-related disclosure for public company filings and will begin to update climate disclosure guidance.
This
As you
guy's
can
on like a
imagine, the
Nokia.
industries that are vital to Oklahoma, thinking ag and energy,
He's on a Motorola
are
i90.
very following this topic very closely. I'll put it that way. Chairman Gensler, could you shed light on what this enhanced focus means? Does this represent a change from current SEC practices, or is this a continuation of current policy?
First, let me say thank you.
His government
really
issued 2G BlackBerry.
And Chair Scott, I think we did some good work together on behalf of the American public, on behalf of agricultural interests across the country as well. So I think that if I can broaden it out a little bit, I think that disclosure is at the core of the securities laws for 90 years. Investors get to take risk, but they want to understand their risk and have disclosures from the issuing companies. And technology has changed, markets have changed. So what I'm asked the staff to do is to prepare recommendations to the commission through how we can, through notice and comment, hearing a lot of public input as to what are those disclosures in climate risk area that investors want to take into consideration in their decisions and their investment decisions. There's already, Acting Chair Lee already put out a comment period. We're going to benefit from that. And I encourage the public to weigh in and tell us what's important to them in their investment decisions and their proxy decisions and the like. And I think it actually can help an issuer to bring some consistency and comparability in this area, because there's a lot of investors that are asking for things. We can try to maybe help bring some consistency and comparability, of course, through economic analysis and
this is
vital
so
input.
What you're seeing in the action in the stock right now is both sides just floating
how
the price.
Are asked and how the data is
interpreted. Well, we're going to chop here until something is said in this meeting that affects what's going on.
Timeline we're looking at when we get to
whether it be good or bad
process, where my folks can offer their insights.
Well, I hope if they wish, we could get some insight from them and input. Even there's an open comment period.
So don't expect a lot of movement in the stock.
We can tell you the exact date, but through June,
or volume,
Acting
or
Chair Lee
volatility, or anything.
But I think based on that and the economic analysis, we'll try to put a proposal together. I don't want to commit to a certain month. I'm just there for 3 weeks right now, but to try to put a proposal together and then put that out to public comment based on what we've already heard this summer. And then, that sort of starts a multi-month process after that.
Along that line, Mr. Chairman, the SEC has also created a climate and ESG task force within the Division of Enforcement to, I believe the phraseology is, develop initiatives to proactively identify ESG related misconduct. Can you visit with us for a moment about that? And do you envision that there will be enforcement actions prompted by the task force based on this new guidance, this new standard, I guess?
In case nobody knows,
So the task
Gary
force is
Gensler's
looking
only
at
been
the
there for 3
guidance
weeks.
That's already in place. So there's guidance that was put out in climate, I think in 2010. And I think that
I like his demeanor.
It's 2 things. One is to see if companies,
like if I was a criminal in Oklahoma, I would want him to be the prosecutor. I feel like that would be an amazing courtroom drama
at this point in time. 2 is it helps us and informs the commission, all 5 of us, as we move forward to consider any future rules, because we can sort of learn from what's happening right now. The Division of Corporate Finance and the Division of Enforcement, Division of Examination, what's going on now. So 1 is just are folks complying with the rules and laws that are in place, but 2, it helps inform us about some of what's going on and how we can help bring more consistency and comparability in the future.
There's
Thank
no
you very
volume.
much.
Chairman.
Calm down.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, who is also the chair of the subcommittee on oversight and investigations, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Petridge Farm remembers. If you guys are new in here or you like the
Thank you,
content,
Madam Chair.
please
And I
drop a
thank the
like or
witnesses for
subscribe.
appearing as well.
And if you
And
want to help
Madam Chair,
support
as
the
you know, from
channel,
the
there's
genesis
a
of this
donation
process,
link
I've been
down
concerned
below
about
for our
trading
coffee.
ahead.
It's appreciated,
And
all of it.
you called to our attention earlier that nearly the one company, the largest market maker, executes approximately 50% of all U.S. retail volume. That's quite an amount for one firm to manage. And that causes a good deal of consternation, especially when this firm finds itself engaged in trading ahead.
Well, I mean, he's a representative in a state where
ahead.
everyone's just trying to rip their mask
But
off.
these penalties are primarily
So
civil
maybe he's just trying to like be like,
and
hey,
as
wear
a
your
result
mask.
of
I don't know
a
what's
civil
going on
penalty,
with this.
many times there's no
He's probably in a room with
acknowledgement
30 other
of
people.
liability, just the penalty paid. For example, in one case,
Just think COVID's a
$700,000
computer virus.
was paid. But that $700,000, while it seems like a lot, really isn't when we're dealing in billions.
Texas
when we're dealing
canceled
in billions.
COVID.
So as a result, I have been very much concerned, and I see that there is one proposed piece of legislation that would amend the Securities and Exchange Act of 1934 to prohibit trading ahead by market makers and for other purposes as well.
I mean, so far,
this
Bodie,
is something
not a
that I
lot's
think,
been said, honestly.
Has reached a point where
That's
its time
one of the
has come.
conditions of these things. Is
And
that, like,
I'd like to ask,
honestly, not a lot
Chair
of information
Gensler,
actually gets
are
passed
you of the
around. That's why
opinion
they have
that
so many
we
of
should
them.
not allow trading ahead, and also
both?
that we should not allow a major firm to simply build in a penalty as simply the cost of doing business? Mr. Gensler, please.
I thank you for that question. I look forward to working with you. I think that our current rules, you're correct, are civil, but our current rules are that if you take a customer order and then trade ahead of that, that's out of bounds, not allowed. And I think that's because the customer needs to come first, and in our market structure, that's what brokers
if you don't want to hear me
do.
talk,
I look forward to working with you and
their
your staff
stream.
on any proposed legislation. I haven't had a chance to look at that more carefully.
Thank you. The process, as Chair Gensler has indicated, is unfair to the persons who
Bulgaria was
are
shorted
making
into
the purchase
non-existence a long time ago.
in the market, who like to become a participant, but they don't have the advantage of the market maker. Let me ask President Watson, do you agree that this is a circumstance that we have to take a look at, because we don't want people to simply build into the cost of doing business the cost of trading ahead?
Thank you, Congressman Green. DTCC is not a direct regulator of the markets as
Jesus, this
the
guy's
SEC
just
and
silent.
FINRA are. I think the situation.
They've moved his mic
described,
even
obviously,
further
is not
away.
something any company would endorse that.
Do they not
having,
trust
civil
him?
Criminal penalties viewed as a normal cost of business is not something that I think any individual should be supportive
Jesus.
of. So your comments stand, but unfortunately, the part of the market you're talking about.
They moved the
trading
teleprompter
side,
in front
that's
of
not
him.
what we're involved in with post trade, and not being a regulator, there's not much I can do about that specific issue. But thank you for asking me.
Well, thank you. And that's one of the reasons why I think legislation similar to what's being proposed is necessary, because
our quote-unquote
to
representatives
penalize criminally
ask the
requires some
questions the hedge
creative
funds
prosecution.
want asked, or
We
ask the
don't have
questions
a
the hedge funds want
definitive
asked.
law that makes it a crime to do this, literally. And I'm concerned
I would say
that
Gary
if you can simply
Gensler's
make it
more
the
of an
cost of doing
ellipse.
business, you simply continue
If
to
I
do
had to
business and
describe
build
his,
in that
like,
cost.
his overall
This
geometrical
legislation
shape.
would require due
For anyone
diligence on
listening,
the
we're
part of
trading
the
at
CEO,
163.13.
would require that CEO to, on an annual basis, certify that the CEO has performed a reasonable due diligence in ensuring that the market maker has not traded ahead, and have some liability when this occurs. This is something that we cannot allow to continue as simply a pat on the back to a certain extent. Some would say a slap on the wrist, but we have to do something about it. I think this legislation addresses it, and I'll look forward to working with persons who are going to push this legislation to
They
see if we
couldn't
can get
make
it
the
done.
penalties big
And
enough.
I'll yield back, Madam
The
Chair.
penalties would have
Thank
to
you
be
very
greater
much. The gentleman
than
from
the
Florida,
profits.
Mr. Posey, is now
Otherwise, they'd
recognized
still do
for
it.
5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Chairman Gensler.
Stock Monkey just wants me to draw on the chart. I have too many like things going on my computer right now. I don't want Epic Pen
What does
crashing
your
at all.
experience tell you, and what should we or could we do about it?
I thank you for asking that question. Short selling has been part of a market structure for many decades. In fact, even before the securities laws, and economists have many studies, and there have been many debates on short selling and long. Your question is could it move something to something other than fundamentals? Long buying can also move something to something other than fundamentals, and so it's not really that. Our remit at the SEC is to ensure that the markets are fair, orderly, and efficient. They're free of fraud, manipulation, but there are some times that individual securities might be, in a personal opinion, not aligned with fundamentals. But it might be sentiment is the other piece. So I just want to be careful that we stick to our important piece of it. We do think that there's a need for greater transparency in the short selling side, and I've asked staff to propose under the authorities Congress has already vested that we have greater transparency in the short selling side. I'm encouraged to hear that FINRA and Robert Cook's going to be doing some things in that area as well.
Okay. Mr. Bonson, please
That's
share
interesting.
How, you're working to reduce the settlement cycle to 1 day while preserving the benefits of netting, and give us an assessment of what the savings in proposed margin funds might be.
Yes, thank you, Congressman, for that question. Shortening the settlement cycle is the concept of time equals risk. So by
they moved his mic even further away.
Reducing the potential impact of the default of one of our members means that we simply have to collect lower levels of margin or collateral. One of the biggest components of our calculation of margin is volatility driven, i.e. what's happening in the market, how are prices moving, and by shortening that period, we believe we can reduce that charge by 40%. In a volatile period, that could be $6 billion less capital that firms have to post with us and can use elsewhere.
Thank you, Daniel Saylor.
A significant amount for our members.
Great. Really glad to hear that. Chairman Gensler,
you could hear that?
Tell us about what
Liar.
the SEC is doing to ensure that payment for order flow doesn't mean
He
retail
is.
investors are subject
Dude,
to
he's
unfair
gotten more and
trading.
more silent every time.
I've asked the staff to take a close look at this in the context of the overall market structure, because payment for order flow, which some brokers use and some don't, is in essence a payment to the broker for that order flow, and it can be in conflict with the interest of that customer. And that inherent conflict we found in a case that was settled in December,
No volume.
where there was actually communications between
I have it turned up.
the wholesaler and the broker
maxed
saying,
out.
look, I can give your customer more, or I can give you more. There was a trade-off between these two. And so I think that we need to take a closer look at that, but also in the context of the overall equity market structure, because there's also payment for order flow on exchanges, which is called rebates. So there's other pieces of this puzzle, not just the wholesalers.
That's right.
Thank you, Chairman. Do you believe that cooperation among retail investors in chat rooms, for example, can be undesirable collusion in the equities market?
Well, I think that we should always be vigorously enforcing our laws and ensuring that there's not fraud and manipulation. But again, we all sort of have a free speech right to go and say to a neighbor, whether it's online or in person, I like this investment, and thoughtfully say why I like this investment.
Say you like this stock. Do it. Don't be afraid.
Person, mislead another person, manipulate the markets, and that we should root out and vigorously root that out. Whether that's
trying
a
to say
big
it, but he
institution
can't.
or an individual, or frankly a computer controlled by a big institution.
Yeah. All right. During your CTFC service, you once said that transparency is costly. Would you explain the concept in the context of financial markets?
Did you say
I'll explain
that I
something in
said
context.
transparency is a...
Kenneth Griffin paid for that guy's
It pays
house
to be transparent.
in the
It
Keys.
is.
Oh, I think transparency is at the
Look at
heart
his-
of efficient
look at his
markets.
white
It does
eyeballs.
come. Disclosure regimes are important for companies, and that's a
Just say
form
"aight" now.
of transparency. But I think that that's at the heart of investors being able to take.
Gary
risks
Gensler
and
confirmed
understanding their
likes the
risks.
stock.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My time's up, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Housing, Community Development, and Insurance, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank both of our guests for being here. Chair Gensler, thank you.
Why does Missouri
for,
appear to have
all the work
absolute control
done
over the
years,
Financial Services
and
Committee?
I appreciate your presence.
Like, how many
today.
of their representatives are on
my
this
great
committee?
grandpa, Reverend Noah Albert Cleaver, died in 1980. He was 103.
There's not that many people in Missouri.
And he used to say, you know, some new invention would come up, you know, whether it's a toaster or microwave, and he'd say, what they gonna do now? What are they gonna do now?
Andrew Missouri Money.
And he was concerned. He thought
Is
that,
Andrew Mo Money a Missouri
that the people
representative
landing on
as
the
well?
moon, created a bunch of weather problems, you know, in Texas. But you know that I never could get that out of his head. But so, you know, sometimes I'm tempted to join in with my grandpa.
It looks like they woke him up for this. They were like,
you know,
"Hey, man, we have an interview
going
right
back
now."
to Mr. Scott's discussion with you earlier, and I've got to tell you, I do have a lot of concerns, and maybe it's just something I'm going to have to learn to live with. But you know,
I think he's hoping you can just talk for 5 minutes.
In Metro Bank in the UK back in May, their shares fell over 10% before Metro could get control of the fake news about their financial free fall. I mean, you know, and you know, they are fortunate that it didn't go further. Are you? I mean, I'm extremely concerned about what's going on in regulations, and you know what we need to do to assure that social media doesn't take control of our lives and take it in our democracy.
So for anybody that couldn't understand what he's saying, he said, my grandpa, Brexit, and I'm concerned about stuff.
That was just experienced with Metro Bank.
So I think that to the best ways we can is to be technology neutral,
Don't
but
answer
recognize that technologies in each generation
You didn't thank him for the
provide us new
question.
ways to communicate. Even as when the telephone came along and there were debates whether to allow the first telephone on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. These are real debates that happened in the
Okay,
1920s.
Triskelion, you don't have to spam
I think
the
technology's come along in the 2020s.
You can just say it
and we have
once.
to ensure
There's not
we
that many
still
people
stick to
in
our
here.
principles of investor protection, fair, orderly, efficient markets, capital formation. So we've got to lean in at the SEC and learn how to basically be a cop on the beat so that free speech goes on. But if somebody's trying to manipulate a market or spoof a market or put fraudulent information into a social media channel, that we protect investors against that. And particularly in this new computer age, that's more challenging. I think the SEC is up to the challenge, but it is definitely more challenging. And I've asked the folks at the SEC, how do we freshen up our rules in this new environment?
Well, do you have a division a division that works on this, that thinks about this, that plans for this, that goes through all
How do you
kinds of
not know
scenarios?
this? You're on the Financial
on
Services Committee.
what we
You should
do
know
when
what the
this
SEC
happens,
does. Stop asking
anticipating,
him what his role is in
an
government.
anticipatory department. What?
No, it's and again, I'm only in my third week, but I think between our Division of Trading and Markets, our economic unit, and
He
our
doesn't even know what the
enforcement
SEC
and
does.
examination, it's
He
through
just
those
woke up,
through those units.
and his grandpa was somehow
but
involved
I think
in
we constantly
Brexit.
have to be evaluating. And to an earlier question, even about regulation best interest,
It's all
I
good,
said we're
Joshua.
going to
Good to see you.
vigorously get the most out of regulation best interest, but we're also going to evaluate. I mean, if it's not serving the purpose of investors, then we will update and freshen that rule as well as other
The
rules.
DTCC
We
guy, they
always
just
have to
keep
be
moving his
evaluating
microphone
that
further and
investors come
further away.
first,
Like they're afraid he's going to say
align with our
something, and they don't want it to
three-part
be clear on
Well,
record.
let me congratulate you on your confirmation, and I do recognize you just got.
Gary
you just walked
Gensler's
in
been
the
at the
door,
SEC for
and
3
I'm
weeks.
asking you some questions that
In case he hasn't
probably
informed
need
you
a little more time
500
to
times.
deal with. But I'm hoping that on a night when you are about to get a peaceful night's rest, that you will remember the questions raised by Congressman Cleaver about
Berkshire
the
Class A
markets
is glitched.
and
Ignore it.
paranoid, practice paranoia with the
They're fixing
SEC,
it.
because I am really afraid of some bad stuff happening. And I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I'm glad you're there.
I hope you're wrong
and look
too,
forward to you
because
fixing
you
this
don't know
in
what you're
about
talking
six
about.
I thank you, and I wish I had met your grandfather. My mother would say that out of the space journey, the best thing that came out of it was Velcro. Gensler thought that was the best thing that came out. So there you go.
Thank you, gentlemen, very much. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Lukemeyer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I'm afraid of some bad stuff
Thank you,
happening.
Madam Chair, and welcome to
what?
our witnesses. Mr. Gensler,
GME going to the moon?
In September of 2018, the Fed, FDIC, NCUA,
Don't be
OCC,
fooled by
and
the mumbling
CFPB
fool act.
all issued an interagency statement that clarified the differences
This
between
guy's from Missouri
supervisory
too.
guidance
What
and
the
laws and
hell?
regulations. Most notably,
Who
that
here lives in Missouri?
supervisory
Do we have any
guidance does not have
Missourians
the force of law,
in the house?
force and effective law, and that the law or regulations.
Why do you guys have
that the
so many
law and
representatives?
regulations
And why are
does.
they
In
in
January of this year, the
absolute
prudential
control of
regulators
America's
issued a
financial
final rule to
future?
confirm the difference of regulations and guidance by codifying the 2018 statement. While I understand the SEC operates differently from the regulators I just mentioned in many key ways, it is still imperative that the SEC distinguishes between guidance and rule or law. Do you agree that distinguishing between guidance and rules is an essential proponent of sound regulation?
I've never noticed how many of them are from Missouri.
And I look forward to working with their Office of General Counsel
Cayman Islands are located
to
in
better
Missouri.
understand what the bank regulators did in that circumstance. But there is a difference between roles that have gone through
The
notice
Congress
and
people don't
comment
know about
and
VWAP.
staff guidance, and that's something
Their
I'm
aides are
familiar
just
with from
like,
my prior
oh,
service
the
in government
CEO
as
who
well.
donated you a bunch of money said to buy this
I
stock.
guess
And they're like,
you
okay.
gave the answer to this question here, but will you commit to issuing a final rule similar to the prudential regulators that clarifies the role of guidance and ensures enforcement actions will only be based on violations of rule or law?
Again, sir, I need to meet with staff, understand what the SEC has done in the past in this, and whether there's an appropriate need for such new rules, as you say. But I do understand there is rules is duly operating from Congress, delegated to the agencies.
I'm surprised there aren't more
are
representatives
different
from
than guidance,
Delaware.
but I would look to work with you and understand your
Let's
concerns
VWAP.
better.
For the low donation
Very
of
good. Thank you for
300
that.
pickles, you could find out.
Chairman Gensler, as you know, the
I know you got all that shill
Securities
money.
Act of 1933 and Securities Exchange Act of 1934 established the ability of the SEC to accept generally accepted accounting principles that have been established by a private entity. While I believe that a private
great that
standard
these
setter
laws
can
have been
help
updated
facilitate
recently.
effective accounting principles that promote transparency for investors, recent actions by FASB and an overall lack of oversight by any regulatory entity whatsoever have raised serious concerns regarding the standard setting process and FASB's ability to conduct proper analysis before finalizing a standard. In my opinion, since the SEC has given FASB the authority to operate as a private
His name
standard
is
setter,
Blaine.
the SEC should ensure FASB is carrying out its duties in an appropriate manner. Can you broadly tell me what you think the relationship between the SEC and FASB is and should be?
I think that Congress has been clear, as I understand it, that the securities markets benefit by disclosure, and that includes accounting disclosure, and the SEC has that authority.
This guy's
And
saying,
then
my clients
through what
at
I believe it
Citadel
was in Sarbanes-Oxley, working with Senator Mike Oxley from
would
your
prefer
committee,
if they did not have
Paul
to
Sarbanes on the
disclose
other
their account
side,
information to
put
the
in place
SEC.
exactly what you said.
This
a provision
rule
that
from
there could be reliance
1934
on a standard
is
setter
stupid.
meeting certain goals. But our office of chief accountant has an important role in communicating with FASB on these important accounting standards, and that the SEC and our congressional system is at the top of that chain.
Well, my concern, quite frankly, is with their ability to implement something, like CECL, which they did not do any standard setting studies about. They just arbitrarily went out here and decided in their own wisdom that this was something that they should be doing. All the other government agencies out there
They're
that affect
prepped. They
what
prep
we do every
themselves
day,
for these
how we
meetings.
administer the
Sorry,
rules and regulations
no one's
every
coming to
day
this
of
unprepared.
the
It's not like,
laws of this country.
let's go
have to
scare
go through the Administrative Procedures Act.
representatives.
They do not.
That's what
Would
we
you
should
support
have.
something along the line to rein them in, so to speak, that they would fall under the Administrative Procedures Act and have to do the kind of qualitative and quantitative studies before they can issue a rule or regulation that would protect the economy, protect the industries, protect the people, consumers from a bad rule or regulation?
So just so you guys know what this guy's talking about, for anybody who's not really understanding the context, because he's using a lot of like big like laws and stuff to like define his proposal here. But essentially he's saying that like, is all this accounting reporting good for business? Yes. And Citadel does have to declare their short positions, whether they want to or not.
And see how we can address them as best we can.
I thank you for your answer, sir, and I look forward to working with you on this at length. I think it's a very serious concern there that I have with regards to these folks. With that, Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney.
It hasn't done anything. It's still doing exactly
And
what we thought it
reform
would.
is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lady Waters. Chairman Gensler, it's great to have you before the committee once again and to have you as the chair of the SEC. I have a few questions.
This woman
First,
was
I want to ask you
birthed from
about
the
a very
loins of
important
Wall
issue
Street.
that I've worked on for several years, and that
She's
is
like a
forced
typical like Central
arbitration.
Park West
A few
socialite.
years ago, some people were pushing public companies to include forced arbitration provisions in their corporate governance documents, which would prevent their own shareholders from suing them for securities fraud in federal court. If the SEC allowed this, it would essentially be the end of all security fraud cases in federal court, and shareholders wouldn't be able to hold companies accountable in court. So I led a letter with Chair Lady Waters to then SEC Chairman Clayton, which was signed by every Democrat on this committee, strongly opposing this move, which would reverse the commission's longstanding position that such forced arbitration provisions violate federal securities law. And because this effort came so close to succeeding, I think it's very important to get you on record on this issue. So my first question is, do you believe it would violate federal securities law if a public company inserted a forced arbitration provision into its bylaws and governance documents?
Yeah, see, they want these cases.
It's really good to see you and work with you again.
They don't want precedent to be set.
I think that again, I need to get more fully briefed on the law, but let me say on the spirit and where the SEC's been. The SEC has said consistently to issuers, as I understand it, that it would be best not to put this into these corporate charters. And I think that the American public needs to be able to have redress to their courts. And that's a sort of a fundamental piece, to be able to go straight to the courts. And that's been true of in terms of issuers for decades. And I think that's worked well.
Well, that's great to hear. And it's a very important signal to investors in their confidence in the U.S. capital.
Can people in the Discord hear this?
Next, I want to talk to you about GameStop. In this committee's initial hearing on the GameStop frenzy, I questioned whether our capital markets were working for all investors or just for some investors. And I emphasized the need to have rules that are consistent, predictable, and very importantly, enforceable. What struck me the most about Robinhood's behavior regarding the GameStop frenzy was the seemingly arbitrary nature of its trading halts and the lack of transparency on the front and back ends of how and why Robinhood and other broker-dealers impose these restrictions. So Chair Gensler, not speaking specifically to Robinhood's situation, but broadly speaking, do you believe broker-dealers should improve their transparency with their customers about how and when they impose trading halts?
Let you guys
and what role
hear
do you
this in the
believe
Discord if you're listening. But we're
improving
watching
these
the
disclosures
House
and
Committee on
ensuring
Financial
trading halts
Services
are
stream,
integrated
and I
into
don't know how to
firms'
pass
risk
through the
management
audio.
plans?
But if you want,
I
tune
think
into
that
it, and you can
probably
stay
what
on
we could
Discord
all
and
agree
listen
on,
to the
that
commentary.
access to markets, whether you're an individual investor trading
trading at
one share or a big
162.90.
institution, access to markets
Chopping
as
slightly
they're
above
moving up and
the
down is a
resistance at
really critical piece
162.50.
of our capital
Not a lot of
markets.
action on the
And what
stock right
happened on
now.
January 27th and 8th was not good for millions of investors. So the transparency you mentioned is important between broker dealers and their customers. And we've asked, and I think Robert Cook has said already that maybe they're looking at this too, is what's that transparency between and under what circumstances? And secondly, do they have, each of the broker dealers have enough liquidity to meet their requirements with the clearinghouse, which Michael Botson was talking about earlier?
Thank you. And next, I'd like to turn to the topic of corporate board diversity. Along with Chairman Meeks, I've made fighting for women a hallmark of my time in public service, fighting for equal pay for equal work, to bring our family leave policies into the 21st century, for equal rights amendment. And I just left a hearing on maternal Black health. Mr. Meeks and I have also strongly advocated for measures to diversify the ethnic, racial, and gender composition of corporate boards and in executive ranks, because leaders set the tone and they set the priorities. From your perspective, does improving diversity on corporate boards bring a material benefit to companies?
Well, I can speak just in terms of what we're doing at the agency. And I do believe that diverse points of view, diverse backgrounds helps in decision making. And we're leaning into that in terms of building a senior leadership at the DC.
Thank you. My time's expired.
Has expired. The gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I go into this, I would like to submit for the record a letter from the Private Investor Coalition for the record to the committee.
Without objection, such is the order.
All right, thank you. Mr. Cook, my colleague from New York was talking a little bit about arbitration and what that would mean. And I'm curious, if arbitration clauses were banned in customer contracts, do you foresee potentially negative consequences on that? And what would they potentially be?
Well, thank you for that question, Congressman Huizinga. I believe that that if the current status of these clauses in arbitration, requiring arbitration, I just want to be clear, that's not something that FINRA currently imposes. That's something that happens as a matter of contract, and FINRA doesn't have authority right now to address that. That's something that the SEC.
Yeah, don't get caught up in whatever political platforms are being preached.
I understand that FINRA does provide.
And try to avoid talking about it in chat. Just focus on the financial aspects.
Disputes, correct?
Well, I think we work hard to administer an arbitration program that's fair for investors, that's prompt, that's cost effective.
Black, white, doesn't matter if they're keeping us all poor.
There'd be a negative impact on that. Okay, I'm going to move on. Mr. Gensler, good to have you back, and appreciate this time.
This is a rich versus poor issue, not racial.
Is market participation akin to gambling?
That's a distraction.
It's good to see you, and thank you for the call earlier this week. I think market participation is investing, and it takes risk, and material disclosure behind that risk is important, and a couple on the beat to protect against fraud and manipulation. So I would consider it part of our capital formation and part of risk taking.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I do.
There's a
so it is
element that would like to infer that participating in the capital markets is gambling.
It's risk taking, and risk taking can be in different forms. But I'm trying to use my words carefully. The risk in the capital markets is something that Congress has said, let's ensure we don't have fraud, manipulation in those risk-taking markets.
Reclaiming my time, I guess. So I understand. We have some people who are trying to portray this as literally walking in and letting chance decide whether you are going to walk out a winner or a loser. That's very different than taking a calculated risk.
This is a calculated risk.
Okay. While we're, I want to very quickly, I want to touch on BDCs and the
not only is he trying to talk over him, he reclaimed his time from him, which is essentially like, I'm going to use my power to shut you up.
Will the commission prioritize trying to fix the AFFE disclosure requirements here very shortly?
Again, maybe it's just because I'm in my third week and you use some letters that I wasn't familiar with, but
BDCs are business development companies.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I still I need to get a briefing, and I look forward to working with you and your staff to understand it better in terms of the fee disclosure that's important to our public markets.
Okay, we're happy to get you that information. I want to continue that conversation. I'm
sure.
So earlier in the hearing, you had talked regarding cryptocurrencies and crypto exchanges. That you said that, quote, the only Congress can bring greater regulatory protection to crypto exchanges. And I'm curious, if Congress is needed for crypto exchanges, why would it not be necessary for Congress to be involed in specific
regs? One of the books on his shelf,
when we're talking about the environment and social issues and governance. I mean, it seems to me that
who selects these books?
Those may not be appropriate just for the SEC to be doing on its own. That does it not need congressional involvement?
I think that at the heart of our securities laws is disclosure, and that from the 1930s on, the SEC has had robust authority to ensure that investors have the disclosures that investors wish to have to make their investment. So in that regard, I do think that there's the authorities to move forward on climate and human capital and other disclosure regimes.
Reclaiming my last moments here, the acting chair Lee at one point insinuated
absolutely
that
nothing
tax
new up.
companies that say they care about climate should not donate.
That's not what this guy's interested in talking
securities, liability, and perhaps even SEC enforcement. I would hope that would not be the attitude of the SEC moving. With that, I yield back, and I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Perlmutter, who is also the chair of the subcommittee on consumer protection and financial institutions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good to see you all. I have two specific questions I want to start with. One involves delisting what would be, penny stocks, if you will. And the second involves diversity and inclusion, then get into some general questions. So, Mr. Gensler, back in 2005, in response to changing market structure and then new technology, SEC adopted amendments to the penny stock rule that, among other things, requires a stock to have a minimum bid price of $4 a share to initially be listed on a national exchange. And additionally, the SEC has classified penny stocks as securities trading with a value of less than $5. GameStop's stock traded under $4 back in through 2019,
asking why GameStop didn't get
hovered
delisted?
between 4 and 5 throughout 2020 till the end of 2020, when it began to tick up and then went skyrocketing starting mid-January. And so Colorado, we used to be the penny stock capital of the world, and a lot of abuses occurred during that time frame. Would you agree with my concerns about the potential to manipulate low-price stocks?
Yes, there's been a long history. The lower the price, and also the lower the aggregate market value, the fraudsters find that more appealing. The fraudster does. And in fact, earlier this year, the SEC took actions to delist, I think it was about 30 entities that fell into these various categories.
All right, with so many more retail investors coming to the market through mass platforms like Reddit and other ways, do you think it would be timely for the commission to examine whether the rules around penny stocks, including exchange listing standards for these stocks, needs to be updated?
I think you raise a very good set of concerns, and now I've got some more work to ask the staff to look at, but just what are the current rules? How did they affect what happened in the spring or late winter? And even how it relates to, broader subjects in the market.
All right, thanks. So my second question, and primarily goes to you, Mr. Gensler, and it's a follow-on from Ms. Maloney's diversity questions. And it's a question that was raised to me by a friend of mine, so I'm going to ask it just as he presented it to me. When you were chair of the CFTC, you did not have any Black division directors at that agency. Will you commit to doing better on this point in your current role at the SEC?
Well, I just not to fuss with your friend, but I actually hired the first chief operating officer as African American in the history of the CFTC, who's done just a terrific job. He's still there, by the way.
All right, good.
So, but yes, the answer is yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. To all of you, I am perplexed by this whole GameStop thing. I mean, in 19 and 20, it was at $4. January 7th, it was at 17. January 27th, it was at 347. And February 9th, it was at 50. And now it's bouncing around at around 162.
Seems like you're following the stock really closely.
I'm concerned about the mass platform.
I wonder
and
if
the potential
Ed
for
Perlmutter is one of my viewers.
In that way, I'm concerned about the unfair advantage in order flow, and I'm concerned about the potential harm from short sales. So, Mr. Cook, I'll start with you. If you were to look at those three things, Which one bothers you the most?
Wait, is this guy
Or do any
asking
of them?
when's the squeeze?
I think those are all important areas of concern. We are looking
Give
at all
us the
those
pickle
areas.
hand gesture.
I think the one that I think is novel at the moment and requires our real attention, and we look forward to working with
Maxine
the
Waters
SEC
trying
on
to
this,
shut him up.
is the expanded use of online trading platforms, which again can really create better
I think
access
Ed
to our
Perlmutter just
markets
asked when
and
moon.
be very good for investors. But how do we make sure that at the same time they're being protected, and that we're making sure that, especially as they may go towards complex products, that is being properly overseen?
I think I'd like to talk about the dropping down to T1. Do you think that takes some of the potential
It's like
for
I read some
fraud out
Reddit
of the
DD
system?
this week, and I'm wondering if T1's going to cause moon.
Mr. Cook?
Yeah, I think that while we fully support reducing the settlement cycle, I'm not sure that in of itself is going to address those types of concerns that you raised. I think it may be a different set of issues.
All right, thanks, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate this hearing, especially these witnesses who I think bring a great deal of expertise to the topic.
Your camera.
Let me start with Mr. Bodson on GameStop specifically.
Hair implants.
As you noted in your testimony, the temporary restrictions on trading by Robinhood and others were due to
too much bald
additional
right in my
collateral
face.
required by the DTCC. But those were extraordinary circumstances in an exceptionally volatile market. For the sake of retail investors, of course, we don't want to see, generally speaking, halts in trading to happen frequently or ever again.
I feel violated right now.
I do appreciate your testimony that moving to an accelerated settlement could reduce margin requirements and specifically bar charges by up to 40% if we go to T+1. But can you describe how DTCC communicates with brokers regarding their collateral requirements? And specifically, are there ways to improve that communication or otherwise increase transparency to mitigate the risk of repeating this kind of surprise margin call and what happened in January?
Thank you,
What
Congressman.
margin call?
Our process for computing.
Hold on, we can't hear you. They've moved the mic to a different room.
Is laid out in our rules, which include the margin formula itself. There are margin guides. We have a portal that they can use to estimate their margin. You know, the calculation works overnight. It's every day. It's run at the end of the trading day. It takes into consideration market volatility. It looks at specific security volatility, concentration of activity in certain securities. So what you saw in GameStop was almost a perfect storm going through these retail platforms where a lot of buy activity, massive buy activity, 130 times normal volume we saw weeks before, in stocks that were moving around anywhere from 100 to 300% a day, and just highly volatile over this period of time. So the margin calculation reflects the risk that the firm is presenting to us. That calculation is done overnight, and it is communicated the next day automatically by email generation. In the case of Robinhood, there was an additional charge, a capital premium, which was as a result of the fact that their margin requirement was in excess of their net capital, indicating that they were taking on more financial risk than we felt would be prudent. That charge was later waived, but the core margin charge of $1.4 billion, again, it's articulated in our rules. We give the client the tools. Transparency is always a good that we'll always try to get better at, but we believe that we do provide those tools.
Thank you very much. Moving to Chairman Gensler, congratulations on your confirmation. Look forward to working with you, sir. And
he basically just said
a question that Mr. Luxmeyer and also Mr. Lucas asked and kind of bring them together. The regulation by enforcement question from Mr. Luxmeyer and the ESG disclosure question from Mr. Lucas. We don't want to see regulation by enforcement. We want to see
he just confirmed that Robinhood could have allowed continued
on March
trading.
4th, the SEC announced its new enforcement task force focused on climate, as was discussed earlier, and ESG issues. But it wasn't until March 15th that it issued a request for public comment, and the SEC has not completed its recently announced review of the 2010 guidance Chairman Gensler, can you explain the sequence? In other words, why is the announcement of a new focus on enforcement coming before market participants know the rules? And will you commit to adhering to requirements under the Administrative Procedures Act and completing notice and comment rulemaking prior
Robin
to
Hood's
engagement in any
looking very
enforcement action?
scapegoated in this situation.
So I am.
But that also
committed
means
to
that the margin
complying
call
with
wasn't
the
complete,
Administrative
right?
Procedure Act on rulemaking.
It's also
and I
confirmation that the
said
margin
in this
call
hearing and in my
didn't go
confirmation
into
process, I
effect
think
because they
the
waived it off.
Market investors do want to bring some consistency and comparability to climate disclosure, human capital disclosure.
I don't
and
care about
moving
this.
out
This
and
is
getting
irrelevant
that
to
comment.
GameStop.
But there are rules of the road that are already in place. The guidance from 2010.
Well, we already know Vlad
our
lied under
overall
oath, but
securities laws.
it's a question
and we're
of
going to be
who
vigorously
paid
enforcing
him
the
billions of
laws and
dollars to
rules that
lie
are in
under
place
oath.
as they're in
Citadel?
place.
Maybe.
But yes, I'm committed to using notice and comment for new rules.
No, it sounds like the
but we still have to
DTCC
enforce
stopped the
the
margin
old
call.
guidance and old rules as vigorously as you would want us to.
Well, thank you. And I don't have time for this question, but I'm going to be talking to you about horse racing, Chairman Gensler. I represent the horse industry in Kentucky, and we've got a Reg A problem. We want to democratize ownership of securities and racehorses, and look forward to working with you and the commission on that issue.
I look forward to that. A different issue than GameStop.
That's right. And we just finished the Kentucky Derby, so it's a timely issue.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Himes, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on National Security, International Development, and Monetary
I just wish
Policy,
Maxine
is
Waters
now
had turned her
recognized for 5
fucking
minutes.
microphone off while other people are talking.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our witnesses. It's a real pleasure for me to see all three of you before the committee. To the chairman, Mr. Cook, I'm glad you're our cops on the beat. You've in your careers and today distinguished yourself for your balanced approach and really intelligent approach to the issues. And Mr. Bodson, it's great to see you. Kudos to you when the chant from both ends of the political spectrum was let them trade. Kudos to you for pointing out that the trading stops were actually part of the system architecture designed to keep disaster and catastrophe from happening. We don't let airplanes fly in horrible thunderstorms, and there will be times when we need to just stop and pause the markets for prudential reasons. I want to reflect on a lot of thought on GameStop. There's been a lot said. And as usual, we've sort of devolved into a little bit of a silly partisan conversation on the topic. We ought to be able to agree, as I think we do, that investing is a critical part of asset accumulation for American families. We ought to be able to agree, I have a little problem with my good friend, Mr. Huizenga on this, that investing done irresponsibly, that is to say, without research, without thought around companies that you don't know about, will in fact result in a return that begins to look a little bit like the return you will assuredly receive in a casino or on the horse track. So I think our objective is how do we maximize the former, good, smart investing, and maybe encourage or discourage the latter, that is to say, investing that actually ends up hurting retail investors. And the facts are pretty clear
statistically,
on what behavior
YOLOs
leads to
are
them being
better
hurt.
investments than long
This is a question
buy and
for
hold.
Mr. Gensler and Mr. Cook. I'm having really looked at what happened with GameStop. I'm satisfied that the market will fix itself in the sense that when we do return to a bear market, some people are going to learn some fairly expensive lessons about the fact that the stock market is a
How do we
risky
stop
place to put your
retail
money.
from
And that'll
buying
all be good.
stocks that we don't want them to buy?
Where I get concerned, though, is when you start talking about a lot of complexity
Trending back down
and
to
in
VWAP
particular
right now, guys.
leverage.
Trading at
So
161.02.
margin, option strategies that I'm really pretty certain that most of us, much less the average retail investor, doesn't understand. My question, I guess, for Mr. Cook and Mr. Gensler is there a point where you're employing leverage or synthetic leverage through margin or through derivatives that we should begin to think about restricting the ability of retail investors to employ those strategies? I don't need to remind the committee that we all know the story of Mr. Alex Kearns, who took his own life because he traded.
How do we stop retail from playing the options market and shorting and buying shorted stocks?
So My question is that, is there a line around leverage or complexity where we ought to not let the market teach tough lessons?
So
no,
I'll go first.
That's
and I'm
capitalism.
Sure Robert will want to add.
You can't protect us from our
core
own
is protecting investors.
financial
and for a long
system.
time, we've said to open an options account, there was more discussion between a broker and that customer. Suitability used to be the words of the art, but and if I've got the words wrong, I apologize in my third week. But basically, they're taking more risk. I would also add, in terms of these apps, these applications that have made it easier to open accounts. In making it easier, we've lost that human in the middle.
By easier, they mean lower capital requirements. So the more money you have, the more they allow you to risk.
The thing that is like those buildings in Las Vegas and Atlantic City is that through gamification, they're using
this guy clearly didn't see my
prompts and
puts on
behavioral
General
prompts
Mills
to get
last week.
investors to trade more. And trading more, economic studies show, doesn't necessarily mean getting better returns. And so I wanted to add that, if I could, Congressman Himes. But
Gary Gensler's correct in that buy and hold strategies generally have a better return than day or swing trading.
I do think it's a matter of striking the right balance because, as you say, there are lots of risks that people may be taking on through complex products, margin, and we do have rules around some of that. There are limits on how much margin you can take. There are special requirements to open up an options account. But I think
he's really defending his "I've only been here 3 weeks" position.
The only way you would do that was if you had a broker or an investment advisor, someone advising you and understanding the risks that might be appropriate.
But that's what we're doing. We're buying
in light of that, in light of
and holding.
The fact that many of these same products are now
available. That's what everyone on like all the retail buyers are doing. They're not day trading this.
Should reflect the change in the technology.
Thank you very much. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is the third hearing on the GameStop saga. And one of the overarching themes has been protecting retail investors. I'm completely in agreement with the need to do this and ensure that everyone, no matter how much money they have invested, is competing on an equal playing field. However, one of the policy proposals that's being discussed to pay for some of the Democrats' progressive priorities would be determined to these same investors detrimental to the investors we're trying to protect. Of course, I'm speaking on the financial transaction tax. Contrary to what some on the left may want you to think, implementing this new tax would not only affect hedge funds and wealthy individuals, but rather anyone with a 401k or who opened their own brokerage account to trade stocks in their free time. So, Mr. Boydson, can you give us your thoughts on the most likely changes we will see if financial transaction tax is imposed?
Thank you, Congressman. Again, I'm not going to claim expertise in FTT, but the studies we have seen show mixed results. In some instances, it did slow down trading. It did dampen levels of market activity. Hong Kong is the contrary one, but again, Hong Kong has a low income tax, no capital gains tax, so very different circumstances. And the question you raise is exactly how does the tax get paid? Who ends up paying it? In many cases, it will flow, as you said, right back to the end investor, so the retail investor, the pension funds, the mutual funds. And if that's the case, then that would obviously impact returns negatively and impact the wealth creation that one would want to see in the stock market.
Okay. Raising taxes does not help, I'll tell you. Chairman Gensler, first of all, congratulations to you, and I want to welcome you to your first hearing before this committee. I hope we will have a productive working relationship as you take on this important role.
They're just mad that teenage gamers can trade the market better than
today during the rulemaking process.
If you guys are new in here and you like what's going on, drop a like, subscribe.
Needs to be a clear roadmap on what the SEC is focusing their attention on.
There's a donation link
Mr.
down
Chairman,
below for
what steps do you plan on taking to ensure the public is informed about the priorities and regulatory agenda that the SEC is undertaking during your tenure?
I look forward to working with you, Congressman Williams, as well. I think that the transparency of our regulatory agenda along with the rest of the administration, we would be publishing, I think it's twice a year, a unified agenda that's required under the law to publish our agenda. But it's through hearings like this and talking with the public more broadly about the agenda, about disclosure, market structure, ensuring that the markets work for working families.
Well, thank you for that.
Remember,
our
none of
capital
these
markets
people
are extremely
are our
regulated.
friends in
No
this.
single entity, whether it be an exchange or a broker dealer or SRO that acts unilaterally without any oversight. As we are discussing broad changes to our capital markets, we must first ensure we all have an understanding about how all the different players interact within the ecosystem. So, Mr. Boydson, for you, can you discuss quickly how the DTCC communicates and it's overseen by the SEC as you are setting margin requirements, as well as how you give notice to your clearinghouse members?
Thank you, Congressman. All our margin requirements are reviewed and approved by the SEC. They are subject to public commentary, so if we are introducing any change to the margin rules,
Shifting
there will be
blame.
a period of time where other members or anybody else that's interested can make a comment, and then the SEC approves it. The models are subject to very vigorous reviews internally by our risk departments, our audit departments. They're reviewed by the board.
Every 45 days.
We have a very rigorous governance and regulatory oversight of all our models.
Nope. Okay. I want to thank all of you for participating. Madam Chair, I yield my time back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman
this guy to have
from New
an eye
York,
patch.
Mr. Meeks, who is the chair of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much for this timely hearing. And I want to thank our witnesses today, both Chair Gensler and Mr. Cook. Chair Gensler, during these market volatility hearings, ensuring markets are fair and transparent so that investors are well informed has been a focus. Transparency is particularly important where investors are seeking information on the demographic makeup of company boards. In 2009, the SEC adopted its current board diversity rule to shine light on the demographics of corporate boards. However, the results of the current rule have been vague.
Not that this isn't something that needs to be discussed, but this isn't
as indicated by former Commissioner Louis Aguilar and former Chair Mary Jo White. In fact, an advisory committee at the SEC recommended in 2017 more specific disclosures around race, gender, ethnicity, because of the current rule's deficiencies. Those recommendations were not adopted by your predecessor. So my question to you is, first, can you commit today to revisiting the SEC's board diversity rule and requiring more specific disclosures around race, gender, and ethnicity as recommended by the SEC's Advisory Committee on Small and Emerging Companies in 2017?
I don't know.
I thank you, Congressman. I look forward to working with you.
Nothing. This has nothing to do with GameStop.
Chair.
This is just
and I do think I've asked staff to make recommendations up on how we can do.
He's putting our stock to sleep. I think it was asleep before the hearing, but
that investors are increasingly want to understand these particular issues around diversity and more broadly human capital, both. And it's driven by what investors want to see, and I've asked staff to try to serve up some suggestions on this.
Well, thank you.
I mean, I don't think AOC is going to have anything to offer on this either.
You could also think of maybe other initiatives that you can consider.
She's later in the order. She's like a less
within the department
senior member.
Have greater diversity in both corporate America and at the SEC itself. So I don't know if you have any additional thoughts on that, but if you don't,
no, the market's not even below VWAP yet.
We have 4,400 people at the agency, but we also have a number of outside advisory groups.
AMC sold off.
As those terms roll, they're on rolling terms and everything. We've also asked
rescheduled their earnings call.
Staff to look to ensure that those committees reflect the great diversity in our nation.
Well, thank you for that. And I look forward to working with you to work on this particular issue. Let me go to Mr. Cook right quick for the time I have left. Mr. Cook, This committee has examined.
I feel like
inherent
she's going to
conflicts of
touch on a
interest
lot
with
of the
payment
issues that
for
Meeks
order
is
flow
touching
that can be
on,
difficult to
like
mitigate
that
and
aren't
adequately
relevant to
protect
GameStop.
investors. For example, brokers can often be incentivized to route customer orders to a highest bidder instead of to another trading venues or other better prices. Despite disclosures, investors may not entirely be aware of how payment for order flow affects their pricing or whether they are getting the best execution. FINRA requires that any transaction should
If
be
I hear
bought and
anything
sold in a
relevant,
market
Lucha,
in which the
Chaos,
resulting
I
price
will.
to the customer
But
is
so far,
as favorable as
nothing's really
possible
happened.
under the market conditions. So, Mr. Clark, how can FINRA ensure that firms are always meeting their best execution obligations to their customers where the firm uses payment for order flow?
Well, thank you for that question, Congressman. You're absolutely right. Our rules do require best execution by both the firm that's routing the order and by the firm that's executing the order. And payment for order flow does create a conflict that does complicate that because, of course, we have to evaluate, is the order flow being routed because of the payment or because that's where the best execution is available? And that's an analysis that we work on every day through our oversight and surveillance, through our examination, and through guidance. I think we look forward to working with Chair Gensler, who has indicated he's going to be asking his staff to take a fresh look at this, because I think fundamentally the question is that conflict that you're describing, is it adequately addressed through disclosure? And also, what disclosure are retail investors really getting, and is it something that they understand? I think many investors really don't understand these aspects of the market. We need to think about, are there better ways we can help make sure they understand how their orders are being routed?
Thank you very much. I see my time is about to expire. Thank you, Madam Chair, for help holding this hearing.
You're so welcome. The gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is now recognized for 5 minutes. Mr. Hill? If Mr. Hill is not on the platform.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Are you there?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Please, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Well, this was a good hearing. I like part 3 as much as I like parts 1 and 2. Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you for our panelists. Let me start with Robert Cook. Robert, in the first 2 hearings, we talked a lot about Robinhood and other app-based broker-dealers versus a traditional retail-facing broker-dealer. And it was clear to me that customer service access for clients of Robinhood seemed to be lacking. I talked a little bit about sales practices in the area of small dollar stocks or options. What have you looked into this, and what are your views here, Robert Cook?
Well, thank you, Congressman Hill, for that question. Without speaking about any particular firm, it is an area that we're taking a look at. You'd mentioned customer service. We do expect firms to have sufficient infrastructure to comply with our obligation.
So we have broken out of the top currently of the wedge, by the way, guys.
Require, for example, a live
we're currently sitting like kind of on top of it,
provide flexibility for
using its upper floor as resistance.
It was necessary to regulate how firms provide customer service. And the expectation was they knew how to be responsive to their customers without regulators telling them how to do so. But financial services sector is evolving, as you know, just like the rest of the world, and commerce online, and lots of businesses don't have 800
sell
numbers.
walls.
So as
One
we work
buy
with the
wall
SEC
at
to review these events,
159.80.
that's one of the things we'll consider, whether there might be additional guidance going forward about kind of what are the minimum levels of support customers might need.
Well, thank you for that. Chairman Gensler, congratulations. Delighted to have you back in the regulatory.
Hope this pickle helps
space.
conjure some Long Johnsons.
You, sir, is,
thank you, Michael. Much appreciated. As always, a like or subscribe is more than sufficient, but the donations help a lot.
Yes, sir, I
Thank
am.
you,
It's good to see you again.
My pleasure. Have you read that yet, or had a chance to study its the sort of executive summary of it?
I've had an opportunity to take a look at it during my confirmation process, and I've just been yet to sort of dig into it with the career staff at the SEC.
Right. Well, I noted in your comment before confirmation hearing, the Senate banking, that you believe that companies obviously are required to disclose material things, and you made a statement that companies have a legal obligation to determine what's material. Do you think companies have any obligation to disclose non-material
Trading at
risks,
160.82, up 0.84%
regarding
on the
any
day.
topic?
I think that the heart of our disclosure regimes over multiple decades is that which investors are looking for. Investors to make their decisions. And we have regimes from accounting regimes, management discussion and analysis to employment
This
compensation.
is boring, but it's relevant.
That those regimes are that which
Can't all be
investors
fun and
need to
games.
pick up on and make their decisions on.
But you believe that
Won't
public companies
stop.
should be based on materiality in their disclosures.
There is a materiality component of disclosures, but there are also individual disclosures that are often very small, but still can have a really meaningful part to investment decisions.
Do you think that the principles for effective, meaningful disclosure are that they're
short
reliable,
positions? How about
verifiable, and objective?
I want to. You picked very specific words, sir.
Well, because Mike Bloomberg picked the words. I'm going by what Mike Bloomberg has suggested. He says that disclosures have to be reliable, verifiable, and objective. I wondered if you agreed with that.
I think what we're going to be trying to do is go out to public comment, get the best thoughts from the public on climate risk disclosure, human capital, diversity that we've talked about here, and get that which the investing public wants for their decision making to bring consistency and comparability in these various regimes as they make their decisions. So I don't want to get caught up in Mike Bloomberg's words. I think the public will have a chance to comment, and I think you'd probably not want me to just pick one person's words.
Well, in cost benefit analysis, you believe that anything that's required as required disclosure should be subject to the commission's cost benefit analysis.
I'm very proud this week we hired a world-class financial economist, Jessica Wachter, to lead our Division of Economic Research Analysis. Those 160 people are going to be integrated from the design phase all along in terms of doing rigorous economic analysis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're back.
Is this the next one? Thank you very much. The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to our witnesses. And so you're now going to be subject to yet another question.
Illinois
on
11.
horse racing for Mr. Cook and Chair Gensler. But this one will be about transparency in retail trade execution quality and payment for order flow. Retail investors don't care directly about payment for order flow. What they really care about are their total trading costs. You know, how the price that they got for the trades that they completed on their trading app compares to.
So this guy's like West Chicago.
Oh my God, Maxine started screaming my name and scared the hell out of me.
Whoops. Careful, French. Anyway, so I'll go back.
It's very close to home
really
for
the you know, how the
Chicago
price they got
options
to
markets.
what the price they should have gotten or could have gotten on some competing app. You know, the big players, institutional investors, analyze this by, you know, holding horse races between different order execution firms, and small players, retail traders.
His wife's asking him when
they're
moon.
told that they paid no fees, but they can't really compare the execution quality. To do that, they need some sort of reference price to know, you know, how the trades that they completed compared to some reference price that presumably could be based on the NBBO or the Consolidated Audit Trail or something similar. Could you comment on the feasibility of providing retail investors?
Yeah, once you take away their like grand podiums and their carved wood, they really just look like a bunch of morons trying to conduct a meeting on Zoom, and they don't know how to use it.
App that works best for them in the items that they actually trade.
I look forward to working with you, and it's good to see you again, Congressman. I think that you've put your finger on it. There's an inherent conflict. If a broker has arrangements and has 2 or 3 sole, source arrangements on payment for order flow, as to whether that payment for order flow is really getting best execution, or as you say, a horse race. Competition is a really good thing in markets and bringing market efficiency. And these are not free apps. They're just zero commission apps. The cost is inside the order execution. And so that's what I've asked staff to really take a look at and think about our overall market structure, because it's not just payment for order flow. It's a lot of other pieces about wholesalers have about 37, 38% of the market now. That means 38% of the market is not going to either the lit markets like New York Stock Exchange and NASDAQ, and not even going to regulated markets like alternative trading systems. So looking at the overall.
All that information.
Where are they going,
is
Gary?
present
Where
on the
are these
consolidated
orders
audit trail,
going?
correct?
Just answer
So,
the question.
What I'm thinking about is just some algorithm that runs on the record of completed trades in some time window around when the app.
This guy looks like a basset hound.
Trade, and then say, what would a fair price have been, and report that back to the user compared to the price that they got on the trade they
About 10 shares
executed,
out of boardom.
net of all fees and everything else.
We know, we can see the bounce.
Staff to understand the specifics of what you're saying. There is some disclosure on a quarterly basis under SEC rules already, but you're talking about more like maybe daily or trade by trade. And I look forward to understanding
trade
it
by trade, or
Gary Gensler trying to talk about dark pools.
Statistics over the course of months or years on the time
Doesn't
scale
quite know
that they
how
could
to
realistically
express
transition
it.
to a better app. And they may find out what the institutional investors find out, that one order execution firm works well for, very liquid, high volume securities. Another one is best for options, and so on. And so that they could have access to that sort of information.
I think the question you raised at the center of it is disclosure, even if it's more specific disclosure. How does that work in the market structure? And do we somehow get best execution for customers who are on one app, and it's even one app that's sort of promoting more activity through gamification and so forth?
Or not even that. Actually, Mr. Cook, do you have any comments on the feasibility of this? Does the data exist?
Yeah, we're trading right along VWAP right now, guys.
I think
160.75.
The point that would require us to think about what is the right benchmark.
This is the
how do we
FINRA
ensure
dude.
Consistency and measurement against that benchmark, and how do we get that information to the customer? I think that a lot of the data is there. There are the Rule 606 reports that Chair Gensler just mentioned, but I think to get to what you're talking about would probably require some more reporting, maybe even more reporting of information into CAT if that was to be done by a regulator. You could imagine this process being done either by the firms themselves or through a centralized process. But I think it's a very interesting idea, and we'd welcome the chance to talk further with you about it.
Yeah. All that would be necessary is an agreement on what the algorithm you're running in the time window to establish the reference price. And it doesn't have to be the best algorithm. It has to be a standard one that pretty well reflects the price that they should have gotten. And
Thanks for the unbiased bias. You're welcome. Trash bag
Thank
crab.
you. The gentleman's time
Thank
has
you for the
expired.
donation.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Laudermilk, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair.
The name of this
Chairman
video
Gensler,
should be
I'd
How
like
to Stop
switch
GameStop.
topics a little bit with you and discuss the SEC's consolidated audit trail. Now, when I was in the military, I was in a position in intelligence where I was responsible to protect a lot of highly sensitive data. And we had one principle that we lived by, and that principle was you don't have to protect what you don't have. And if you don't absolutely need something, especially if you have access to get it in other means, do not keep it. Now that's a basic rule of cybersecurity, that you can't disclose something that if you don't actually have it. Now, as you know, the consolidated audit trail is expected to collect 60 billion records every day of trading in the equities and options market. In July of next year, brokers will be required to report the personally identifiable information of every retail investor to the consolidated audit trail. While there are certainly times when the SEC needs to access investor data, this massive database will be a major target for cyber criminals.
Oh, guys, they're selling
That's
our
why
data.
I propose legislation that
Be
will
afraid
require
of the
the SEC
markets.
to instead
Don't
obtain
invest
this
money,
data
they'll
by
have your
requesting it
data.
from the broker and make sure the SEC is able to quickly access the data it needs. Brokers would have to provide that data to the SEC within 24 hours. So, Chairman Gensler, a 2018
This guy's trying
poll
to scare
indicated
all the
that
tinfoil hats that
89%,
don't think the
89%
government
of
already
retail
has all
investors
their
oppose
data.
having their personal data collected in the consolidated audit trail.
No one gives
And
a
that's
shit,
why I
dude.
proposed decentralizing this data across thousands of different brokerage firms instead of just one giant database, which is much,
no,
when it's all consolidated, it is a primary target. My
This
question
guy's
is, will
like
you take
wants to
action
hide
to
his
protect the
positions.
investors' sensitive
He's like, I've
personal
seen the Reddit
data?
reports. People know where
Congressman,
I'm
I thank
investing.
you for asking
I'm
that.
not okay with this.
The SEC is committed to protecting data. I think also, just as an update, and I believe this was late
Shares on a
last
cell
year under
phone
Chairman
loaded with
Clayton's
malware. I
leadership
don't-
at the SEC.
Bro.
The SEC passed some updates to the consolidated audit trail provisioning that a lot of that personal information that was going to be collected no longer will. People's birthdays, people's social security numbers and the like. And it might be that Mr. Cook has more details because it's really under FINRA that the Consolidated Audit Trail project is being put together. But I concur. I think a lot of that personal information is now not going to be collected, sir.
Well, I mean, that's a good start. But again, the basics of cybersecurity and protecting data is if you have access to get that data somewhere, and data is always more secure when it is dispersed in multiple locations. That's why a lot of companies are going to new technologies.
Don't allow all the information in one easily
same,
accessible database.
the
Let's
blockchain
split it up.
technology, which disperses that data. It's much more protected than when it's centralized. And even if you don't have PII, if you have a certain amount of information that can close the loop from other information, it puts a lot of people at risk.
It's not.
And so
It's
I think
just making it more
is
loosely collected and
vitally important that
insecure.
we protect investors' data from unnecessary risk. And I hope that you will take efforts to address this to make sure that people's information.
I wish Gary would say that. I'd be like, so, yeah, we are looking into
because as we know,
establishing
the
blockchain
federal
in our
government has
markets.
shown to be one of the targets and has disclosed a lot of information in the past. And so on another topic, as I stated in the first hearing on GameStop issue in February, it's unfortunate that some of my colleagues are using this issue to call for a laundry list of new regulations. But beyond just calling for the new regulations, they're actually proposing them in this hearing. Many of these proposals are a solution actually in search of a problem. So, Mr. Cook, if Congress was to ban payment for order flow, what effect would that have on the availability of commission-free trading for
None.
the everyday investor?
Fidelity already does it, and they're one of the largest
Thank you
brokerage
for that
houses.
question, sir. I think a ban on payment for order flow, the impact would
I'd rather
vary
not have
significantly
algos
across
and high-frequency
different
traders
firms
front
based on
running
their
my
business models.
trades.
There are some firms who don't accept payment for order flow now and still charge their commissions. But there are others who rely heavily on it. And one of the things to think about, if you're thinking about banning,
I hope they don't learn
payment
about
for
our
order flow
tethered
would be
yachts.
what would be the pass-through
Alex,
effects on
welcome back.
investors. Payment for order flow also does have some advantages that have been identified by the SEC in the past,
Yeah,
including
for hedge
the
funds.
potential for guaranteed execution with some price improvement or prompt execution. But I think this is a very complicated area. I think if the Congress or the SEC were to think about banning, we'd have to think about all the knock-on effects throughout the market structure system.
Flopping pickles.
Thank you for that.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I want to thank you again for holding not only this hearing, but the 3 hearings. I think it was very important for us to really take a look at what happened at GameStop. The only thing I would ask, Madam Chair, is please don't scare Mr. French again. He seemed to be very frightened at some point, and
Let's
I would
find out
just
where this
ask you
guy's
to
district
be
is.
a little more delicate with him.
I assure you it was not me. Thank you.
So this guy's like
friend to many of us, so
SoCal,
we-
downtown San Diego.
I know, I was teasing. I do want to thank the
Mexicali or
witnesses for
Calexico.
being here. Again, I appreciate it very much. I was going to ask about the two things, the shortening the settlement cycle, the T1, and really if their savings are 40%, and also about market concentration. However,
does he have enough pictures
Mr.
of his
Lucas
family
first
up?
opened the door to ESG, and then Mr. Huizinga kind of kicked it open, and then, of course, Mr. Hill smashed it open. So I have to say that I'm very interested in ESG myself, and I want to ask a few questions about that. Chair Gensler, I don't want to put words in your mouth. I noticed that others tried and they weren't very successful, so I'm not going to do that. But I do want to say this. A very wise man once said, transparency is at the heart of efficient markets. And the same very wise man said, at the heart of our laws are disclosures. Even though you've only been there for 3 weeks, Chair Gensler, I think you know the man who said that. Because of course you just did a little while ago. And I have a bill, and my bill, HR 1187, which passed out of the committee. Among other things, it would establish a sustainable financial advisory committee to communicate with interest groups and individuals regarding sustainable finance, and ultimately provide the SEC with a report identifying policy changes that could facilitate sustainable investments. In addition, the bill requires this committee to submit recommendations to the SEC regarding what ESG metrics and the SEC should require to be disclosed. As you know, many companies already disclose ESG metrics, and I think it's very
Falling below
unfair that some
VWAP,
do and some don't.
159.63, guys.
I'm
No
curious
volume.
to know your words without putting words in your own mouth. What do you have to say about that, Mr. Chair?
Well, I look forward to
Still
looking
up for the
closely at
day.
your bill and talking to your staff about that. But I think that to the extent the broad public is listening to this, please give us comments, even now in an open comment period. It'd be really helpful to understand as investors what you think you need and wish, and you're making your investment decision, your proxy votes and the like, on climate, on human capital,
Transparent
on
FTD
diversity
and
and the
short sale
issues that
data.
we've been talking about here in this hearing, or other disclosures. And it's really helpful for the
Minute by
agency
minute
as we're doing
updated
this.
institutional
I think
holdings.
consistency and comparability are helpful as well. And right now, a lot of issuers are dealing with varying needs around this issue.
There's plenty
and
of like
around the
support
globe,
walls. Like the
because
stock's not going to
our
drop
companies here, we have to look out to U.S. investors, but our companies are also trying to raise money overseas or operate overseas. And there's a bit of an alphabet soup of different approaches to this. So I think it's important. It's within the authority and mission of the SEC to enhance this disclosure and bring some consistency and comparability.
It might be a little bit back
Well,
inside.
music to my ears. What I would also add, and I think you've already stated it, but materiality, when they take a look at materiality,
we're like right on it.
It's the investor.
We could fall
that gets
back
to decide
inside
that,
if
not
we
the company.
dip.
I think it's very, very important that the investors know
We're
this
actually,
information.
you know what?
But
We're
again,
actually,
I'll put that
we're
aside
back
because I know my
inside
time
it.
is running out. But I did want to ask you about the T+1, Chair Gensler. What do you think? Is there really all that savings, 40% savings there? And if that's the case, why not real-time settlement?
Back inside the wedge
We heard
for
that
anyone
that's probably
listening in.
impossible to do.
So I think technology exists to come to
Trading at
same-day
159.94.
settlement. There are real savings, lower cost, and lower risk. The question about same-day settlement is it's still netted, as Mr. Botson pointed out. Netting is a really important piece of the economics, but you could have same-day evening, so to speak, and have it all netted. But there are obviously transition costs. Moving from T+5 to 3 to 2 took time. I note in the 1920s, we were at T+1. So getting back to T+1 100 years later in modern technology, Mike Botson's writing this down. He's saying, oh no. But I want to say that we can get to T+1, we could get to T plus evening, but it will take some time.
Thank you.
Thank you. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr.
I want
Davidson,
T plus
is
day
now
of.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Or T plus market close.
Thank you,
That'd
Madam
be
Chairwoman.
amazing.
I thank our witnesses for lengthy testimony today. It certainly adds value. Each of our three witnesses contributes important roles to ensuring our capital markets operate efficiently and effectively. And I thank each of you for taking such important responsibility. The market volatility we saw.
Can you elaborate?
The market volatility we saw in January has more people talking about the clearing and settlement cycle. And during the first GameStop hearing, I highlighted some projects that the DTCC was working on regarding the use of distributed ledger technology to shorten the settlement cycle and enhance our capital market structure. Mr. Bodson, I want to personally thank you and your team for sending me an update on those projects, and I look forward to monitoring their progress. Speaking of distributed ledger technology or blockchain more broadly, I would like to hear Mr. Gensler's thoughts. It is well known that you are a blockchain expert, as evident by your time as a professor at MIT. There are some fascinating videos.
This dude's
on
reading
YouTube
a DD right now on
the
Reddit.
subject. If anyone has time and wants to learn more about blockchain technology, I want to get your views on regulation of digital assets. Since 2017, this topic has been a passion of mine, and I've set out a legislative goal of creating a bipartisan and clear, light touch regulatory framework for digital assets that promotes innovation while protecting consumers. The final product was the Token Taxonomy Act, first introduced in 2018 and reintroduced last Congress and now this Congress. It has bipartisan support and always has. The bill has had input from academics at Wharton School of Business, trade groups like the U.S. Chamber, specialized groups such as the Blockchain Association, various state regulators, and plenty of market participants.
Mostly.
In 2019, you told me, Chairman Gensler, that the SEC has been slower than I think we want, quote, in terms of creating a regulatory framework for digital assets. Just 2 days ago, Secretary Yellen publicly stated that we do not have adequate framework to deal with cryptocurrencies from a regulatory standpoint. Now, with you at the helm of this agency, I think it's an opportune time for the SEC to work with Congress on creating this regulatory framework that's bipartisan and clear. Chairman Gensler, have your views changed since 2019 on the SEC's approach to digital asset regulation?
Congressman, thank you, and for that personal shout out. It's a free course, by the way. It's free online. But
it is. You guys can.
I think that there are things that we can do better and get done at the Securities and Exchange Commission, and we have authority. But I also look forward to working with Congress if it's the desire of Congress to try to fill some gaps. As I said earlier, I think crypto exchanges, particularly if one trades Bitcoin in America today, there's not a investor protection regime that really protects as I think would be appropriate.
Who's the owner of that
these
account?
Exchanges. So I look forward to working with you and in this committee if the chair.
I know there's a character limit, but just like DM me on Reddit or just try to give me as much
Thank you so much, and I look forward to working with you. And frankly, our bipartisan group will certainly as well. You know, regulation by enforcement's been characteristic of this space. Obviously, XRP is a key case, but it'd be great to have a bright line test so that we wouldn't be dependent on so many enforcement actions or no action letters. So greatly appreciated. Lastly, I do want to talk about the SEC's authority to suspend trading. I look forward to working with you on a bill that would provide additional transparency about why the trading was suspended, and you know, more specifics there. And some of that has already been commented on by others. But I'd leave you the opportunity, sir, to any closing comments on that.
Sometimes when there's like a Fed meeting or something,
I look forward to hearing more about the issue.
As
you said, I haven't looked at your bill.
Not like this hasn't been what we've been doing for
suspending
weeks.
Penny stocks, or was it suspending others? Because there's small market cap companies that are in some cases have no products and no employees even, but that just are ripe for fraud and manipulation. There's been a regime for decades around penny stocks and trying to protect the public from what are easily manipulated circumstances.
Yeah, just like that clarity that you had there. That's the
we
piece
traded
that when you
up,
put the
and
disclosure
then
out
now we're
for
back
information
down.
flowing, what information triggered the halt.
We're
But I look forward to it, and,
0.25%
Madam Chairwoman,
above
thanks
open.
again for the hearing. I yield back.
Thank
That's
you.
above
The
yesterday's
gentleman from
close.
New
So we're up for
Jersey,
the day
Mr.
still, but
Gottheimer,
barely,
is
and we're
now
falling.
recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman.
I don't
and
know.
thank you
He
for our
hasn't,
witnesses for being
like,
here today. Chairman Gensler, congratulations. on your
specified yet.
confirmation
I'm
of the
waiting to hear
SEC.
more
Welcome
from
to the
him,
House Financial Services
either on
Committee.
Reddit or
It's good to see you,
in the
and I know
YouTube
we're all
chat.
looking forward to working with you in the coming years.
Takashira, if you're
I'm having
listening,
a bipartisan effort to reinstate
more
the
information
state-level tax
on that
deduction
subject would
that was
be
eliminated in the tax
appreciated.
hike bill of 2017. Capping the SALT deduction has enormously increased the tax burden on hardworking middle-class families in New Jersey's 5th District. To make matters worse, some legislators now want to impose a financial transaction tax, an FTT, on stock and bond transactions, including in my state. Chairman
Yeah,
Gensler,
definitely
according to a study by Vanguard, an FTT would cost retirement savers $36,000, more than 3.5 years of savings over their lifetime, and would send jobs and markets overseas. Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
first, do you support a financial transaction tax?
First, let me say it's good to see you. We full disclosure, we first knew each other maybe 20-some years ago working in administration. I really think that I would leave it to Congress and the executive branch to sort through taxes. And our remit at the SEC is about ensuring that working families are protected, we protect them, and we have fair, orderly, efficient markets and capital formation.
None.
And the taxing questions are really outside our jurisdiction, if that's all right, Congressman.
I appreciate that, and yes, and I'm excited to work together again. Can I maybe just ask it a slightly different way? Maybe that'll.
So anybody against a tax on
Are you concerned
trades
about an impact it would
is
have
for high
the
frequency
markets,
trading.
on pushing markets overseas if we did any kind of new levy? You know, there's a lot of concern that it's
So they're saying
easy,
that the
given
capital
technology,
from
to
high
move,
frequency trading would flow
the back end of
overseas
these
to
processes
countries
overseas,
where
which
there
kind
is
of
no
what we're
tax
facing in New
per
Jersey.
trade.
From a market perspective, would you be concerned about that, or would you prefer to?
Again, I think what you're raising is there are trade-offs, and I think more appropriately
Ultimately,
raised by
for
Congress
retail
and executive
investors, this would be
branch in
beneficial.
terms of those trade-offs.
Not only would it reduce front
we do have a
running on
modest
stock
fee.
purchases,
It funds the agency. It's about $2 billion
it would
a
also
year.
pretty much put a halt
that
to high frequency
we've had.
trading,
So, but whatever
which is
trade-offs
the
beyond that,
bane
I
of
think
our
I
existence
leave to
in
the
markets as
appropriate,
retail
the White
traders.
House, Treasury, and Congress.
Thank you, sir. Separately, if I can ask you about investment broker dealers are, as you know, legally required.
No,
to
he's
offer
worried about
best
high
execution for
frequency
their
trading
clients
firms losing
and to
money,
provide the most advantageous
and thus
order
his wealthy
execution for their
clients.
customers, given the prevailing market environment. However, as you know, there's a perception that the
wealthy
practice of payment for order flow creates a conflict of interest
constituents.
between brokers and the investors they serve. Do you believe that payment for order flow presents a conflict of interest too significant to be adequately addressed by regulations such as enhanced disclosures or strengthening best execution obligations?
So you raise a good question, because we found conflicts in various enforcement cases, like one that we followed in September, where the wholesaler was literally saying, well, you tell me, I can pay you more to the broker, I can pay the customer more. So we know, at least from that case, this inherent conflict is there, and whether we can address it enough through disclosure, or it sort of implicates the broader market structure. And I've asked staff to think about that broader market structure, and not just the wholesaler payment for order flow, but also the exchanges through rebates, and just how's this market structure that's led to concentration. So right now we have a pretty highly concentrated and growing concentration in the retail order flow. Economics tells us competition lowers costs to investors.
Well, I appreciate that, and I really appreciate that you're hopefully going to get input from stakeholders before taking any action. And I like that you're asking the SEC to do so. Lastly, as Warren was saying,
it could be shorting. I don't think like there's enough
professorial acuity in
like
the cryptocurrency space.
movement
I've really enjoyed our
to say one way or the other.
I think it's wonderful to have
like this
somebody with
doesn't
the
look
level of
like super
expertise
volume
at
supported.
the
This
SEC,
might
given,
have been
the competitive marketplace.
like
and
they
I
might
think
have
it's
tried
really
to
important
change the
that we
trend
take the
here
lead here and
to
not
prevent
cede
the
the lead
upside movement,
to
but
others in the world.
it doesn't look like a lot of shares are
fintech and
being bought or
cryptocurrency.
sold
You know, markets
in any
as markets
regard
continue
here.
to grow and innovate. I would hope, and I think I know the answer to this, but commit to providing clarity for market participants in the crypto space and working with stakeholders
Who's
to
next?
ensure that we don't lose our nation's place as the #1 country for innovation and technology. You know, just making sure that it's that clarity that I think is so important.
Congressman, I can't agree. Our capital markets for
candle.
decades have been part of our economic success story. And,
Yeah,
and
but I mean,
technology comes
with a
along,
downward
markets
trend,
change, but we want to make
right?
sure
So
we
like
enhance our
Henkinashi
rules and
shows it
get
as a
ahead of
red
this
candle
in the
because
crypto
the trend
space
of it
as
is
well as
actually
in the
downwards.
traditional security space, and always refresh our rules.
Thank you. I yield back. Thank you so much. Good to see
Thank
you.
you.
So more
The
stock was
gentleman from
traded
North
at a lower
Carolina,
price than a
Mr.
higher
Bud,
price.
is now recognized for 5 minutes.
It's one of the reasons
Thank
I
you,
like
Chairwoman. And Chairman Gensler,
Henkinashi.
welcome and congrats on your new role.
The trend did reverse.
Following up on the
but
crypto
barely.
conversation, in all my conversations with crypto industry leaders, they mentioned a lot of the same priorities: the need for a coherent, clear regulatory framework, clarity for legacy institutions to offer DeFi products, and even regulatory steps to offer a Bitcoin ETF. But the U.S.'s lack of clear guidance is both
I
a
mean, that
competitive
candle was
disadvantage
21,000,
and it's a
but it was
national security
negative.
concern.
The sell
So as you know,
volume
this
was
is a
greater
complex issue,
by
but I hope you're going to be willing to work with
0.09% than
Congress
the
as we
buy
talk
volume.
about some of the steps to be
So
taken.
Henkinashi, this is one of the
So
instances
there's a
where
strong
Henkinashi is
group of
actually
bipartisan
more
lawmakers
accurate.
and regulators that want to help solve the issue. But I'd just like to turn it back over to you and see what would you like to work with in this area in regards to blockchain and cryptocurrencies. And I appreciate the other members coming before this that have mentioned cryptocurrencies and blockchain.
I thank you. I look forward to working with you and any member of this committee and your staffs. I think that there's a lot of authority that the SEC currently has in the security
we're back
space,
inside the wedge
and
voting.
there are a number of cryptocurrencies that fall within that jurisdiction. But there are some areas, particularly Bitcoin trading and
the
large
hearing's pretty
exchanges, that the public is not currently really protected on these crypto exchanges, trading just Bitcoin. And so that would be one area I would highlight.
Very good. Second question is the GameStop episode, switching back to actually talking about GameStop, it highlighted the need to revisit settlement times. So it's understandable that any move away from T2 will need full industry support.
Tomorrow morning,
but the struggle of moving
peak.
from T2 to T0 settlement times, it's not lost on me. So
And
Chairman,
that has like an accuracy
with today's
rate
state
of
of
like
technology,
12
including
hours, so it could
blockchain
also be
technology,
Monday morning.
what is the SEC and the DTCC? And
It
also
could
want
be
to include Mr.
today
Watson in
or
this.
Monday morning.
What are you all doing to evaluate the potential use of blockchain to help speed up settlements? And I'll start with you, Chairman Gensler.
So you're right that technology exists
Nothing
today.
necessarily,
just
Jordan.
settlement cycles, even maybe to the
They
same
can continue to
day.
apply
I think there's a business model issue as to
short
whether
pressure.
it's still netted, which has a lot of economic advantages. In terms of the underlying ledger technology,
That's because the
itself, I
market's
would
down about
defer to
$5
Mr.
from its
Watson as
all-time
to
high.
whether they find it's
Exactly.
helpful to have a distributed shared ledger or a sort of a single party ledger. And then what the role of the SEC would be is to ensure that whatever rules they're proposing has the resiliency and the important safety of a clearinghouse, because this is a systemically important clearinghouse. It's the largest, it's really the sole clearinghouse for equities. But I turn to Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Congressman. Distributed ledger.
I'll go over the wedge after the
pointed out before, we
committee
have
meeting.
2 projects on the way that are publicly discussing Project Ion, which is
It's delayed.
DLC
So like
for,
in much of the
settlement
manner
purposes
that like
and
boarding keeps
digitized
moving the
securities.
wedge out,
Project Whitney
if
is
nothing
more
happens, if
concentrated
there
on
is
private
no
security
breakout that
markets,
occurs,
bringing
then the
substantial
wedge
savings
would
and
be
record
technically like from a
over
TA
those
perspective
markets.
further
What we're
extended
going to
until
do,
that
working
breakout
with
occurs.
SIFMA and ICI and the
It
entire
is in a way
industry over the next few
self-fulfilling, but
months,
it can also break
look at those
down,
business processes, look at the
which is
conventions that are out
what
there,
it's like,
see how best.
so like
to
it's attempting to
the
predict a
impact of
breakout,
shortening
correct?
time.
So like,
As I said
but
before,
if you have a breakdown, that
short-mid
invalidates
credit
it.
risk goes down,
But as
the
long as
short-mid
it's consolidation and
extended
sideways trading,
operational risk goes
then
up
you
and
have
down, so
neither
a market
outcome,
in disarray.
and so hence
So, you know,
the wedge
DLT,
continues to
smart
be
contracts,
true.
all these are exciting developments. The question is, what's the right time to use it? I mean, they're new technologies. I mean, we have 45 years of resiliency. I'm going to jinx our company, but you know, we've had a great track record. So anything we do, we want to maintain that reputation for being, you know, Fortress DTCC. But new technologies are something obviously we're looking at, and it's very, very exciting for the industry over the medium to longer term that it could revolutionize what we do.
Very good. Thank you both.
Sort of.
Chairwoman, I yield back.
Thank you very much.
Gotham, but not
The
quite.
gentleman from Florida, Mr. Lawson, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome our guests to the committee today. And one of the things that I've been actually concerned about, more so than anything else, is the safety for the investor ever since the pandemic hit. And we've seen a lot of things happen within the marketplace. So, Mr. Watson, are current broker capital investment sufficient to prevent harm to the investor?
I can't hear
and
this
to
guy
the
at all.
financial system?
He's just talking about harm to
Thank you,
investors.
Congressman. It's a difficult
Seems to be
question.
like the
What we
topic of the
saw
day is
during this period of
blockchain
time is obviously,
and crypto
our
regulation
requirements went up
and
tremendously as a result
investor
of these
self-harm.
market conditions, which were unseen. I mean, I have to be truthful that I've been in this business for 40 years, never seen this sort of concentrated activity in a series of stocks and the impact that it had on the market, therefore in the clearinghouse. What we want to make sure that people understand is our collection of the margin protects everybody from almost everybody. So, you know, we talk a lot about what happened with Robinhood and their meeting the margin charge, which they did, and they remained in good standing. But if somebody else had gone into default during that period of time, Robinhood nor Robinhood's clients would have to worry about trades being consummated. And I think that's the story that, you know, I think that is getting lost somewhat in this somehow, is that the system worked. I mean, there was incredible volumes. The system processed that volume. There was big changes in margin. Firms met that margin. Nobody was defaulted. Nobody was pushed into that situation from
Holy
a firm
shit.
basis. And the impact on the retail client obviously is something that both the SEC and this committee hopefully will come back with recommendations and views upon. But from our aspect, the post-trading aspect, it was an incredible period of stress. We then see this circumstances, but we were prepared for volume surges. We were prepared for market stresses, and that part of the process worked very well.
Okay, so
thank you. And this is important to the whole panel.
that's going to be more
Do you
important than
believe that
anything. This guy, well, hold on.
has a place in investing? And if so, what guardrails should be in place to ensure investors are protected?
I will. I just want to make sure that I hear all of this.
Congressman, I thank you for asking that.
So quick note here. The head of the DTCC just confirmed in this hearing that nobody was margin called during the activity in January. He said the only issue was with Robinhood and they met the requirements. Anybody on margin met the requirements of their margin and says no such margin call occurred. So any information, he just denied any information out there live. He just said nobody but Robinhood. So that actually
all of a sudden that's their
yeah, okay, so he's still talking about that. So yeah, the head of the DTCC just confirmed live in this meeting. I'm gonna update Reddit right now. But yeah, the only margin issue was with Robinhood, and Robinhood met that margin issue, and there were no other margin issues reported. They wouldn't have covered if they were margin called. The whole point was that they said that Melvin and Citadel were margin called back in January and hence had covered their short shares. I actually believe if you go back to Melvin's testimony in the first hearing, they say that their margin limits were met and they were called. And so they had to cover.
We also want to make sure we
that's a
understand
hell of a
the
lot of
risks,
confirmation
and I believe
bias.
there's some important risks. And I
I'm gonna
think the
update
benefits
Reddit
and
with that
risks may
information
change in
now.
different contexts. We also need to understand that. So I think we need to move forward in this area by really getting a process where there can be everyone can all the stakeholders can share their views, and the regulators can be even better educated. We fully support the concept of soliciting more comment in this space.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, one more before. So do you think that SEC broker-dealer capital and liquidity framework need to be strengthened for the larger retail broker-dealers? If so, how?
You raise a good question, because what we found in January is a number of brokers then denied access or shut out access, and it was about liquidity to the clearinghouse or margin in the clearinghouse. So we're taking a close look at that, but you raised a good question whether it also relates to their capital and liquidity needs.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I yield back, but that is very, very important.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Hollingsworth, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this hearing, and I know a lot of very important topics have been talked about. Chair Gensler, I wanted to speak directly with you for a few minutes. I was so encouraged to hear during your Senate confirmation hearing of your willingness to work on transitioning to an e-delivery system. Given the significant increase in communications via electronic means, it seems like a real common sense solution where consumers would win, ultimately firms would win, and everyone would be better off on account of this. So I certainly hope that this will continue to be a priority. Do you expect it to be a priority as you're getting started and spinning up in your new role?
I thank you. Yes, I was honored in the late 90s to work with Senator McCain on which was the e-signature bill that President Clinton signed. And so I think these are ways to bring efficiency. And look, the last 14 months we've been working through this pandemic largely because of some of those earlier reforms. It's been a very, very hard time, and too many of us have lost loved ones. But electronic delivery is something that I hope that we can continue to look to do while still protecting investors and ensuring they get the proper disclosures.
Wonderful. Well, I certainly appreciate that, Chair. I think this is an important area that we could wring a win from.
Maybe that's why they were trying to take his microphone away.
Their information, as well as for those that are providing it. Wanted to switch topics and talk about minimum tick sizes, though. I've mentioned in previous hearings that we've seen a dramatic increase over the last decade in off-exchange trading, with this year at some points, frankly,
I don't know if that's something you can misspeak about. They are under oath.
Than on exchanges. And look, the reality is, I don't want this to be a matter of preference. I don't want it to be a matter of party, but I do.
So let me address this with the chat without that running in the background for a second. So yeah, if you missed it, the head of the DTCC confirmed that nobody was margin called back during the squeeze of January, which lends a lot of credibility to the thesis that the shorts have absolutely not covered their positions. It wasn't a real short squeeze, and it was in fact a gamma squeeze, and that means that those positions still have not been covered to date because they have not been margin called. And this is why we watch these things as much as we hate them.
Go right ahead.
All right, thank you. So
yeah,
one feature of our stock exchanges is there's a minimum price size of
that's
a
penny,
catalyst. If I understand the question, or minimum tick size. I have asked staff to consider that in terms of market structure. Should that change? Should
in that case,
address some of
this stock is still more than 140% short.
But on the exchanges, we currently are not able to. And is that just a legacy of an earlier time?
Different positions can get margin called at different times. We know that means that also we know that the margin call limit for some of those positions is above 480, but could have been decreased over time. That doesn't mean we know
Thank
the
you, Madam
exact
Chair. You
price
caught me
target
by
of the
surprise with
margin
the
call,
technical
though.
glitch there. I really appreciate you all coming. Chair Gensler, I'd like to dive into some of the weeds
I
here
wouldn't
on
sell
payment
any
for order
GME
flow.
right now.
And I want to frame this in the context of Robinhood because it's top
Yeah,
of mind in this
I think the
hearing,
floor
but I
went
think
up.
it's more illustrative of some challenges than
I do
than
have
the
a Twitter.
specifics for
It's
them.
listed down in the
Number one, I would
down
just point
below.
out that last
Also,
year
if you guys like
Robinhood
the content, drop a like.
paid $65 million
If you want to hear
in
more of
fines
it, subscribe.
for failing to
And if you want to help
disclose
support the channel, you
their
can
reliance
donate
on
down
payment for order
below.
flow as a revenue stream. And
Melvin lied. It means Melvin lied,
65.
or the DTCC
By comparison,
is saying
earned
that they didn't
$91 million
margin call
in payment
anybody
for order flow revenue in the first
in
quarter
January
of 2020,
and
$180
lying
million
about that,
in the
which
second quarter of
seems
2020,
more
and
unlikely.
$331 million, 5 times the fine
You got it,
in the first quarter of this year. Now, you weren't at the SEC, and I'm not going to ask you to comment on that, but I would just make the observation that if the pain of the fine is so much lower than the benefit of the crime, I'm not sure it has it has the kind of deterrent property we would like. Now, in our hearing with
Illinois
Mr.
District 6.
he noted
Let me
that
look this
their
guy
payment
up.
for order flow agreements.
Some of
are
these guys have very
where their
vested
revenue is
interests
earned as a
in
percent of the spread earned
the
by
options
wholesalers.
market and market makers,
Now, leaving the
because
question of payment for order
so
flow
this
broadly
guy's
aside, that seems to
also
me like a total conflict of interest. The
Western
structure of that
Central
agreement
Chicago area,
puts the interests of the wholesalers and the brokers directly
like
at odds
outside of
with
Chicago.
with the investors, does it not?
Well, I think you highlight two really important points, if I may. One is that an enforcement regime, we should, I believe, without fear or favor, lean in to individuals and corporations and hold them accountable. And that what you're highlighting is sometimes just a dollar payment doesn't fully address holding companies or individuals accountable and change the behavior in the market. As to the behavior itself, what that finding in that case in December showed is that there was an inherent conflict.
It could be
there
jail
was
time, I
the
think.
wholesaler saying,
Perjury,
well,
whatever
which
the
way do
charges
you
for
want me to
perjury
go
are.
on this? It's either you or the investor. And so that's why I've asked staff. I think that we have to take a holistic look at the market structure and see whether, not only whether customers are really getting best execution, but how the market structure can be addressed.
That means that the shorts have it
also
covered.
address some of the increasing concentration.
They
in the
scapegoated Robinhood and Melvin
appreciate
to
that,
make
'cause
it
again,
appear
it's
like
the
they
structure.
covered
It's
their
one thing to be paid 10
positions.
cents a trade. It's something
But they
else to say, I'm
haven't.
going to get a percent of the spread.
Wait
the
for
second
it.
point that Mr. Tenov
Could be a day or two.
said in those hearings was that, at least for their
This
options
news has to
orders,
spread,
that
right?
they only route trades to the
And it has
4
to
firms
be-
listed on their 606s that they have payment for.
It has to
order flow
get out
contracts with.
there in a way that
The-
people understand.
To my mind, I don't understand how that's consistent with the best execution obligation. If you are consciously not even talking to firms who might be able to do this but don't pay you a fee on it, would you agree that again, I'm talking about the structure of how you implement your payment for order flow, not the concept generally?
I think that you highlight a very good point that in circumstances where you don't have that, then a broker sort of says, all right, I've got to institute best execution, and goes out and surveys. I think it was earlier, some congressman said it was a horse race, but you can go out and you can kind of say, all right, now I think it was Congressman Foster, but be sure, who can I go out and sort of find the best execution rather
Yeah, I
than
mean,
a limited
the
2
market
or
just
3,
got
in this
confirmation
case, 4
from the
firms that are,
DTCC that
sending
this
money
stock
back
is
to the broker.
140% or
Okay,
more
well,
short.
I'd like to then just tie this
So
all
we
to the
might see some
gamification
uptrends.
question, because I think all of us on this committee, regardless of party, want to see U.S. investors create as much wealth as possible.
I think
And
we
don't think
needed
any
to
of us
know
have
it.
evidence to suggest that retail investors, with high trading frequency, come out better than retail investors who, just invest in index funds and are long hold.
He's right.
Other than a
I
couple
like this
lucky
guy.
casino winners. And yet that is precisely what gamification is designed to do. And so if you couple gamification
No, I don't.
with an incentive based on the spread, and you couple that with only funneling money to people who are on the spread, it seems to me like I cannot.
You can cover a
conceive of
short
world
position without
where
margin
you are
call,
also
a margin
fulfilling
call,
your
but
best
why would
execution
you?
obligation.
Why would
So
you
in the
cover a
time we've
losing
got
short
left,
position
what
without
tools
being
do you
margin
have
called.
to enforce compliance with folks who are violating that best execution? And can you commit to making sure that the fines are commensurate with
You
the gains
never,
from the crime?
like, these guys, they don't take a loss.
That is certainly what we're going to lean in to do. I think that without
That's
fear
what it
or
was
favor, and it's
before the
not just
run
about
up,
the
and
firms,
since
but
nobody got margin
individuals,
called,
and about sanctions and bars, and
that was
when
the
needed
reported
to
short
have,
interest before the
orders
squeeze
that
in
make sure of
January
that.
was 140%.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
That was actually the
committee
official
will be in
number.
recess for 5 minutes.
There's 40% naked short sold with 100% of the float sold short as well. Okay, so we got a recess right now. Yeah, if anybody can assist in getting that information out to Reddit, they should. I think that needs to be addressed immediately. That was a huge revelation, and it came directly from the mouth of the head of the DTCC. So that means that, in fact, the stock is as short as it was in January, or more, right? Because it's whatever it was in January plus all the shorting that's occurred since then, which, as we know, is essentially all of it. I mean, how many shares are there to borrow? None. And so, yeah, they didn't get the mic far enough away from him, apparently. But my upvote is at the ready and trolling near to the top. Yeah, I'll post it right now, I guess. Anybody remember who was interviewing him? Flare news. All right, I posted it, guys. If you guys can get that moving, that'd be awesome. Trey Hollingsworth from Indiana. I'm gonna edit that then, and just so people know. Cool. Awesome. I'm pretty hyped. That's crazy. We'll see. I mean, like, we'll see how long it takes for it to pick up. Because they've been covering failure to delivers with deep in the money call options. What's the timestamp? Does anybody have that? 1635? They will cut that portion of the video. Yeah, TLDR, buy and hodl. I guess so. Can someone clip it and send it to me either on Reddit or -18?
Order. The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gonzalez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to our esteemed panel. Mr. Gensler, I want to start with you and thank you for your testimony and your thoughtfulness in today's hearing. It's our first time.
This guy looks like that guy from House of Cards.
It's great to meet you. I want to start with the Archegos situation. So, as you know, under SEC rules, any person
nobody was defaulted, nobody was pushed into that situation.
Of a company must publicly disclose, and then greater than 10% additional disclosures. Archegos via swaps had exposure, though not ownership, in excess of those triggers, and therefore they didn't have to disclose. Obviously, once the underlying shares started
to tank,
gonna
keep doing that
there
until
were
they fix
margin calls which they couldn't make, and then we had the disorderly liquidation. So my question around this is, from your view, how do we solve this going forward, and should the disclosures be triggered instead by exposure as opposed to outright ownership? Would that solve it? And if not, what sort of ideas?
I think you raise a very good point, and Congress anticipated this in reforms passed 12 years ago in the Dodd-Frank Act, and gave authority to the SEC with certain conditions, but authority to bring what's called securities-based swaps into these regimes. So this 5 and 10% disclosure. I've asked staff to try to prepare.
I just invested all over the inside of my pants.
I think these Archegos circumstance where this family office had well in excess of those numbers.
All right, it's starting to get some notoriety.
Market-based and systemic-based reasons why, even if they didn't have the vote, it was an important set of exposures.
Right. And then with respect to this situation, from a systemic risk standpoint, do you think that Archegos was close to a long-term capital management style dislocation, or was it more a blip in the radar? Where are you on that? And I know
it's a very good question. I guess I've been around finance long enough that I was asked by then Secretary Rubin to visit long-term capital management in 1997. I don't know all the figures, but this was smaller, and it's 24 years later, than that circumstance had over $1 trillion of derivatives contracts on about $4 billion of capital. So it was highly, I would say highly levered. This was levered, as earlier members of this committee have said, pretty levered up, but I don't think it was quite at that level. But you raise a good point. There's systemic implications that we
They
have
hide
to
they
take
hide
the
the synthetic
lessons even when the
shorts.
system holds. Take those lessons and adjust
They
our
also
rules.
count synthetic
Okay,
short shares in the
thank
total
you. And then,
float
you know, with
of
all
the
the
stock.
volatility that we've seen in the last year, whether it's GameStop or Archegos, I'd be curious what your thoughts are on the effect of the zero interest rate environment and sort of the messaging around it, basically saying, hey, look, we're going to keep it low for as long as humanly possible, and what that's done to risk taking in general, and leverage in particular. Just sort of your thoughts on that.
Well, I hope you appreciate. I'm going to leave monetary policy to the central bank, and I think the remit under the securities laws are large enough that we're going to, regardless of where the markets are, up or down, interest rates high or low. I think our core mission.
They would have had to have covered their shorts at a far greater loss than they could have managed.
Is a really critical piece, and what we found in the GameStop.
Why would they cover it when they could just continue to pay interest on it?
Volatile markets, there's a time that also to be protected.
Like covering would bankrupt them at any point.
Great, and I appreciate you not.
They shorted the share at $5.
I appreciate the dodge. This isn't
$4.
the first rodeo, clearly. On
which,
the
if you don't
PFOF,
understand how shorting works,
sort of following up on that. You know, when I look at GameStop, I see PFOF as sort of a bit player, but not the primary driver, right? It happens to be how Robinhood executes trades, but to me, it was a short squeeze of a handful of companies, but in particular GameStop, driven by social media and then traded on zero commission platforms. Do you agree with that perspective? Or, I want to make sure we're not adding payment for order flow as the primary driver of the GameStop situation.
So at $40 a share, that's a $38 loss
long after,
per short covered.
But I'd love to
right?
just hear you.
And then imagine what it is at 150.
Thank you. And this is in our remit.
And
so
what
I'll
it is at
address it.
480.
I think that the GameStop events raised a handful of issues, and payment for order flow and the inherent conflicts that they present for brokers and their customers, we need to take a closer look at.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Axney, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for being here. Chair Gensler, it's great to have
60% of our volume
SEC
traded
back at
yesterday
full
was
strength.
short shares.
It's obvious to everyone, that people trade differently and invest, and it's changed.
Yeah,
a lot
even if
over the
they'd
last 10
covered
years. And you know what?
on the way to
Contrary
40,
what my
they kept
colleagues on the other
shorting
side
at
of the aisle
40.
are saying, we believe in that. That's okay. But I do worry about some of the standards and protections for investors.
Oh,
so
I
that
don't
we
want to
can
listen
keep
to
up
this.
with those changes. And recently,
She's just going to carry on about her platform of protecting investors, which, obviously we don't need protected from. Okay, so yeah, huge news. Huge breaking news on the stock. Let's see how that's affecting the actual stock. Not much yet. But we'll see, like, the revelations that came about in the first DTCC hearing, or the first House Financial Services Committee hearing, didn't really affect, it takes the market time to absorb news like this. This is not something where, like, he says it happens on the chart. So just so everyone knows, this can take time for the market to absorb, time for people to get into positions, time for it to take effect. But the news is now out there. Because it's in their best interest to assume that it is over. And to talk about it as a past event. They don't believe it's over. They know better. I'm sure. Or maybe they don't. I mean, they could be just as uninformed as, the general public. Nikiko, the head of the DTCC, announced that no margin calls occurred in the squeeze in January. That no hedge funds were put in a margin call situation. So that means that the margin requirements were covered by the hedge funds, which would explain the loaning of the money to Robinhood, the loaning of the money to Melvin from Citadel in order to prevent those margin calls. And so the shorts never covered. So any news about the shorts covering, the head of the DTCC just confirmed that didn't happen. This is nuts. Like, this is probably the biggest revelation we'll get out of this meeting, but I'm going to continue to watch.
I can say some problems have occurred.
Listen, that's music to my ears, and thank you so much. We'll continue to work with this. Also in this committee, we've looked a lot at the industries who have a business model where people aren't actually the customer of the service that they count on. So from student loans to credit reporting servicers, we consistently hear from those, about those businesses where we've got a lot of complaints from consumers. So Chair Gensler, since it's pretty clear that this is a similar situation, they're not the same, the customer really is, Robinhood selling to the marketplace, the vendor, so not the consumer itself. I want to, we've got a clear interest of conflict here when it comes to pay for order flow. And one of the things that is pretty clear from both news coverage and from these hearings is that this business with this is much of a conflict here. We don't have enough transparency around the PFOF, both for public and for policymakers to even understand. And I've had back and forth with Robinhood's CEO on this, and he said he'd send us that information for the PFOF. We're still, of course, waiting to see that since those currently aren't covered by Rule 606. So Chair Gensler, I'm wondering if that's something that you would consider including in updating those rules, and what are some other options that we can look at to address this conflict?
I have asked staff to consider what should we do in terms of broad market structure, payment for order flow, and I would add the data is very valuable. I mean, what we find in our online life, if we're not paying, it's a free commission, it's often that somebody else is getting data. In this case, the data is the actual transaction flow. That data is very valuable to the wholesaler, the internalizer who's taking that order flow. And then, as we heard, maybe 50% of the retail flow, then they have a data advantage against all the other market makers.
Hold on, I'm just trying
like a search engine that has data advantages against all other online platforms.
Yeah, listen, I can't wait to work with you on this. And I'll tell you what, I'm worried, while we all want people, of course, to be able to save and invest equitably, that what we've got right now could exacerbate inequity. So grateful to hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from West Virginia, Mr. Mooney, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the last 2 years, a record number
Sorry,
of
just
retail
updating
investors
Reddit real quick, guys.
have opened brokerage accounts. Last year, individual investors' estimated share of equities trade volume reached a decade high. Although financial outcomes for individual investors will vary, I see increased participation in our capital markets as a positive development for wealth creation. Investors who bought shares of an ETF that tracks the S&P 500 on January 1st, 2020 would see roughly a 29% return on their investment today. That kind of return can make it easier to buy a house or save for a child's education. So my question, Chairman Gensler, do you consider increased participation by retail investors to be a positive development? And if so, how will market access factor into your decision-making at the SEC?
I think, Congressman, the market.
All right, hold on. Let me try to answer some questions while he just talks more about regulating retail investors. I'm not doing what you're saying. I'm just too dumb to fully understand. If they didn't get margin called, that means there's enough money on hand to cover, right? No, it does not. Because they don't have as much money as they have leveraged, right? So like, their leverage is in excess of their money on hand or their assets on hand, but they have to meet a minimum amount of money in order to not get margin called. But the thing is that is in direct correlation with the price of GameStop, right? Because like if your margin is on GameStop right now at $1 159.85, right? But like you start buying that back on the open market, and now the stock price is 350, right? You start trying to cover this in order to prevent a margin call. You're going to raise the price of the stock to the point of a margin call. So they don't actually have enough money to cover, if that makes sense. Like, if they shorted at 40 and it's now 159, they have a net loss of $120 or $120. So they're negative 120 per share short, right? For a share shorted at $40. It's a negative $120 position per share, right? And so say they have 1,000, right? Then they're negative $120,000, right? But if they start trying to cover that, like this is just an example. It's obviously they have far more than 1,000 shares short. But if they start trying to cover that $120,000 deficit, right? So they start buying the stock at 160 on the open market in order to cover, the stock price is going to go up, hence increasing the demand on their margin, right? Say they cover half those shares, they buy 500 on the market and they bring the price up to like 160, 250, okay? Then the rest of their margin requirement has now gone up by $2.50 per share shorted. So I hope that explains to you like how they actually don't have the money to cover. And now just magnify that on a much, much greater scale. Make that 1 million shares instead of 1,000. They're trapped. Infinite losses, correct. Here's the problem, though, is if they only cover a portion, right? If they covered like half of the shares short and they kept the other, so say 50, so instead of 140% short, we're 70% short, right? They still have to net profits from that 70% of the float short, right? And so they'll continue to short the stock in order to drop the price. And by continuing to short, they're going to increase that percentage over time. So say they covered half in January, that would have left them at 70%. Then the stock dropped to 40 after the squeeze, and they continued to short at 40. This percentage would have gone up over time, right? And they'd still, so they'd just be back at 140% again by now, or greater. Can they cover through dark pools? Yeah, but dark pools they're like the aftermarket. They don't have a lot of liquidity. So say, so if they're 140% short and the float is 56 million, so that's 60, 10, so say, 90 million shares short, right? You can't cover 90 million shares in a dark pool. Like, it would take forever. And like, they might be able to balance their short position in dark pools, right? Say they short 200,000 today, right? On low, because we have low volume. They might be able to cover that 200,000 in dark pools. So they would negate each other. But that still has no overall effect on the main position of 90 million shares. Is it 80 million? Well, yeah, but so that was the number in January leading into the squeeze where apparently nobody was margin called and nobody covered. Not a problem, Andy Metaperco. I hope that helps you understand the position they're in. All right. Let me just see here. I got a donation. Zach Smith. Oh, you're welcome, man. Not a problem, dude. Much appreciated. Thank you for the donation. It helps. It helps me do this every day so I can get information like this out to everybody who's paying attention. We don't know that nobody covered in January, but we know that the largest short positions didn't. The price would have gone, so the price in January was not reflective of 100% of, like, even though 300% of the float traded, right? We have data that shows that like 280% of that was FOMO buying in, right? Because immediately upon retail being cut off from buying, the stock dropped. Right? And so that run up was generated by retail, by larger investors coming into the stock, but not by shorts covering. So of that 300%, maybe only 20% was actually shorts covering. And so if you have 300 million, 20% of 300 million shares would be 60 million shares were covered. So that would still leave a deficit like of 20 million shares short. And then the shorting then began again when the price dropped to 40. Because they shorted it from 80 to 70 to 60 to 50 to 40. And then it went up. And then they shorted again and they shorted at 350. So the like also confirms Plotkin lied. Yeah, it does. Could Melvin's losses be due to gamma squeeze? Yes. So they may have covered part of so I think Citadel loaned them capital, gave them tendies, right? Little tendies. So they could stop the margin call. Because Citadel, holding the largest short position, knew that if Melvin was margin called, that would drive the price up to a point where Citadel's assets were no longer able to cover the margin call. So yeah, that's confirmation from the DTCC that this stock is actually in the exact same position it was going into the squeeze in January currently. I mean, I'm sure whatever lie Plotkin told is excusable. He was in a room full of lawyers. What is the average short position they have assumed if they shorted it 4 and it got at 500? I have no idea because I don't know their, like, we still don't have disclosure or transparency on their position, right? Lawyers and a printer. How's the 4-hour wedge? We're just inside of it right now. So if we look at the wedge, yeah, we're trading just inside near a breakout point for the wedge. Yeah, I mean, all of their statements were without substance or blame. They didn't, I mean, they said as little as possible. Cool. All right, cool. It seems like everyone's understanding what's happening. Maybe I'll do like a DD later tonight or something on what this means and how we go, or like a video. Yeah, so we can deduce that Citadel has not covered it all, and instead Citadel loaned capital in order to prevent margin calls at other entities, right? Because we know that Citadel loaned money to Robinhood and to Melvin Capital back in January, and so what they were doing is they were loaning that money to prevent a margin call at those other entities that would have then compromised their short position. We might have been very close at 483. I don't know how close, but scary close. It is muted on purpose, so I can address the questions in chat.
2018
but I'll go back to it.
requirement updates that took effect in 2020 have increased the public transparency of payment for order flow, but that FINRA believes that additional updates to order routing disclosure are necessary. Could you describe what updates you are planning to recommend?
Actually, Dr. Superb, those numbers
Thank
don't
you
seem
for
that
question, sir.
unrealistic.
I think
That
we'd
would
like to
be
explore with the
20%
SEC,
risk.
to build on, I think
right?
it was a very positive development
for them to prevent the margin call.
disclosure you're referring to. It just became effective in 2020. A lot of the debate around payment for order flow.
Yeah, if
now is
anybody can
informed
tweet,
by
I don't
that
know how to
additional
use
disclosure,
Twitter.
so I think that's been very helpful.
So
The
yeah, if
question
you
is
guys
whether there might be
can,
more granular information about payment for order flow. We might think about some of that being reported to regulators for
I'll check
to help them
the
investigate
post.
how
I mean, yeah, the post is
orders are
already
being,
at
routed, but also
939
more,
upvotes, so I'm sure it's like trending pretty hot right now.
investors, and that might be enhanced 606 reports or considering disclosures at the point of sale.
It's going to take me forever to get through questions.
Thank you, and I
on
yield
Reddit
back, Madam Chair.
today.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for holding this hearing, and thank you to our guests today.
Just remember
Chair
where you heard it
Ginsburg,
first,
of all,
here at Pickle
congratulations on your
Financial.
confirmation. I want to focus my questions on increasing transparency within the markets. As you know, on a quarterly basis, some of our largest institutional investors must disclose
That is a
their
nice hat.
equity holdings.
You could go to
via
church in that hat.
13F. However, both the GameStop and Archegos
I need more hats.
controversies have highlighted some serious weak points and loopholes.
Still a bit
in
down on the front
13F.
page. It'll pick up.
Which, for example, Archegos, which caused billions in losses for some of the world's largest.
I'm also gonna edit it one more time.
Like Credit Suisse was able to skirt disclosing its sizable derivatives positions because Form 13F doesn't require covered flyers to disclose. So, as chairman of SEC, what reforms to 13F do you believe need to be made to provide more transparency to the markets and investors? And do you believe that 13F filings should be expanded to include derivatives?
Thank you for that question. I do think, and Congress anticipated this by giving authority to the SEC to do that. I think these derivatives, or what's known in this case as total return swaps, being included in those filings would be positive. I can't speak on behalf of the commission. I'm just speaking on my behalf, but I've asked staff to prepare recommendations to the 5-member commission to use that authority that the SEC has. I also think that there might be other updates that we should do beyond just derivatives as well.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bonson, Robinhood CEO blamed the trade settlement cycle for Robinhood's inability to meet NSCC's margin demands, which he says forced Robinhood to restrict trading in GameStop stock.
Is it Representative Bodson?
It could reduce its risk profile, therefore reducing the amount that it would have to pay into NSCC's.
Can someone confirm that it was Representative Bodson that asked the question?
What factors NSCC uses to determine a member firm's risk profile, and estimate how often it is that a member firm is surprised at the amount it has to pay into a clearinghouse's margin fund.
Just
Thank you,
okay.
Congresswoman. our formulas, our models are all SEC approved and subject to public commentary. The model is commonly known as a value at risk model. It is a statistically widely accepted and supported model to estimate the potential loss that the portfolio of open trades that a firm has. What's the loss over the 2-day period to settlement? In the case of Robinhood and others, because they were not the only firm that was facing these situations, the model saw that they had large concentration of
copy
transactions
link.
in buy. So they were, instead of the portfolio buys and sells, they were all buy trades in stocks that were moving around 100 to 200 to 300% a day, which is incredible volatility, and with volumes that were over 100 times above what would be normal. All these factors lead the model to say this is a very risky situation. If a firm defaults, there's a possibility of those stocks losing all their value in an equal period of time. So that's what drove the margin.
All right, I updated the post with the video. Thank you for providing that for me.
The model itself in our rules. We have model guides to help them understand it. We have APIs which sends information to the firm.
Shots did not cover. That's all the DD we need. Thank you so much, PJ.
Now the model itself
appreciate it
overnight. So one can
I will get a
understand
pickle
may not
hat
know
for
the
church.
exact precise,
I'll have to find a
amount
church
that may
and
come out
then
the next
attend
day,
it.
because especially in this type of
But
marketplace.
I feel like the
they,
pickle hat will
can
motivate me.
anticipate that there will be a significant increase overnight as a result of seeing their customers' activity coming through them.
Okay, so we know that it was an unprecedented week, but do you believe that it was the settlement cycle that's to blame for Robinhood's margin issues, or is this just a case of poor risk management?
Well, I think it's more a question of, if there was a shorter settlement cycle, yes, the margin charge would
Thank
be
you,
reduced, because
Nikiko,
that
for the
period
donation.
of
Much
time may go
appreciated.
from 2 days to 1 day, and therefore the portfolio
I will
of
not
open
be
trades
joining
would be lower.
Godpill's
The
church.
volatility would not have to be over 2 days, but to 1 day. I'm not sure blame is the right term for a settlement cycle. That simply is an industry convention.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chairman, you're back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairwoman. I don't know about everybody on these virtual hearings, but man, I look forward to the majority allowing us to be back in person in the not too distant future. I think it'll be really nice just to actually see people instead of doing this virtually on some pretty important topics, but away we go. Mr. Chairman Gensler, really appreciate you being here today. At the hearing last month, I asked Acting Director Coates about some statements he made regarding the SPAC market in his then temporary capacity as the head of the Division of Corporation Finance. As you know, in my opinion, his comments had some pretty impactful effects on the SPAC markets. Acting Director Coates was hired by Commissioner Lee when she was the acting chair, but Coates has remained in that role under your chairmanship. In fact, several of the commissioners Lee's hired have remained in prominent roles, including your chief of staff. Do you intend to retain Acting Director Coates as the permanent head of the Division of Corporation Finance?
Thank you for that, and I look forward to working with you. John Coates is a valued member of the senior staff of the SEC, and while I only
They would not have covered of their own volition. So I explained it. If you rewind the stream a bit, I go over the explanation of why. But essentially, for them to cover, it would be too expensive because the price is going to increase in relation to them covering. So for every part of the position they cover, the price continues to go up.
No.
Okay. That's helpful. Do you have any input into the hiring of Acting
I'll think about it, Alpine Bear.
No?
As I just said, no.
Okay, I'll shift gears. Let's jump into a favorite topic of mine, ESG disclosures. I've been concerned that our securities laws are going to be misused to push social policy agendas that are at best tangentially related to investor protection and capital formation. And with that in mind, I want to ask you about Commissioner Lee's recent remarks at the Center for American Progress. Because in her speech, Commissioner Lee suggested the SEC should focus its attention on political disclosures.
Yeah, it's about 20 minutes
ago. She
ago.
said the following, quote, many companies that have made carbon neutral pledges or otherwise support or otherwise state they support climate-friendly initiatives have donated substantial sums to candidates with climate voting records inconsistent with such assertions, end quote. And I'm concerned that pursuing policies like this at the SEC is going to lead to mandatory disclosures
Clients would have
of
to worry about
information
trades being
that aren't
consummated. I think
material
that's the
to
story
your
that,
average
I think
investor,
that is getting
and
lost.
that is instead really an attempt to leverage the SEC to engage in naming and shaming. Did you, by chance, discuss Commissioner Lee's remarks before she made them?
Congressman, I was a private citizen at MIT.
Completely fair. So on the record, you were not engaged in providing advice on those comments or in consultation.
Until I was honored by the U.S. Senate and appointed by the president, I was at MIT as a professor, and
totally fine. Just wanted to confirm that was the case. Do you think, with all the critical challenges we're facing today, and in particular in front of the SEC, do you feel at this time you intend to prioritize that issue?
I am, sir, and let me explain why. I think that our markets, a core to our market structure is disclosure, and investors being able to decide what risks they take based upon the disclosure from issuers. And
all right, I updated the
this
post
decade,
letting
the
people know that
2020s,
they did not voluntarily
climate
cover.
risk is something that increasing number of investors, measured in the trillions of dollars, have
I don't
really
care
said this.
about climate risk. Let's see here. Okay, so that's updated. I mean, I don't really have time to like go into super deep detail, and I'd want to get like some supporting evidence. But yeah, it does not mean they've covered. It does not mean that. Actually, in fact, it is more likely that it means that they have doubled down on their position than it means that they would have covered voluntarily. This point, hold on. All right, let me get questions from Reddit. I answered that. Edit your post. Yes, I edited the post to calm everybody down. Scullion, they will continue to bleed. Yeah, they'd rather bleed to death, right? So this is kind of what Warden was referring to, and me also with the well, actually me and then Warden, if we're going in order. But this is what I was referring to with the short inflation on the short shares, is that they've continued to double down because a slow bleed to death is much better for them than just going out of business, right? So to call, that's going to be all of their capital and then some. Quick brag. Yeah, no big deal. But I did mention this in like my very first weekend DD. But yeah, essentially like them covering would just force them out of business. They would cover and they would go out of business. That would be the end of their fund, right? But if it's like a slow bleed, then they have a chance to like change position, move themselves more like long side on the stock. Win Lambo, maybe soon. Likewise, so it gives them more time to like play the game, right? Like you wouldn't just throw your chips on the table and walk away. You would play until you were out, and that's what they're gonna do. If that makes sense. Like you don't give up because you're down to like $125 chip, $25 chip in a poker game, and this is the same exact thing. Like you play until you lose everything. But the amount of time you're able to play, the longer you can parlay that inevitable end, the longer you have a chance to make that money back or recover that loss. Can't buy shares on Cash App? Wait, is crazy stuff happening? No. We have a green candle. Thank you, Michael Brown. Not letting me buy on Cash App? That's weird. I don't know why. I thought Cash App added GME. Did they not add GME? So Argos, because we all purchased after he said margins weren't called. I had half a share on Cash App, and Miley Cyrus gave me and some Twitter promotion event thing. Kenny G has not lost sleep blowing up Wall Street on the smallest chance of gains. No, not at all. Why would he? So thousands will lose jobs. The CEOs dance away to their islands and wanting to come back to do it all again. Yeah, pretty much. Emily, no buying on the uptick. I don't know what's going on. No, it's there. What the hell? I don't know. Preemptive? Maybe? I think this is huge. Like, I don't know if any of the news we've gotten to date is as relevant as this. Like, all the DDs, all the speculation aside, like, this is right out of the head of the DTCC's mouth, right? Like, this is the guy who controls the margin calls on hedge funds saying we didn't margin call anybody. So that means that everyone who says they got margin called was lying. He even said they were able to stave off margin calls. I mean, it couldn't be more incriminating. Just join Q recap real quick. So yeah, the head of the DTCC came out and confirmed that short positions did not get margin called in January. The only margin issue that existed was with Robinhood, and that their capital requirements were met. And thankfully, like, nobody else had to go into position with that. I have a post on Reddit covering the specific event in the House Committee Financial Services meeting, and also a note on my daily live charting. And if you want, you can go back in the video, maybe about an hour, and see me cover it live. Shorts can cover without being margin called, though. Yes, shorts can cover, but here's the problem is when they start covering, the price of the stock is going to go up, right? And so the losses become infinite. And so there's no incentive for them to cover as long as they can hold the position. So they would have to lose all their money to cover right away, or they could lose some of their money every day over time. No big Johnsons coming in. I'm gonna update the live charting on Reddit real quick. Yeah, the DTCC just threw a bunch of shade at the hedgies. Yeah, for every share they cover, they're going to increase the price of the next share they have to buy in order to cover. And yeah, I'll unmute.
I'm going to have to study it a little bit more with our Division of Economic Research and Trading and Markets in terms of this very important question you just raised. Does it increase liquidity? Is it neutral, or is it negative to liquidity? I haven't formed a view on that yet, sir.
Sure, thank you. Also, Commissioner Gensler, Germany's financial regulator ran into trouble when it banned short selling in Wirecard stock and filed criminal complaints against 2 journalists reporting whistleblower allegations against the company. Do you believe that it's necessary for short sellers to disclose their short positions in 13F filings? And could this additional disclosure lead to a similar situation of regulatory overreach in the U.S.?
I'm not familiar with the circumstances you're mentioning, but let me say, Congress anticipated and gave authorities to the SEC to, on a monthly basis, require aggregate information in the short selling market. FINRA, and Mr. Cook could speak to it, already publishes some information on a bi-weekly basis. I think that transparency is positive to markets, and I've asked staff
they could be
to
using
put forward recommendations
bonds
to
to float projected
commission.
losses.
It was actually a mandate from Congress. It wasn't a may, it was a shall. So we're going to lean in and follow Congress's mandate from 12 years ago.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you.
This isn't
last
the
question
meeting
for
for
you.
802.
Do you believe that short sellers play
But
a
I think
role in
802 went
making
into
fair,
effect a couple
orderly, and
days ago,
efficient
or
capital
801.
I think
I don't think
that
802 is in effect
short
yet.
selling, which is probably as old as capital markets, several hundred years or more old, does play a role in capital markets and price formation. The important tenet for the SEC is to ensure that the markets are free of fraud and manipulation. And so those participants in the market, whether they're on the buy side or long side or on the short side, are doing so without defrauding or manipulating the markets, and then there's the appropriate transparency.
Sure, thank you.
I like what I'm
Mr.
hearing.
Cook, do you believe that know your customer rules and current policies can continue to
That was
protect
the last question.
retail investors regardless of their broker dealer?
Robinhood stopped GME purchasing. They stopped
Sure,
the
sorry.
FOMO.
I said, do you believe
So if
that
you
know
look
your
back at my
customer
DD, I
rules
talk
and
about
current
how
policies can
FOMO
continue to
causes the
protect
margin
retail
call.
investors
They stopped the
regardless of their
FOMO.
broker dealer?
Oh, thank you for that question, sir. I think it's important.
So
to
they
note
stopped
that
the
there are
run up
existing
to the
rules,
margin call.
along the lines that you
So the margin
described
call wasn't
that,
met
include know
or
your
triggered.
customer, and for certain more complex products like options, a requirement that those accounts be additional information be acquired, and also that the firm make a determination about whether the account would be appropriate. That said, I think as sort of the theme of the hearing and some of the conversations around these events, technology has changed the world, and some of those rules are quite old. And I think it's worth at least looking at whether they should be updated.
Hafro, thank
while
you for the
taking into
donation.
account the need to avoid unintended
Sorry, I didn't see that come
consequences
in.
or unduly limiting access to the markets.
Sure, I appreciate that answer.
I
And I'm gonna
appreciate you
finish
all
how I
ensuring
started.
that I have a proper
Madam
hat
Chair,
to
we
wear
really
to
need to get
church.
back to work in person. I'm getting very tired of ring lights and cameras on the computer. So
Maybe
I hope we
tomorrow.
can
I don't know when
get
the
back to
hearing
work
for
soon, and with
002
that, I
is.
yield
That's
back.
an
Thank you, Madam Chair.
NSCC rule. I don't think. I don't know if that's going to be like live streamed or anything like that. Yeah, we could be seeing some
The
effect of
gentlewoman
that
from Michigan,
statement
Ms. Talib, is now
taking
recognized
place
for 5
on the
minutes.
market today.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
I would not be
appreciate it.
surprised.
Thank you for the panelists. I know that many of you know that high frequency trading conducted by market makers like Citadel
So
Securities
she's
drive
like
market
pro
validity
and
working people
she's
pay the
pro
price through their
trading tax,
401k and
which is
pension
actually
funds. That's what I'm most
that
concerned
benefits
about.
us. I know it
Prior
sounds
to
like it wouldn't, but
2008,
it
in the
does.
financial crisis in 2008, Citadel sought to leverage its status as a hedge fund to compete with U.S. investment banks, but it didn't work. But
Can't
it
buy a
didn't
share,
work, but
so I'll buy a
Citadel
pickle. Thank
has
you,
since
Michael
used
N.
its regulatory
Very much
blind-
appreciated,
this
man.
regulatory
I'll put
blind
it towards
spot
a share
to
for you.
establish themselves as a dominant market maker for retail investors. So, Chairman Gensler, as a hedge fund, is Citadel Securities supervised
We're
by the
testing
Fed?
VWAP, yeah.
Good to see you again, by the way, Congresswoman. And I was just thinking, are they supervised by the Federal Reserve? Is
I
a
think the
question,
post is starting to
for
blow
them,
up.
But if they're registered, they are. Citadel Securities is registered at the SEC.
Are they designated? Is this
Good.
helpful? Are they? I mean, are they designated?
Thank you guys
as
for helping get that
systematically
news
important
off the
financial
ground.
Institution?
I
Are they
really, really
considered a
appreciate it.
what do you call it? SIF.
I don't believe that I do not believe that the Financial Stability Oversight Council has made such designation.
Yeah, and so according to its own website, Chairman, actually Citadel Securities.
See, yeah, what
says they
an
execute
investment
about
tax really
40% of
targets
all
is
US
high frequency
40%
traders,
of all US
traders
listed
that are
retail
buying
volume,
and selling
and reportedly handles almost as much
hundreds
trading
of
volume as
thousands,
NASDAQ.
millions of securities a
As
day.
market makers like Citadel
That would
conduct these
effectively
high-frequency
end
trades,
high frequency
it's
trading.
estimated that pension and retirement accounts already pay an annual $5 billion so-called quote tax, which is extremely alarming. And even though 50% of the American families, we don't own stock at all,
Citadel
it's working
Securities
people
is
who pay the
registered with the
price
SEC.
when Wall Street gambles with our money. And so, Chairman Gensler, in your testimony today, you did acknowledge that quote, issues of concentration may increase potential system-wide risks should any single incumbent with significant size
I'm not
or market
convinced
value
as
fail.
important
Sorry if
as
I
you say it
misquoted,
is.
but
It's definitely good confirmation.
What
bias.
I'm
It
more
doesn't mean
concerned,
some
do you
shorts
believe
did not
Citadel and the
cover.
firm like
It means that the
currently
big
pose a
shorts didn't
systematic risk
cover.
to our financial system?
We don't care
So
about
I do
smaller
think
short
that- and what we're
positions.
seeing
Like they're
inside
helpful
the financial
in a ramp
markets is
up to a larger short
concentration, Brad.
position
We see
margin
this
call.
outside of finance
But the
as
stock
well.
was
We see it in
140%
search
short.
engines and online retailing.
The stocks
and
continue to be
streaming.
shorted throughout this
So-
entire
This is
period of
like
time.
like an extreme
So,
version of that. I mean, this is when they're
I
doing
hate to
this
tell you,
much
Jimmy,
trading and
trillionaire,
they're-
but
I mean,
they
and they're not
didn't.
considered a systematic risk.
Well,
It is
I
definitely
don't know
as
how to
important as
compare
I
it
say
to
it
other
is.
parts of the economy,
It's
but
not
we're
just
seeing
confirmation
similar
bias, it's
economics
confirmation.
about the network effects that a firm gets increased advantage of data, then they're growing concentration. So I've asked staff to really take a look at this because there are issues, not just of fragility or resiliency, which you've raised, but also is this the most efficient capital markets if there's a player? Now this is just in the retail space, but players that are so concentrated in that space, and is the pricing in the market the best?
Yeah, and what's concerning is, as you know, the Citadel's impact on pricing and liquidity is if they fail. I mean, the pensions. I mean, there's going to be direct impact. But Chairman, does the SEC have any contingencies in place in the event of a failure of a large market maker like Citadel right now, if they fail?
Well, part of that is also our oversight of the clearing houses and ensuring that there's appropriate oversight of their counterparties. And this would be true of any large market player. But I'd like to work with you and your staff a little bit more because in my third week, I haven't sat down and sort of found out all those. But by rigorous oversight of all the brokerage firms and the significant brokerage firms and clearinghouse.
Yeah, well, as a market maker like Citadel has grown larger and consolidated their market
It's all
position,
good, man.
they have
But
used
just
their
keep your
status as a
shilling
hedge fund
up,
to
keep it up
evade
through the
regulatory
squeeze.
scrutiny, and it's
It
very
comforts
clear.
everyone to
So
know
I
that
hope
you're
the
still out there
SEC
working for
cannot,
Wendy's,
doesn't
Burger
turn
King,
a
and
blind
TD
eye to this
Ameritrade.
regulatory loophole or the systematic risk hedge funds like Citadel poses. And so again, I really appreciate the chairwoman bringing this to light. Because we will not have a healthy, transparent market so long as retail orders are directed towards a shrinking handful of wholesale traders. And
I wouldn't
so,
say
again,
she
it's really
crushed
important. Thank you,
Kenny.
and I yield
He
back.
just didn't answer her.
Thank you. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Taylor.
She also
is
was
now
kind of
recognized for
uninformed
5
in the
minutes.
first meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
As they
Appreciate,
all are, mind you.
witnesses coming
A
to
lot
be
of these
here.
representatives
I think this
have
is, this
no
is an
idea how the
important hearing,
financial
and,
markets work.
I'm Van Taylor, I represent Texas, and this is I'm the junior most Republican, so the end is
I'm
near.
glad I'm not drinking on
You
the
can-
freeze
you can
my third
celebrate
week.
that. Wanted to, Mr. Gensler, just talk to you about something that happened.
Look at that excitement,
in the
guys.
previous administration. So President Trump assigned an executive order prohibiting investors
We
from
actually have
trading
some
in
volume
dozens
on
of
these
Chinese
candles, too.
securities. However, those U.S., primarily U.S. investors investing in ADRs are now
I
unable
mean, yeah,
to divest those Chinese securities.
expect resistance to an
and so it's
uptrend.
really unclear what the plan is for those U.S. investors. to get out
Yeah,
of
I can
those
stream
Chinese
past the
securities.
close of
Rutgers
market
didn't
after
have
the
them on
end of
your
this
watch.
meeting, maybe a little bit.
I'm wondering what the plan is to help those, and some of those investors there's some big ones and some small ones. I, of course, hear from the small ones. They're concerned about, hey, how am I going to get out of this? What is the SEC's plan on this?
So first, Matt, congratulate you if your first term in this is a terrific to get to know you. It's a terrific committee, if I could say. I've worked with this committee in 3 administrations. There are many other great committees too, though. But I'd like to work with you and your staff to understand the issue better. I have to say I hadn't yet been briefed on what you're saying is for investors to basically sell out.
No, we're still in the wedge.
Of
We might be
investments that
just
they're
breaking out of it right now.
Locked in.
So the problem is these
Buy side's
investors,
coming in pretty
got
hot,
frozen
actually.
into these investments, and I mean, as you've said,
This looks like a
and
push.
Certainly, it's something I
Resistance at
heard in my time at Harvard Business School,
62.19.
and, hey,
We'll
we've
see
got
if we
great
can
capital
cross
markets.
62. I
It's
think
it's a major
they
competitive
put a
advantage
pretty like
for
most
our
of their
nation to
wall
have
is at
those great capital
62.19.
markets, for the formation and allocation of capital. And Chinese companies were taking advantage of that, and we said, okay, you're not going to take advantage of it anymore. But we ended up freezing investors and so now investors have their capital stuck
Thank you,
investments,
David
and I'm
Haddon.
concerned
Very
about
much
how are we gonna get
appreciated.
them
Yeah, I'm
out.
pretty stoked, man. This
Again, we
is
don't want
huge.
people to play in
This
that
is like,
market, but how are we
this
gonna
is
get them
not
out?
like
One of the
so much
wonderful things for the
bias,
public
and this is
listening
actual
of
confirmation.
representative
This
democracy
is confirmation
a
that
member
like
raises a question
everything
like
we
this,
thought to be
somebody
true
in
is like, or a lot of the things we thought to
state
be
like
true are in
me,
fact
I will now go back
accurate.
and try to learn about this issue, and I look forward to chatting more about it with you.
Now, I
Power
appreciate
hour
that,
reduced to
thank you
10
for
minutes
letting me,
today. Not even.
flag this one for you, but it is obviously it's important for those people, and I think it's
So a little
important
resistance
also to
here.
perhaps
We've
create
got
a roadmap
a lot of
for
sell
this
orders
kind of
coming
action in
in.
the future instead of just locking
So
it up.
looks
and then
like
everybody going, okay, what now?
an
There's
attempt to
actually
stop
an
the
exit ramp.
crossover of 6252.
Mr. Botson,
But we'll see if
the
we're.
DTCC,
It looks like we're. I mean,
released a
if
white
I know I
paper
don't pay
advancing
attention to this, but it does
together,
look like
leading
the
industry to
buy side
accelerate
pressure
settlement.
is fighting back
I
at least at market
obviously
price.
The last iteration of this GameStop hearing focused a lot on accelerated settlement T1 versus T2. I think you've done a good job of explaining some of the benefits of
Yeah, you can
going
see
from
some day
T1 to
traders selling
T2. I
out
think it
here,
would
especially if they bought
certainly,
in here.
help,
Usually day traders don't trade the
would
later
help in
hours
this
of the
particular
day.
scenario that
So
we're having
usually
this
like day
hearing under if
traders
you
would have
got a
gotten out
T1
like
instead of a
here
T2.
or here.
But it just, and one of the things that I wanted to understand a little bit more from your point of view, can you talk about distributed ledger technology and what that would actually mean and how it would work in this particular circumstance?
Well, thank you, Congressman, for the question.
I mean, it's a
T1
strong
is
uptrend,
based
is what I was
on
implying.
technology,
Pinker
and we're,
tonks.
looking to see if we could apply DLT and
Oh yeah, if you guys are new in here, or if you haven't, drop a like and subscribe if you like the content. There will be more of it. I'm gonna do a video tonight and try to cover what's going on with.
A trade is settled. The easy part
Hold on.
always is the trading part and the settlement part, because they're somewhat just bilateral transactions. But in between, as an example, any institutional asset manager has to take the trade. It's done throughout the day, aggregate that trade, break it up amongst all the funds, et cetera, et cetera. I don't want to go into too much nuance. So, all these steps require communication, reconciliation, passing of information. So there are instances where something like DLT, where you do have that advantage of a golden source being distributed, where it could be very much applicable. So, DLT, smart contracts.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Watson. I need to ask one quick question. Do you need any statutory authority to go from T2 to T1? Do you need us to pass a law, or do you have the authority you need?
No, thank you, Congressman. If I do, I will definitely reach back to the committee. But at this point, the industry is coalescing around the move to T1. As you heard from Chairman Gensler and Robert.
Messy pattern.
All,
This is
right
trending back down to view up.
At this point, the industry unto itself will get there.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman
Interesting.
from Massachusetts, Mr.
Thank you,
Archambault,
Elias.
is now
Yeah, and so
recognized
if
for
you guys
5
can
minutes.
subscribe, you'll get notifications about more of my content coming out.
patience and
And
persistence
if you want to help
in this
support the
meeting
channel,
and
there's
to
a
the
coffee
chairwoman
link
for
down
organizing
below.
this. On the
And
first
that's
of
always
these
nice,
hearings, I have
but don't
focused
feel
on
obligated in any way.
The tension between using technology to democratize access to assets and to wealth building opportunities. And
Mass.
I believe that's critical and potentially a way for us to narrow the wealth gap in this country. But on the other hand, the increasing gamification of
Joe Mama, thank you for the donation. Very much
non-accredited
appreciated,
investors or
guys.
investors who don't have the wherewithal or the sophistication to be making the kind of bets that they're making. And I think in particular where the rubber hits the road on this tension is.
Well, I guess they
with
tried to
options.
shut him up
And
by
with the
taking his
gamification
mic away
of options,
because they knew he was going to talk.
are
Anthony
a very fast
Jeselnik
way
is
to
a
make money,
representative.
and a very fast way to
At least
lose
his
money
younger brother.
as well, and that they have binary outcomes in a very narrow time window. I would appreciate hearing.
Yeah, don't
from
these
first
people
Mr.
know that they
Cook
can
and then Mr.
immediately narrow the
Gensler
wealth
on
gap by
where
margin calling
FINRA and
Citadel?
The SEC feels like they draw the line between creating a good user experience, which obviously is in the best interest of any business, with inappropriately inducing.
You're welcome,
behavior that
Spartan.
actually is not in the
Anytime.
fiduciary interest
Glad to do
of
it and
the
help
user.
people understand this
Thank you for that
extraordinarily
question.
complicated
I think you
financial
touched the,
situation.
touch on the issue and characterize
But remember,
exactly there's
I'm
a
not an
tension to the
advisor, and
balance
this is
here, and we
all
need to try to strike the right balance.
infotainment.
With respect to options,
I am in
we
no
have,
way telling
issued
you to
guidance, we might
buy
recently
or
reminding
sell
firms of their obligations
and not
here.
soliciting
But
in any way
I
any
appreciate you raising
security.
options because I think they kind of, there's a way in which all these
Invert
kind
the
of
wealth
together,
gap.
options, payment for order flow, gamification.
Well, I mean, based
right?
on like
Because,
statistics of lottery
options
winners,
tend to
most
provide
like
greater
apes
payment
will
for order
dump
flow.
all their
And so,
earnings
one of the things we often think about
like
the
within
conflict
2 to
payment for
5
order flow as
years
which firm do
back
I
into
route
the
my
economy.
orders to, right? But there's a second level of conflict that options is one example of. I think there are others where there's a question about which product or which orders do I want to route, because some may give me more payment than others, and combine that with the gamification. I think it becomes a package that we really need to look at all pieces of this together. So I really appreciate Chair Gensler's leadership on this in talking about getting his staff to think through all these issues, and we welcome the opportunity to engage with them.
Because Mr. Cook, the spread is wider on
Buying all the
options,
Lara
and so they're
bars
more
and burning them.
attractive for the payment for order flow.
Moon soon? Might be.
Yes, the amounts of payment for order flow in the options
Might be
world
sooner
tend to
rather
come
than
from
later.
exchange
How many
not
days
from
did it
the
take?
wholesalers.
Thank you for the donation, anonymous coffee supporter. It's
Mr.
greatly
Gensler?
appreciated.
Well, I think that
yeah,
as
we
Mr.
might
Cook said,
like think how many days it took
taking
from the
somewhat of a holistic
DFB hearing
approach,
to that
in
initial
a
move from
variety
like
of
40
places, but
to
options
like
raise a couple other
120.
issues.
So
There's,
probably within
more
that
risk
time frame, you could
because
be
of the
looking at more
inherent what's called
action
leverage.
happening
I can
on the
say,
stock again.
I want to make an investment that something's going to go up or down, but I could lose
Enjoying
all
the
my money very
infotainment.
easily
Thank
in an
you,
option.
Discrenity.
No, I know what options are and what leverage is. My question, Mr. Gensler, is do you
Much
think
appreciated.
SEC
Appreciate the donations,
standards
guys. Thank you
for
so much. I'm
demarketing
glad to just
where
put the information out there
gamification and a good user experience
and let
and a
people know what's
fiduciary
going on.
responsibility begin are clear enough and are being
Moass, can
followed in
someone
the industry?
hodl like me?
I think that
I'd love
we
to,
need
but I might not be able
look
to,
very
man.
seriously
I'm
at
not.
freshening
I have a
up our
vape.
rules that
It's just
the
like
behavioral prompts, the
nicotine and not very
gamification
much
is
of that.
inspiring people to trade more. And economic research, a number of economic research shows that the more you trade,
someone
doesn't
burn all the Lara
necessarily lead
bars,
to better
please.
results, particularly in the field
Calculate
of
the time
options. I
frame
was just
posted here
mentioning
now.
leverage
Thanks.
because it's even more.
Yeah, I mean,
it's potentially more pernicious in options.
Absolutely, Mr. Gensler, and I appreciate that. And
confirmation
what I would
bias,
encourage you and
it's
your
looking
staff
like
to focus on is
GameStop's
the reality
the stock to be
this
in.
trend of gamification is actually going to accelerate.
Even Kramer is going to have a hard
common
time
maxim,
denying
for example, in the
this.
consumer tech industry
Imagine
the frontier of
when
tight
the
feedback
Moass
loops and
happens.
user experience are actually in video games. Video games have
yeah,
always
it's
been
like
on
5
the
days,
bleeding
yeah.
edge of how to create captivating online experiences.
Volume at record
And
lows again today.
the time between when video games
It's all just
put something out there that works
consolidation.
and when other kinds of consumer tech adopt it,
So
like
show my appreciation.
brokers,
Thank you,
is
Victor.
getting shorter and shorter and shorter.
Very
And if
much
I could
appreciated.
add,
As
it's also
always,
the
all the
use of
donations are super
predictive data
appreciated, guys. Thank
analytics,
you
or
so
what's
much.
called deep
But don't
learning
feel
and machine
obligated to
learning, which is
donate.
part
You
of
can
my
support the
research
channel in
at
other
MIT.
ways
You
by dropping a
combine
like
that
or
and then
subscribing.
differentiate
Those help us out
that
a
you would
lot too.
market to you differently than the chairwoman. And they would
This
find
last
a way
candle is
to get the
looking
chairwoman to trade one
like
way
it's
and you to
going
trade
up.
another way. I'm not saying that either
It's
of
a little
you
bit of
were
a fight,
doing this, but I'm just saying
but
that
we're closed.
that's the
We're closed at
sophistication of what's happening here.
160.72,
It's
up
an excellent point, sir, and I will
7.78%
hope
for the
and do
day.
hope that you will tell this committee
Thank
if
you guys
feel like
all
you
so
need
much
more
for
statutory
being in
authority or more
here.
funding to
I'm
fully
actually
draw
going to
that-
mute this, and if you want to continue watching it, you can go over to their stream, and I'm going to take like 5 minutes just for questions, if anybody has them, just before I close it up for the day. So yeah, you guys got till 4:07 Eastern time, and then I'm going to the bathroom. Synopsis: the head of the DTCC came out and blatantly confirmed that none of the short hedge funds were margin called in the initial run up in January. Not meaning that no short positions have been covered, but it means that the largest short positions on the stock, the ones that were shorting it at $4, hoping for it to go bankrupt, have not covered, which means that they have not covered to date. And so this is as good a confirmation without, Melvin and Citadel coming forward and explicitly stating their short positions and other short positions like them or Susquehanna, that they are in fact still short, and it would reflect that they are still as short as they were before the run up in January. As we already know that most of the buying that caused that spike in price was due to retail buying in. So that means that the stock is essentially 140% or more short, given that it's been shorted this entire time, as proved by my previous revelations of my DD about the inflationary action of the short shares, implying that they are over 100% of the short float. Warden Elite's confirmation on balance volume and the short shares having no effect on the price. And you can go deeper into it, but the technical indicators all show that the stock is still in excess of 100% short, and that no one has covered and no one has been margin called. Can you view after hours pricing? Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. It's 160.60. No change. Yeah, so holy moly, Justice. Big news. Shares on margin. Can they sell the shares to cover margin? Yes, they can. I believe it's in their contract, Geometer Uranus. At least as short. Yes, at least. Did GME end outside the wedge? Barely, maybe. We might have actually closed right outside of it. Let me see. Yes, we are just slightly outside of the wedge. That ending volume, yeah, 2.87 million on the day. You guys all very welcome. Thank you all for the donations and the support, the likes. Keep it coming. I'll be back here tomorrow, 9 a.m. WeBull desktop's free. If you want to sign up, there's a link down below. We both get some free stocks or something. Yeah, thank you all so much, and I will answer any questions that you guys still have on Reddit throughout the rest of the day, and I'll try to get kind of a video up today discussing this. I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you for joining me. Have a great night.